We were fools to think the blue chip would save us. It was all a lie. Today, the lies end.
Apex, what's your status?
We're here. The crypt is armed. This place, they call it the crypt, and we're here to destroy it once and for all.
Apex, you just don't get it, do you? The blue chip protects us.
Protects us? You mean controls us?
Oh, don't be such a cynic. Come on, let's talk this out. You and me. No one has to die today.
Talk's over. We're coming in.
This is your final warning. Stand down.
Team, on my mark.
3,
2, 1.
Need backup. Drill cam up. Enemy spotted. Blue zone out.
Firing gas.
Sticky up. Sticky bomb deployed.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It's time for the final day of Masters 3. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Godspeed and the Cameron Davis as we prepare to break down the action for the final 6 games to determine who wins here and who gets to continue on towards Masters West. Godspeed, has been an interesting 2 days, but it seems like some teams have just been better prepared for it all.
Yeah, it looks like Furia has really been, trying to push the pace, win it again, back to back. But you do see Falcons kind of soaring up towards the top. That one's for you, Steve. And then you also have a few other teams that are on their way up on the rise. Liquid as well, having a much better day yesterday. So it was a pretty good day too.
Cameron, anything interesting stood out to you yesterday?
I mean, I'm going to kind of follow up what Godspeed mentioned about the Falcons. Like, they've kind of been flying under the radar, and that pun was not intended, though I'm aware how much you're going to be a fan of that one. But, like, everyone's been looking at Furia, right? Because they've been performing so well, got a couple of wins. I think they have at least one win every single day so far. Falcons actually have more kills overall than them. They might not have the chicken dinners, but their day 2 has just been so solidly consistent. It looks like they're picking up like 7 to 10 kills almost every single round, even if they make it to the top 4 or not.
Either way, I think we can all say they need to eat more chicken, and that's what we need to see from them today. For now, let's talk about what you guys are going to see. Format time. Let's get into the way things are going to play out, just so that you understand where we've been and where we are headed. 6 matches, starting on the dusty dunes, ending in the grassy pastures. Nothing crazy. We have played the first 12, so all that lays before us is the final 6. Now, you got to get your points. The points are a little bit different than what you're used to with Super. It is 1 kill per point. That is the way it has so often been, but if you look at those placement positions, they are changed up just a little bit. 10 points for first, and then second is only 5. From there, you only get a point down to 6, and then you're just sort of out of the money, and this has been relatively impactful, Godspeed.
Yeah, it's been, we've seen a lot more teams go for those kill points, opt for more aggression rather than playing for placements. So the change, even though it doesn't seem significant, it's had some implications where teams are playing a little more for the kills. And I'm here for it. I'm all about the kills.
Do it for the kills, not the vine. Now, what you're also doing it for is $20,000 in prize pool. $7K for first is nice, Cameron, but also there's something else besides just cash here on the line.
There is. Cash doesn't hurt, though. Listen. If you find a 20 on the ground, it's like, yeah, you know what? It's only a 20. You're still gonna take it though, right?
Oh, yeah. I'll definitely take it.
That's a Happy Meal these days, so hell yeah.
They're bringing the prices back down, they said. Let it be true. But there's also the leaderboard, right? You want to come in with the most points you can because your hope is to finish up here in the top.
Yes.
Furia sitting at 108 points right now. Falcons at 95. Alcacia from there. The top 8 teams at the end of today are going to get everybody gets a nice download of points. And then those top 8 teams are going to get a chance to go to Masters West. In a little while, we will talk to you about those standings as well, because I think that's going to be kind of the big story here, Cameron, is not only is it about winning that money that we looked at in the standings here, but it's also cashing that ticket to Masters West.
Yeah, it really is setting yourself up for an easier chance of qualifying. No one here is going to qualify directly to Masters West, but the top 8 and the standings right now, this is if the tournament would end right now. We still have 6 more games to play. We can see this move around. But if we're to end today, like right this second, these would be the top 8 that get to go immediately into the qualifier for Masters West. Everyone else has to play through a couple more cups in order to make it there. So no one's going to get auto-qualified, but it does make your path easy. And so to, what Toffers was saying earlier about the prize pool is nice, but really it's about setting yourself up for Masters West. That's the real challenge. That's the real Western Championship. That's the important part.
Yeah, and you got to remember it falls off pretty significantly after the top 3 positions to 51, 70, 120, and then it jumps all the way down to sort of 95, 85, etc. So that battle, I think, Godspeed, as we look at the second half of this, to get up into north of 150, as we know 150 is not going to be enough to see who goes to Masters West, is going to be a little wild. So we're going to track that throughout the day, because I think some of these teams that are even, not fighting for the top of Masters 3, if they get, I think it was like 5th place, they get a bid.
Yeah, currently 8th place, 180. Again, this camera that ended today, 180 is the threshold. You can see that there's a few teams that are on that cusp, potentially dangerous. Luminosity, Mira. I mean, Luminosity probably thought they were going to qualify just off the virtue of not doing as poorly as they have so far today. But again, 6 games. Possibility for the teams in 9th, 10th, and 11th. We'll have to see if they can scoot over to the left side of the leaderboard, though, is Team Mira, I believe, is the only team that's currently over there right now. Potentially dangerous is in the chase, though.
Awesome. All right, so going to be a chase. I think Mira is going to be a fascinating one to watch as it goes throughout the day. And at some point, we'll see if we can get back to that leaderboard. I do want to tell you guys that you have a chance to win G-Coin, 10,000 G-Coin on the line if you go ahead and send in your questions right now to hashtag MastersMikeAM. Can you guys hear that in the background?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
What is
that? Listen. That's greatness calling, though, baby. Come on, you got to turn this into a bit.
Listen. I'm just gonna be honest. I was getting ready for the show. My son was hanging out on the couch watching his iPad. He apparently stuffed it in there and left. And his cousin is calling relentlessly, because children don't understand, if you don't answer the voice call, you stop ringing. So I apologize. Hopefully it never comes back, and I will torch that iPad. But you should send in your hashtags to MastersMikeAM. If you are picked as one of the 3 questions for today, for the post show, you will get 10,000 G-Coin. And I'd say send it in now. Handsome guy there in the
Do
photo.
it right now.
Man, that ringer shook me. I am shook.
Well, it seems like you're waiting for a phone call in that picture
Classic,
too, buddy.
I know, right?
Millennial. Nothing scares us more than a phone call. Text me, please.
Right? That is brutal. All right, so while we track what's going to be happening in terms of West, there is also sort of the race for what's going on here so far in our event, and it has been a story of teams, the rich getting richer, where that fall off at 7 is pretty brutal. That said, Godspeed, yesterday I felt like the runaway was much bigger as we went into the last 2 or 3 games, and it sort of caught up a little bit.
Yeah, Furia was looking poised to pretty much just leave everyone else in the dust, as you stated, run away with it. I'm very glad that wasn't the case. Not that I don't want them to win, but I would like something exciting, especially going into the last 6 games of the day. We do still have Falcons in 2nd place. Alcacia, again, great day for them. And Mira, who started the day in 1st place, now slipped all the way down to 4th. Cameron and I, mainly Cameron, did talk about how, in the past they have slipped up. They've been in 1st multiple times. We've seen it in multiple events. For some reason, they can't keep the lead, so we'll have to see if they're able to kind of play their brand of PUBG today, maybe be a little more aggressive in getting those kills, but it's still very much up in the air. I'd say all the way down to 6th place. We still have a lot to play for here, and then even as we saw the board earlier, we still have 8th place to play for, which is that 180 point threshold. So It's going to be a very important day for some of these teams.
It is, and I will say there are some teams that are essentially out of the race, but good learning experiences for them as they go into today. Bandits, and I will mention Noriego because there is a substitution. Sukahiro is out, and Kodiak is going to come in, which is great, but I don't think it's going to make much of a difference in their run for the championship. So hopefully they have some good times. They learn a little, and maybe don't get a little too... I mean, what do you do if you're that far behind, Cameron? Do you actually like try to make some of these big teams mad? I would assume you'll just lay low and not anger anybody in the community, right?
I don't think you would go super aggressive one way or the other. I think you just try and have a good game. You hear from anecdotally from a couple of these different teams that, like, honestly, just winning one round does it for them. Like, Resmi had a chicken dinner yesterday, and I think they were super happy about that considering the way that the tournament has been going. And so I think they can, even if it doesn't matter to us, even if it doesn't matter to the end results of everything, even just for their own proof that they can perform, getting one chicken dinner I think is probably going to be the goal for a team like Noriego, No Way, Bandits at the bottom. I think that's a really good thing to set up for themselves here.
That's not a bad point. Get the eyes on you in the good way. Get those highlight reels. Get a chicken dinner. Get noticed by teams who maybe could use a little something fresh on the roster. Toyo's doing pretty good. Godspeed. Today or yesterday, it was like a turn up by them.
Yesterday was.
We have both.
Was
been,
a better day.
What's the word I'm looking for? Hard on
critical.
Toyo. Yes, critical.
Critical.
Do you think what you saw from Toyo yesterday is enough to sort of maybe question our criticality, or is it sort of you got some? Okay, cool.
Not at all.
I can hope.
No, because due to the lot, like again, they played well, but due to the lobby, like they're getting away with a lot, and we saw very clearly at EWC they got away with far less. So I think that's still very much my opinion. I still very much like that team, but just need to see some more aggression from those boys.
I mean, you even just look at the points that they have on the total leaderboard. Their kill points, they're the odd one out. Yeah, sure, they have.
Yep.
They have. They're not that far behind Mira or Bestia, but still, like, they're on the lower section of things, despite being in 5th place. They're carried by their placement points, and the wins that they got yesterday, they were gifted circles. They played it well. They didn't lose those games, but it's not the same thing as coming in and forcing a more improbable moment to happen. We have yet to see them really deliver when their backs are against the wall, and that's what you want to see to know that a team is like really set up for greatness. Not that you can expect that from them every single time, but you got to see those shines of like flipping the script on us.
All right, so other things to keep an eye on as we look at the Mira score. I think this is something just to tell you guys at home. Mira at 87 right now. It seems like it's only a couple of points to go up a few $1,000s, but if Mira makes it into those top 3 spots, they will get a bid to Masters West. So that is probably the biggest thing. Yeah, they should, because the jump from 4th place to 3rd place is 180 points.
I think there'll be 5 below.
Double check.
Okay. I am not getting involved.
I'm double checking the math here. So they currently have 150, 95 points from 4th place. 3rd place, they get 120, so that's only 25 on top of that, and that would put them at 175, which is still 5 below where Bestia currently are.
Second.
So
okay.
So they need second. Yeah, that's the concern, and it's tight. Like no matter which way it goes, it is very, very tight. And I think the fact that they're going up against all these teams that have points from Masters 1 and 2 already, where they only have 50 points from their Masters 2 performance, it's going to be a really, really tight battle for them. Almost everyone else, I imagine, is pretty locked in. The other 7 teams is whether they can overtake Bestia, and if Bestia continue to perform better and better like they have been from Friday to Saturday, that's going to make that even more difficult to do.
So Mira's got to progress ahead of Bestia on a continuous grind. So either Bestia falls out at 8 and Mira gets 3rd, or Mira has to get up to 2nd or 1st to keep up with where Bestia is going to be.
Yeah,
that's what I'm understanding. Okay.
I agree with Cam. My actual hang up here is Bestia themselves, because yesterday it's actually not the best day for them. They slipped quite a bit. They did not get that many points. So if Bestia actually end up going out of the points here, I wonder if Mira's 3rd or 2nd definitely, but I wonder if 3rd would even be enough. But yeah, Bestia, it was a little shaky. It was a little shaky yesterday, so we'll see if they can kind of right the ship today coming into these last 6.
Looks like we are waiting for one player still, so we're going to get the game up and running just as quickly as we can. So we talked about Mira. Okay, here's another one that I'm interested in, Rock Esports. The thing that I have noticed lately Cameron, maybe you've noticed as well, or Godspeed, that it seems like Rock can't seem to get a last day together. Like their last day, no matter what event we're at, no matter what qualifier we're working through, they slide. And I don't feel like when I watched them at EWC or even PGS, they were changing. PGS, they changed their strategy. EWC, I feel like they mostly kept it the same. They didn't get more defensive. They didn't like pull the keeper kind of thing or whatever you want to say, stack the defenders. They just slide a lot on the last day. And I'm hoping today, whether or not they win this, that we start to see them not slide on the final day, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's hard. It's really, really hard, especially when, compared to the rest of the teams that we send to global events from Americas, they're some of the more inexperienced ones. And there's just an extra added level of pressure when you're at these global events. Like, I'm not even an ex-pro player, and I can tell you that it's just an entirely different feeling. It's an entirely different vibe. You hear stories about this happening all the time through any sort of level of competition. I would just hope that Rock Esports identifies that and uses an event that is lower stakes here compared to the PGS, compared to the EWCs, compared to the PGCs, that they would use as an opportunity to say, let's just go for it and let's kind of like try and force ourselves through this hypothetical choking that they have. And I'm not accusing them of that, but the fact that they are slipping routinely on the final day, it does lean towards that as a pattern.
I think it also just leans to, I think maybe if their play style is staying sort of that middle of the road point gain, and then there's other teams that sort of let loose on that final day and start to play aggressive. Like, they do well when everyone else is carefuling their points. But once you get the runaway, and that's where I'm worried about Furia today, guys. The fact that these guys don't really have much to worry about. They can kind of just come out, play however they want, and do whatever they want. Could be really bad news for this lobby.
Also, it definitely could be bad news for the rest of the lobby, but also for them, right? If they want to maintain first, even though they're guaranteed to qualify, again, that's still a significant, it's a couple $1,000s they'd be missing out on. So we'll see if there's anyone in the lobby specifically that they just don't really care for, or they want to send to, that extra qualifier that is, the non-top 8 that these teams are playing for, then sure. But that's the other thing is it really worth it to lose out on some money? Because you have to think about the qualifiers going into the last chance qualifiers, which sounds confusing, but you're probably going to have a lot of open teams in there, right? You're going to have a lot of teams that are I'm just going to say it, farmable. And I don't know if it's worth ruining your tournament just to send someone to one extra quali. So
there's a good chance you're going to beat the quali no matter how you go, or they will.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
All right, so speaking of
you
Furia,
would expect an LG, for instance, right, to make it out of an open qual. I mean, I would be actually gobsmacked if they didn't make it out of the next qualifier. So that, right.
I think that's a very fair assessment, especially a team like LG who's sort of trying to find their new player and figure out how to make the roster work. Qualifiers might actually work out in their favor. So not only are you sending them to a qualifier, but you're making them angry when they show up in your final later.
Actually, that's something that I at least for me, I know we've been hard on LG, but and that's because we know Michael's really good, but I feel like we need to give them some slack because again, they are trying, even if it's just one new player, maybe he's helping call, or they're trying to figure out systems with him. So this is actually the perfect type of event to do that. So the fact that they're not really doing as well as we expect, I think is actually way more okay in this scenario. Just again, trying to fill out the roster, even if it is one player, a lot of things can change with just one player coming in. So I'm actually much less worried about LG than initially thought looking at the leaderboards.
I mean, it's actually a better tryout almost than anything else you can arrange, right? The fact that there is I don't want to say low stake, but a mid stake event between a PGS and a EWC and a PGC, where you can have game mechanics or game level challenge. Scrims are what they are. To try someone out, to hear the stress, to hear those moments, I think is really cool. I know that they also have been trying out some other people as well. So again, this is I don't think Michael has had a lot of time to adjust here, so I don't forgive.
No,
but
definitely not.
I might forget at the end of this event.
I forgive. I'm much more lenient, I think, in this situation, just because, again, the nature of trying out for different teams and everything else, it's a lot. So I'm giving them not a pass, but I get it type of deal.
I get it. When someone whiffs on me in a game.
Because regardless, those 4 players should still be doing better, right?
Exactly.
But at the same time,
All right, Circle going to go north here, all the way up to them crater fields. Should be nice. I expect, based on my guesswork, it's going to end up a little farther north here. But I like this area, Cameron. I like the up and down, the way everybody gets to hide around the crater for a while, shooting at each other from a distance, but never really flushing.
Posa, though.
Posa's, yeah, he's going to get the flush there.
Speaking about flushing.
I was worried for a second because Posta's here alone, but 55 also just sent one lone player out here as opposed to doing a really good job. I was looking at the map while this was happening, and I think he might have intentionally stopped short to use an opportunity to sneak up behind them and grab this surprise kill. All of a sudden, the rest of Furia should be rotating up shortly. But yeah, this is a very fun part of Miramar with all the different multiple levels of high ground. It becomes almost like tower warfare where there's like 5 different high grounds all trying to take control of each other.
Yep, and each of them is built around a pass, right, in terms of like where you make your transition point. So like being able to control this spot for Posa, very, very nice. I like that he came up and got that sneaky kill. But also, this is because it's Furia and they're in the lead. He can do that. He can take that risk, Godspeed, and be like, you know what, I'm going to go force a 1v1, worst case scenario. My boys continue without me, but we have 108 points. Like I think that's more of what you see.
Yeah.
Not rudeness, but a willingness to just go out there and do something a little bit silly.
Yeah, and again, not only that, but it's dead center circle, right? So on top of the fact that they have 108 points, on top of the fact that, you know, they have a cushion, they can just coast in the center of the circle, right, and harass whoever they want. They got a kill for it, great. So love to see that from them. Mira, on the other hand, in the circle, again, where they play is going to be curious for me because they really need to rack up the kills to make sure that they're relevant and they get that second place spot that Kevin was talking about, right? Like, especially if they're on track for a bad game, which, again, given the position currently in this circle, I think they're doing just fine. But if it does come to a situation where, you know, they lose like 1, 2, or 3 here, they really need to make sure they're salvaging well because the teams above them are just not slowing down, and we've seen that over the last 2 days.
Yep, and I think you're right. Everybody seems like they're mostly locked in, except for Mira, who has to not only hope for the failure of another team, but make sure that they're putting up their best performance possible, right? If Mira does come back and manages to finish out in first place, I think that changes the discussion, and they're for sure going to West. So there's always that 100%. Place of, like, make your big push, but also there's a chance that, you know, Furia lets off a little bit, and you make a big push and get that third place, and you advance. I'm glad Cameron will be around all day to manage the mathematics for me, because I do think that's probably the one race that we will be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, and then again, Bestia, like, right, how well do they do? Do they maintain their top 8 position, or do they slip out? Because, again, Potentially Dangerous is only 6 points behind them, and 55 is only 12. So they're really not quite safe yet. There's a gap between them and Liquid as well, so even if they want to climb, they have to make that up. So kind of a precarious position for them to be in, especially with Mira so close to that second place spot. We'll have to see. I mean, they're only 8 points behind Falcons, so it's kind of dangerous.
It is dangerous. Falcons has been, yesterday was refreshing. I felt like they were kind of slow on day one. Not shocked. God, I'm so tired of the Falcons being slow on day one. It makes me be like, oh God, I'm worried. And they come out here on day 2 and end up in second place. It's every time. If they got better at day one, we'd never worry about them winning an event. EWC would have been a win. Like it's just, do better on day 1, guys. Please.
Yeah, I want to say, like, earlier, like, when they were Sonics, they had, like, 1 or 2, I think it was not PGIS. Their start was actually really poor until the end. There was, like, one event where they started pretty hot, but, yeah. I also think, I mean, brother, from traveling from PGSs to most of the, actually, just half of them did PGC, or PNC. Yep. To then EWC, right? Like, these boys are freaking tired, man.
That's a good point.
I promise you, it's a lot of travel. It's a lot of being away from home. So the slow start this time, I will actually 100% forgive.
That makes sense. I mean, maybe I'll forgive it, but I'm going to keep remembering it because it happens every time. And it's fine at these events. The problem is I feel like it sort of has created it's happening at the big events too. And that's where I start to stress out because you go, maybe we could have been back-to-backs. You know what I mean?
True, but I mean, they still finished in third, though, right? Like, I know that's not what they wanted, obviously, but that is still...
You bring up a fascinating point, right? This is something that I do kind of wonder about within our game culture nowadays. When I was growing up, and this maybe sounds like an old person thing to say, but it's not. When a Olympian got a silver or a bronze, everybody was like, this is really cool. You're doing a great job. When you got second place at the international, everybody was like, man, you're still a really good team. I feel like in the last 3 or 4 years, it's shifted pretty aggressively to like, if you're not first, you're last. And that's crazy to me. But now that you bring it up, they got third. That was really good. But you wouldn't have known it when you saw their faces outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, but that's because they have higher expectations for themselves. So, I mean, totally understandable, especially coming back as the back-to-backs.
Oh, so you're saying they should expect themselves to do better on the first day?
No, I'm saying they're disappointed. Okay, don't twist my words.
Fair enough. I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I think I just am tired of watching them not be as good as they are or should be on day one. That's all. They still do really well and win a bunch of tournaments. God bless the Falcons. And also, we should give more love to people who get third place finishes, because it's still pretty freaking impressive to be the third best team in the world. Lord knows I couldn't do
agree.
it. All right. Now, we got...
Not many people can. That's why they're playing, and we're sitting here and casting.
I think we got the better end of the deal. This looks way too stressful down there as your Emmys trying to cross the field with nothing to show and just a lot of Tiggleton lead. I like that he was like, I'm not going to finish. I'm not going to kill you guys. Not with this DMR. But I want you to know that I'm here.
But I want you to know that I could have.
I could
have.
If I really wanted to, I could have hurt you badly. All right, Liquid going to go ahead and get their rotation going underway. Still nice and open as the circle closes here. Everyone seems to have a decent spot. Everybody off of the edge, so a good 200 meters buffer between them. Toyo, one of the last teams to sort of be rotating in here along with Liquid. But Liquid's uncontested. They got not only the cover of the storm, but a nice straight trajectory. They can use that road over by Oasis, no issue whatsoever. So this is going to be the big one, though. When it locks in, Godspeed. Yeah. What do we got? Cabrera wide open, so you'll see at least, two teams make their way into there. And that's about it.
This is, again, a cob circle. Oh, okay, so not too uncommon here. Crater Field's just east of it. We see that kind of facility there in the crater center, right underneath Noyego. I don't even know what that's actually...
I don't think I've actually seen a final circle there. That'd be pretty cool. But meanwhile, No Way gets pushed by QAD. QAD comes in hot. Grenades go out. A little bit of a defensive measure, but they're using the wall to their favor. Vinny wants to push. DNL down. They can do a double peek here. They do. Vinny is going to get dropped, and now they're down to 2. Sam Crow on the right side lean. Gets a good play. DIY and Ross go down off the back of that grenade. It slopes, but Sam Crow is down. Back and forth. 1v1, essentially, as we come to the back end of this fight. Does Cowboy have the muscle to do it?
Just down to Cowboy and Lopes.
As you
can see, as you stated, it's a 1v1, but Lopes is turning it into a 2v1 at this point, and I'm not sure Cowboy's actually going for a res of his own. Okay, so both going for a full-on reset, opting not to push each other. And you can see the shots coming from a distance, though. It's going to be... Is it Vinny? It is.
Was that Vinny? I thought that was... Yeah, it was. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. QAD out. No, QAD wins. That's us. So they're not going to help Rello? Rello, hello? Oh, because they just showed up. Team Liquid. The backstab. This is what it feels like to not be the ones getting crashed on, says Team Liquid.
Wait, where were those shots coming from?
I thought Bandits was getting involved, but that can't possibly.
I thought it was Bandits. Yeah,
I think it was. Yeah. That was a Bandy boy.
I was like, there's no way the team I stated could have had any line of sight on that one. As you can see here, QAD though do manage to get away with 2.
Yeah.
So could have been a lot worse considering Team Liquid were encroaching on their position. You can see now. Liquid coming in that northeastern edge. They could actually wrap north if they really wanted to, especially with the cover of this hillside and maybe third-party Bandits and Rez, if that is a fight that happens. The problem is Bandits have 3 on that hillside, or I should say hilltop, so it's really just the one that would get the knock. I don't know if that's enough for them.
I do want to give a shout out to No Way, especially Sam Crow. That was an aggressive push by QAD, who did it very, very well. But there was a moment there where I thought Sam Crow, if Liquid hadn't shown up, might have got them back up and running, almost as a 4-man. That Team Liquid push, though, I think shook everything to its core.
Sam Crow, I mean, he's always been a solid player in our region, so not surprising to see him put up some numbers there. Valiant, though, is going to go down with a trade again, sticking to the MP5K. It seems that's his gun for this event, and that's I'm here for it. Let's see how good those SMGs really are. There have been a few situations though where I feel like if he had an AR, he would have won one of those duels, 1 or 2, but
he'll never admit that.
Overall, he's been doing just fine.
And CLS, nice push by Bandits. They got that couple attacks there on Spectra. They knew that he would duck down to heal. Like I saw, the knock on Valley was going to have to get addressed at some point, and Band makes a very smart, timely push in to come in here and try to finish this fight. I'd love to see Bandits win a couple of matches or a couple of good fights here today.
You are a big Bandits fan.
I just like when teams get out there,
fine.
you know?
That's totally okay.
I do.
As they're currently struggling though. Yeah, he's gonna pop that door closed, and it's gonna get opened, not the traditional way by Resmi. As Varus though providing a lot of cover fire. He's doing a grip of work. The problem is the rest of his team have kind of fallen, but this is a 2-on-2, essentially a 1-on-2 though. Is again, Yai's not going to be able to get support from Varus aside from some covering fire.
Yeah, all Varus can be able to do is keep them hidden, right?
He would do well. Yeah, he would do well to make sure that Varus can constantly see the angles he's fighting from. Otherwise, he's just isolated.
I don't even know how you go out there and fight though, because if you try to get in anywhere around them, you lose Varus's cover. So it's kind of a really crappy spot for the IU to find himself in. Meanwhile, we jump over to 55 Esports, pushing up against AKA.
Yeah, again, I don't know what people call this area. We just call it pipes, just because there's a bunch of pipes down here, but I'm sure there's a better name for it these days. You can see Psycho looking to go for it. Oh, and he drops down, but he has no. That's so unfortunate. His knees buckled under the weight.
Too much
incredible
weight.
Talent.
And they're getting shot by Noyego up on the crater side. That's why the crater walls are brutal. Honestly, I don't have a name for this place because I never come down here. It's really a hard spot to fight inside. At least 3 separate levels in the crater itself. Then you've got 2 more up above and the high ground. There's nothing good comes from this crater.
Even when you're like in the dominant position, let's say you have circle to your back, or you have a team with the circle to their back in that area, it's just like you're still in a bowl. Like even if you're holding the team out, someone is probably holding you out as well. And there's just so many spots for like a rat to come in and backstab. It is miserable.
Exactly.
I do not like it. I hate that
in
area.
the words of Snoop, if you're in a bowl, you're going to get smoked. And I think that is
exactly
what's the problem with the crater is. Alo got the BRDM system. He learned this from Mira. You got to pretend you're not in there. It's just like, oh, no, there it is. The rope-a-dope is over. Turns and runs. Uses the storm for cover. Was that another?
Toyo.
That's another one. It's a BRDM off.
I'm just happy it's the pink one.
I have that in my garage. In game.
I actually missed out on that one, and I'm super sad.
You should be. I don't often drive it.
BRDM is the way.
Yep.
Neither do I, but I just, pink is a man's color.
It strikes fear into the hearts of those in the final circle when you're playing solos. So
actually gonna hold this edge on their own now. You can see Liquid opted to go a little more towards the north. They saw the BRDM, probably wanted nothing to do with it, but now here comes the Falcons.
Yep.
Potentially ruin this game for Toyo.
Chasing the blue, ruin the game for Toyo if they can. Toyo has no idea, but they're loading into cars, so they may be out before it's a problem. I love this wrap, though.
A good wrap.
Yep. Shrimsy out front. You can
but
tell
with that shift, it's a little less great.
Well, they really need Toyo's cars.
It's still the best route for them to take, shortest path to the circle. They will also have all the cover from those ridge lines away from their south. The issue is Rock may also take that as they're trying to fight Toyo. Meanwhile, Gladiator from AKA, who's probably been the biggest player for me as far as like impact on that team. It's definitely been Gladiator. We've seen some really nice stuff as well from Dizane, but Gladiator's had some really nice doubles, like multiple doubles throughout this tournament for himself. So keep your eyes on that guy.
Nice. Also, they were really committed to getting that res on Gladiator, so the team set out some smokes, recovered very quickly. Meanwhile, LG is making a nice rotation around the outside here. Should be uncontested. Never mind. Posa got vision. Posa causing trouble again.
Definitely contested.
Definitely contested. I thought they were going to try to slide past this and avoid the fight. Yeah.
This is a good spot for now. The problem is, again, they're very open from Liquid. Great spot to punish Pipes. Terrible spot if they have to deal with Liquid, which they're going to have to here pretty soon. Or just any of the teams above, even Noyego. What is happening here?
That's called a Panzer Joust. Syntastical lets them go by. Where are you going, boys? Okay, there's a dip up here.
They're getting let through this car. Oh, hello. Hello,
Surprise.
friends. It's me, Sparking.
Oh, no. You know, there was just they got lucky that he happened to be in the car going in the opposite direction there. Wait a minute, Halo's not letting anybody get away.
Ayla's like, oh, you guys like, you guys like these BRDMs?
I hate it. I'm gonna come get it destroyed as fast as possible. Look at that.
Oh,
don't
look for the
understand.
double. Hold on, this is huge though. Ayla got knocked up top. Purdy also having to mend to Sparking. And now this is just down to Purdy and Spark. No, this is just Liquid out. They split themselves. That was awkward.
I don't know why they went out. I mean, like, they drove past Purdy and didn't lose anybody. Just let them go.
Well, they got Sparking was down. I didn't see if it was from a member of Noyego or if it was a member of Mira, but he got knocked. Purdy went to save him. Alo went to go fight down in that dip, and Luke got 2 down there, but they were just, they were kind of disjointed and unfortunate. And oh god, Mira have a BRDM now.
Yep.
Courtesy of Liquid. Let's hope they don't have a repair kit for that thing.
It was very smoky. It felt like they were surprised to see Mira there, and I think it just, the speed of the calls one after another, I think it happens. PUBG, that's the beauty of the game, right? 16 teams making different decisions at the same time. Mira back up to 4 strong with the BRDM. Capitan still on patrol in his pink. I think Mira's goal right now is probably to try to get Capitan out of that thing and drive around with 2 BRDMs.
If they can, yeah. If they can. Having 2 is better than 1, especially with how they've been able to use those, especially in the late games, again, when teams don't really have the option to go for the Panzers. You can see here Michael very much aware of that northern threat. The team above, they've set up not only the foldable shields, but also the vehicle. Let's see where this shifts. And you still have multiple teams, by the way. You have PD, AKA, you still have Bestia, and Falcons all outside of the circle.
Yeah, it's a tough circle to get into, though. I mean, you saw Mira made a pretty good stab to one of the only open spots. I think that's why Alo went back down there, is it's what Liquid was trying to secure for themselves as well. But other than that, it is. I think Falcons is going to have to crash into someone here when they choose to come in. And meanwhile, Mira, you're right, this is what they do. They're going to go stash this in a nice little secretive place. Keep it protected for the late game. That crater is a mess. You're going in there, Furia? All right, you do you, boys.
I mean, they're just going to try to backfill PD, or, well, they don't know it's PD. Maybe they do, but yeah, whatever team is in front of them, their plan is to basically come out, get a backstab, hopefully have them engage in a fight first. We'll have to see what their timing does. Meanwhile, Falcons have made their way, you can see, just up the minimap there to the west side. They're now in with a foothold. LG, though, they have a rough decision to make here.
Vadivero does get a nice knock on Draft King. Martin trying to make a move here for Noyego. They got the return knock by Yai. Where'd Mime come from? Bestia now going to get involved with this fight. You said they had a hard decision to make. They see the knocks come out, and they say, now's our chance to try to get involved or at least push through here. PD, in the meantime, they're fighting down in the pit, but we'll come back to that. PD is trying to move forward. It's a good nade from Kodiak. Boom.
Nice indeed, PD, though, as you stated. Oh, that Molly's going to hit him. Oh, the nade follow-up is going to get him, too. So that's going to be another one down. Rock is in the distance, taking care of LG. Gas will go down. He is flush. PD, meanwhile, again, it's just down to Gabriel and Tavon. And that's going to be a nice spray.
Oh!
Half of that hits the barrel, but it's enough for the double. And he doesn't get the third, though.
Whew. PD tried real hard, but they could not pull it off. They're going to get that. They lose the fight in the pit. Meanwhile, Kraken is the hero there. I think he got 3 of them at the end of that fight.
He did.
Jeez.
He totally did. Yep.
That guy's a wild man. Oh, Bestia. I don't know how he got them to look the other direction, but he did. And Vinny gets a nice little backstab there on Noyevo. Furia does eventually fall inside the pit. Unfortunate.
Bestia is trying to move up on that east side. You can see them trying to go past what is left of Noyego. You still have one member of Bandits there, so that's a big good news for you, big Bandits fan. As Falcons still 4 up on the west side, now have the opportunity to help hold out Toyo, but they have to be careful for Mura. So we'll see how that plays out. Rock, meanwhile, with just all the control here in the center. Nah, he's fine.
I mean, that's a hell of a fort he's built. Let's be honest.
It's not. It's probably the only one you want against the teams above at this point.
Right.
Nothing is destructible except for the foldable shield, but he's got 2 Doritos there, and that's a mortar.
Yep. When you built in a saleable fortress, a little bit of miniature golf mortars will solve that problem. Kickstart going to go ahead and open up on Toyo with the help of his friends. Toyo stops the car. Their BRDM not hitting the way it was. They were trying to transfer their man over to the BRDM, but I don't even know if that's going to save them at this point. Cheeky flick over there. And Tickle's like, I'll hit everybody. Oh, they're going for the run over. Oh!
I thought for a second he was just going to stand there and eat it. Get in the BRDM. Oh, he should have got in there and healed.
Yep.
Would have been perfect.
That would have been hilarious. then he would have been hand-delivered to the Falcons. He died there because of that little Tiggleton one-tap over towards Spectro as he crossed the road. Let him know where he was. Just had to lay down. Fortunate. Vox gets flashed, pushes forward, tries to throw a grenade.
Oh.
AKA's been really impressive here coming out of the crater. It's been a tall order.
I mean, they've been in there for a while fighting multiple teams, so yeah, I agree. The fact that they're still alive, it is just down to 1 now, I believe. But still being stuck in there for so long. Here comes the Molly. No, it's actually going to be BL. And they still have 1 member left. Well, still staying alive. The last member up for LG. Doing his best. Resmi is finally eliminated. Emi's going to find Otosaka Yi. Is Toyo still 2 up? It's going to be Capitan and Emi. What can they do? It seems like they can get rid of Mira. Not bad.
Nice move by Coda Kid there. Kickstart and the boys still 4 strong. They had to backfill. They had to scoot. They had to sneak. But here they are in the circle, 4 strong, and when everybody else is limping. A lot of limpers.
Yeah. And they're coming into this a lot of limpers. So coming into this one with 4 alive, as you stated, but also 5 kills, which means they can tally up even closer to Furia, which did fall. Solid game for Furia, 7 kills. But that's going to be I was going to say that's an easy spray. He just about finished it.
Yeah,
actually, that's not an easy spray, but it's easy for Shrimzy.
Easy for Shrimzy. Shrimzy prepping for the new DMR nerfs. 4x hogs going forward. You excited about that? You think the era of the 2 M4s comes back? Remember that era?
I don't know about that, but yeah, of course. I mean, especially in endgame, like I used to rock like a red dot 3x 4x. Actually, I didn't really like the 4x. It was more of a 3x enjoyer.
Respect that. I myself,
I'm very curious.
Go ahead.
I'm very curious to see what the change to the DMR is actually gonna, what effect it will have in pro play and how these players feel competing with it. Because it's rough for some guns.
It's a significant enough. I feel like a lot of times we see changes and everybody's like, I don't think it'll be that big of an impact. But this is the first time that I think across the board the pros are like, I don't know. We're going to have to see. Because it does feel pretty substantial for many players. Okay. No, Vinny. I thought Vinny had him. Vinny's not willing to take that fight yet. Let's see. Rock uphill.
Poised not to as well.
God, Luminosity and AK are just, like, there's nothing they can do here. They're so far out on the south side. Rock has them blocked. I don't know. How do you get out of this? And they're staring at each other.
For Luminosity?
No, yeah, Luminosity and AKA.
And AKA, I don't think they do make it out of here. That's quite simply the answer. Michael, though, still with that, he has the jammy pack. He's jamming right now. Well, it's done now. It was jamming, though.
It's jamming down very quickly.
Very briefly, he was
Rock's
jamming.
Rock's going to love to see this on the kill feed in a second because they do want to release that hold from Solds. They need to see the blue get the kill. So,
yeah, they want to be able to focus on what's happening on the north side of their circle instead of the south. So, for them, they're thinking, all right, Michael, any day now, brother. Please just
But you know
die.
He's got to have a bunch of packs down there. Like, there's 3 bodies for him to sit there and loot med packs off of. Solds doing his job, noble job. You do what you got to do. You cover the back.
I mean, he might steal another placement here if Diego is found, or even Bandits, less likely. But, I mean, I didn't see how many first aids he had left.
This lock-in's going to
be
pretty rough.
He should be dead any time now.
Oh, no! Okay.
Well, he denied. Okay, that's fair.
The thing is, Coda Kid used the damage from Michael to get in there and take BL out. So now it's just Solds. That was huge. That was a huge backstab that ultimately got Michael nothing, but might be a massive point for NL. That
We'll
was
see as
cruel.
No Jaego. Yeah, it was good though. That's what you do if you're solo, right? You try to get that point, at least get the flush. Either way, that's going to cost Rock potentially. It looks like they have not gone for the res just yet. You can see Flood now looking at Tiggleton. And the rest of the Falcons making their way up. Now, Falcons are not in. They are being held out by just one player. But if any of the other players, even from Rock, are able to get a different angle, Falcons are going to be worse for wear. But this actually is perfect. With only one player watching this, you might as well pick up all three or all four.
Also, worth noting, Coda Kid did not go in and finish that, so BL is back up and running on Rock's side of the circle.
Nice.
Flood trying to get...
Easy, Flood.
Yeah. No more peekies for you. Wait, there's someone behind me?
Yeah. What? Vinny's like, what the hell is this guy doing here?
Right?
Okay, bandits out. Yeah, he goes down. Where did he even come from?
The way that he spun, the way that he turned, though, you could tell that was 100% the like.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, exactly. Where did you come from, bro?
Hello? Is probably the answer.
Look
that
at
was
Coda.
given. Coda Kid. Yeah,
his commitment, bro. No one here but us smokes.
I mean, you can tell they just have no mollies, no lethal utility. That's
Right.
going to be a quick death, though. So nothing gained for Coda Kid. At the very least, he finds third place. Or fourth place. That's good.
Nice. Bestia. Vinny was like, I knew those guys were coming. And they get doubled. A nice double peek by Solds as they come over the top. H-Win, though, 4 strong. With the Falcons, this should be an easy close as the bird battle about to kick off.
Falcons may just be a little too real for the mythological Rocks
Yep.
to win here, as they are in a 4v2. But actually, Falcons not getting as many kills off of this. I mean, 6 is fine, but I'm saying they came into this endgame with 5. So
Yeah.
they were not able to sweep, mainly because they were in probably one of the worst positions, but because they were a 4-man, they had the ability and the time to flex out. They got some good damage out, and so BL will deny a point, I guess.
Yep. That looks like that's what they're going for.
This is really just nothing Rock could have done there. I don't blame them too much. Falcons going to get another 16 points.
Nice.
But Furia, 7 kills. No Jaego, 1,600 damage. Let's go, boys. Okay.
And that's a fair
Not
play
bad.
by Rock. I mean, I don't think they know how many points they got in that game. They know going in, they were within like 5 points of each other. So I think once you know it's the Falcons and you theoretically will actually be fighting them for money, that's really good, smart denies by
Yeah,
Rock.
that's fine.
As much as I hate seeing them, I got to respect them.
Hate seeing them. My goodness. It'd be
Denies,
so rude.
denies aren't fun. They're not fun. You know that. I love seeing Rock. So a big win by the Falcons. Welcome back, Cameron. Nice to have you.
Glad to be back.
How was the game for you?
It was fun.
Yeah, how was
like
it?
we established at the start, that's one of my favorite areas of Miramar, and so we saw so much dynamic fighting through not just the pipes and everything, but a bunch of the hilltops around it, and Falcons sweeping in like that. I agree with Godspeed. I was a little underwhelmed that they only had 6 kills at the end, but that wasn't really their fault. They just didn't have the opportunity to. But when you see a team like the Falcons sweep in from the edge like that, you start to like think back of all the times they've done it before. It's like, oh, they're going to be clearing team after team after team. Wasn't in the cards for them in this specific round, but still a win, 16 points. It's still going to be great for them chasing Furia.
I think the fact that the circle sat on the crater for so long was interesting. I think caught a lot of teams off guard. Particularly, we saw that the non-stop fight from, I think it was AKA, potentially dangerous, Luminosity, Furia,
LG.
Yeah.
A lot of teams.
And it was worse than fighting in a city, right? Because like once you go down there, there's just like you saw that nobody got out. Nobody got out of there. Even LG, who got the wall, was never going to make it up that hill. And that's just the tragedy of that area is so hard. I used to like dropping there, and within a week it was over. Like it's just I know the loot's really good. It just sucks to fight it so badly. All right, Falcons 16 points. Yay. Rock 10. Woo. Bestia great. Furia drops
Bestia
7.
with 9. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bestia needed those points too. Again, they are still, I think, on that cusp, but as long as they just continue to have good games, they should be able to just guarantee that 8th place, right? But again, the big caveat is, Team Mira, and they only had 2 points this game, Cammy.
Yeah, that's the hard part. Like Bestia, they honestly could. It doesn't. As long as Mira continue to have these struggling games, which still is pretty uncharacteristic of them. Certainly uncharacteristic of what we saw from them on Friday. But as long as that happens, Bestia really shouldn't be worried at all. And I think unless maybe they fall all the way down to like 12th or something, then. But I think that's too far. I can't run the numbers on that. I'm not quite sure, but they should be pretty okay.
They either have to fall a ton or Mira has to have a massive win, which seems further and further from being likely. I get what you're saying.
The point is that it's all on Mira, on whether they are able to overtake Bestia or not. But the total leaderboard right now, Fury are still in the lead. Falcons, though, making it a lot more close.
That's the
4
Falcons,
points,
Steve. Love me some Falcon action. Good climb.
Points.
The thing is, like,
Also, Alcancia and Rock, too, tied.
Both coming up.
And Toyo and Mira.
I wanted to see Rock.
Well.
I wanted to see Rock not slide off. So here they have a good game. That's nice to see. Toyo and Mira, I would say Mira has been probably the biggest sliding so far. But again, 25 points is reasonable with 5 games ahead of us, especially with that sort of 10-point win in place. Mira could really use a chicken dinner about now, I would say. But I'm not writing teams off yet, Godspeed, I guess is the point. Well, I'm writing some teams off.
I mean, I still think this is competitive from 1st to 6th, right? Like that opportunity is still very much there. Right. Could Liquid have a big kill win game and then also put themselves in that conversation? Yeah, I think they could. But yeah, this is still very much an open race. Furia being at the top, the gap is closed again, slipping and sliding a bit too much yesterday. They did leave room for teams to catch up, and now we have a very competitive leaderboard, so I'm about it.
Yeah, I think we are going to get to a point, though, where we're going to be about 4 going into the last 3 games. So I think those teams on the cusp, whether it's Toyo, whether it's Rock, whether it's Mira, needs to have a big 1 or 2 if they want to be in that race now. Because I think what's going to happen is Furia Falcons are going to start to kind of get that runaway potential. They're also going to lock up their last 2 games, maybe even change their drop points, make it a little harder to predict exactly how they're going to get their last 10. So I think that's where you do. Now on Miramar, where the map is in your favor to play a little more aggressively, you got to go out there and try to get those points. Because to me, that is what Miramar, and maybe even to an extent like Rondo and Tego are right now, Cameron. It feels like they're a better place for you to go and try to mop up points or make aggressive plays than when we sort of talk about the grassy pastures or even Rondo a little bit later on in the day.
Yeah, but I think ultimately the bigger problem is the fact that once we get further on into the tournament, and it's only worse if we were to end on like a military island finish on Erangel. But even before that, even if you ignore wacky circles in that sense, the further into a tournament we get, the more Hail Marys teams tend to do, especially the ones at the very bottom. And so many times we'll see a final game and it's a team that, they're set up to have a really good game. They just need a good number of kills, but they put themselves in the position to do so. But because it's game 18, not game 3 or 4, the way that the other teams have played kind of removes the opportunity for them to get that 4. So that's kind of the bigger thing that I'm worried about when it comes to the teams chasing, whether we're talking about Mira chasing a top 8 overall Masters 1 through 3 finish, whether we're talking about like can Liquid do a comeback and get back up into the top 4. It's more the fact that like game 18 and 17 and 16 just don't play out the same.
I also think there's something to be said for, we often talk about the teams on the bottom and how they could go out and do something crazy or cause some trouble. I think to a certain extent, if you're a team like Rock and Toyo, there's also a real danger that, so for instance, we saw Bandits, Noyego, No Way, Resmi all fighting very early on, right? They saw fights, they went and engaged, they know they need points, so they're going to go and get involved. Teams like Rock and Toyo are never going to be the benefactors of that because of the way that they rotate early and take middle spots. They're not in crash compounds. They're not going to be picked up in those early fights. So I think that's one of those things where like teams like Falcons, Furia, and Alcacia, they run away because, I don't want to say the bad teams, the weaker teams are going after fights early no matter what. So if you're not an early rotation team, if you're an edge playing team, I think that there's even more points that sort of start to flood into you as you get to the back half of the day. Because I don't think Rock ever benefits from teams playing more aggressively. Like I don't think they're ever crashed. They're very rarely caught out in those sort of like third party engagements until circle 4 or 5, just based on the way that they do their strategy. So I think there's just not a lot of points for them to claim in the last 2 games. You got to claim them now. All right. One more Miramar. It's going to be a good one. 33 seconds left. I think we got our players back in the lobby. Looks like we had a little bit of a slowdown today as we had to do some substitutions and get players pulled in, but everyone up and running relatively even. Masters so far, Godspeed. Have you seen any changes to the game, any sort of evolutions of the macro or the micro or anything since leaving EWC, or does it still feel like everyone's playing the same game?
Not necessarily, because again, this is basically the same patch. This is actually the same patch that we played DWC. I was fortunate enough to see PNC as well. So honestly, not really, not anything changing. Plus, like, you know, Cameron's been casting on this patch with the Super Cups for a while. The only thing I would say is Mira utilizing BRDMs fairly well when teams don't have the best counters for it, right? Like Panzers are kind of scarce in the late game. Other than that, it's mostly business as usual, it seems.
So Cameron, is it business as usual to the Super Cups as well, do you feel like?
In what sense?
I mean,
just the way the patch and everything's played out?
Yeah, have you seen the play evolve over the last couple of weeks, or anything sort of new popping out, or does it seem like the players all kind of have hit their stride as far as the meta's going?
It's always going to be a little different. There seems to be a level of aggression and freedom that teams tend to have during the Cups and even the Super Cups compared to Masters, and that's just because Masters are where you can expect to have the full gambit of the America's Tier 1 teams. In the Super Cups, and regular Cups, you're not necessarily going to have those because maybe they're traveling for PGS or EWC, and so the teams that are then selling the big dogs, they have so much more freedom just to be super aggressive with it. We also, of course, had the points system adjustments back and forth, and so that could also make it a little bit interesting to compare it. Like, I know for a fact when it was 5 points for a win, early aggressive plays were very much the name of the game.
Right.
But really, it's just the fact that, like, we have the Kings of America back, all of them here.
That makes sense. So it does, and I think it changes. I wonder sometimes if having that, the Kings of Americas, as you put it, leave and go do other things, if it creates bad habits in the non-King teams. Like, do you think spending 3 weeks playing without them hurts you, or do you think I think these players are skilled enough that doesn't add a level of rust?
Well, they're here enough that if bad habits were to start forming, they get discovered and corrected pretty quickly. Like if say like the PGS circuit, the global circuit, was like a 6-month thing or even an 8, 9, 12-month thing, then maybe we'd see bad habits formed on teams like Alcacia or Mira. But I think they're back regularly enough. You know, the parents checking in just to make sure that parties aren't actually going on.
I like that idea. Checking in, making sure, like, hey, you guys haven't forgotten. We're better than you. All right, we gotta travel again. Ouch. All right, big rotations. Tough circle, Godspeed. All the way down to Los Leones. Solid Team Liquid pop.
Yeah, that's definitely good for Liquid. Where they choose to play here, though, is a tough decision. Again, with so much real estate to choose from, it becomes an overabundance of options, but I'm sure they'll find a good split to play. Bandits as well. A team that has, you know, salvaged a pretty good game last game, up into the top 4 or top 5, I believe, with a Killer 2. Are also going to have a free rotation on the east side as they go south, and they have a lot of great compounds, including the warehouse compound to choose from. There's also a res station there. That's actually a really high prio compound if they want to have it. And then everyone else is going to be trickling in. You can see Falcons coming in from their Picado. Toyo coming in from the west side. You know, again, I'm very curious if they take that same compound I talked about yesterday. That's just at that crossroads. But I imagine we probably won't have too many fights early. Just teams rotating past each other. As I say that, Resmi is getting in a fight with AKA here on the southern road, but that is just one member. The rest of AKA actually in a position to maybe sandwich Rez if they continue to chase Nanu. That's a little awkward if you are the solo Nanu, though. He's running straight into the other members of Resmi.
And his team does not seem concerned. They are just continuing with their rotation as if Nanu is just... yeah, living his own life. There it is. They came back. Valiate's not going to let you get away with shooting at my team.
I'm sure he has an MP5K. Oh, no, he has a barrel. Wow, shocker.
That tractor really got in the way of what he was trying to do. Oh, that's... okay, recovered, but at what cost? Look at them all. 3 of them.
He's going back.
But Rez is chasing. That's hilarious. All right, they called it off. Valiate's going to send some parting shots. So you can see Spectra turn around and head back in the other direction. Good for you, Rez. I know you wanted to chase this desperately.
I feel like if there was more than one, though, in that car, they probably would have continued chasing, but they saw it was one. I was like, it's probably not worth it. He was going back towards his team. So, yeah, good pull off by Rez. Either way, they're going to have good position and agency here.
Nice. So they are going to be on the south side of the circle. Toyo coming in just north of them. They did chase NL quite a ways off, so they're going to be coming in late and having to sort of backfill the rest of the map. Liquid with a very large spread on the south side of Los Leones. Should be mostly okay, though, as everybody's going to come in from northern vectors, so I think Liquid gets away with it, which should be good. So who is Godspeed's favorite? The problem is, how do I answer correctly? I guess
Crazy thing is that's not even my favorite team.
Right, I know.
Just kidding. No, it is. I've unfortunately known those boys for far too long.
I always thought you were a big Team Gates fan. And that was your...
Oh, yeah, love them.
Just number one.
Just truly great group of guys.
Inspiring. All right, so go ahead and guess Falcons. Uh-oh.
Oh, later, Kraken.
Yeah. NCLS, take him down. The North contenders leak south. Yai. Bandits have been, what's the word I'm looking for? A thorn in a lot of sides, like the last day and a half. They're not winning, but they have multiple times caught people off on these rotations, gone into some 2v1s, like made teams limp out of things. I think running into them is not fun for anybody here on the map.
No, but that's also, and dare I say, because they are also trying to figure it out. So I feel like it's a case of, if they don't know what I'm doing, like, or if I don't know what I'm doing, how could they possibly know what I'm doing? Situation. Like, we've seen them just like get caught off in a bad rotation that ends up working out for them because they catch a whole nother team coming in, not expecting a team to be there. So yeah, it's been chaos from them, but hey, chaos is a ladder. So
it's true.
Posa just rips him with the first shot, headshot on that AK. Love to see the AK. Love that.
You know, I had a pretty famous Dota player once tell me that when you're losing and you don't stand a chance of winning, you make the game not make sense. That's the only way you ever get a comeback. And so it works. I think Bandito I think they do some things that no one expects and have some fun. That's all. Have fun with it. Sorry, go ahead with what you were saying.
No, that's pretty much it. Posta, though, looks like he is not done picking on the bandits. As you can see here, he's looking to see where he could possibly be. He's actually not behind that vehicle, though. Oh, and he gets another one. Meanwhile, where are we? Okay, we're with Mira and LG now. And this is happening... This is actually happening near Power Grid. Wow. Interesting. And we're back.
We're back to ban. Bandits and Furious still going back and forth. It's a lot of men looting one box.
Yeah, we're also going for res here. It looks like NCLS was downed, and you can see the new meta there, the SKS, being fully utilized.
The future is skis.
The future is...
Look at him. He's like, I wish this was an SKS right now. I'm going to miss you.
I don't think he does. No, not in this match.
Not in this match. Soon you would. No, nobody. It's still a good gun. Still a good gun for the time being.
Oh, he's getting ripped up from behind, though. Fool, watch your back.
Gizera. Wowza. Bandits. Every time they try to stay and fight somewhere, they just get like furious that they're
That's the thing.
Spread
they
out,
linger, right?
Right? Yes.
It's that, and it's like when to, like, kind of pick and move. Like, where do you stop? Where do you shoot? When do you then realize, okay, we recover, let's get out of the spot? Like, and again, that's just going to come with more time. Yeah. They'll learn, and I'm sure they know, like, even after this game, like, they don't need to watch a VOD to be like, yeah, we stuck around too long.
Yep. That was not a repeat situation. But honestly, it feels like, like when you fight someone who's new to shooters in general and they repeat the same spot 3 times. Obviously, these guys are not doing this, but the way that they rotate feels similar, right? Or the way that they stay after a fight and loot for too long, or don't, like Furia would shoot, get in a car, transition, and then shoot again. And you could tell the bandits just never had any idea where the next attack was coming from. So for people at home, if that's your start to improvement, never shoot from the same place twice if you can help it.
The Falcons have taken that spot I was talking about in this compound with the red. This is actually, again, such a disgusting spot, especially if there's a hard shift here. I mean, if not, it's even great because you can rotate from it just fine. It's got that main central road. You can go into Leones, so it's great.
I think that's actually the dip that 17 won PGS 1 out of. They laid there, and it was beautiful. TNY up on top of the hill decides he's not going to take any shots at No Way. Let them drive away. Not strong enough to fight that. I get it.
Ooh, Puerto shift. Okay.
That poor Falcons.
All right. It's kind of central. That's actually the most, I think, normal shift we've had from a phase 1 to 2 so far in these games. Because the rest of I mean, the circle is just, again, all year long. PGS, PNC, EWC, like the Super Cups, the circles have been just ruthless.
Bandits get away with it. They get away. Oh, or did they? Oh, no.
Nope. Oh, close. Gizera through the sandstorm, though, is going to find the dome of Yai.
That was a pretty shocking last shot.
Yeah.
That's just Bandits, though. It falls apart on the rotation. Nothing they can do. Caught here, caught there, and every shot lands. So down they go. Meanwhile, we go back to NW, stuck in between potentially Dangerous and Bestia. Bestia's got a nice little rotation here on the south side of that ridge with no threat. It just is a bit of a standoff between Vinny and Gabriel. I'm kind of surprised PD hasn't gone out and tried to do anything with it. Like, oh, he doesn't know.
Oh, he does not, and the spray almost got away from him, but Gabriel will find Vinny. That's a knock and a flush. Point for PD. Again, I love the setups. I love what these guys are doing, the proactivity. Even if it doesn't work all the time, which it does not for PD, what matters is they're attempting it, and they're getting better and better at it. So again, I've seen constant improvements, whether they're vast and large. Isn't really the case, but it's the small incremental improvements that really are going to make this team pop when they do finally get to that point, right? Similar to Rock, when we see their performance at EWC, it's just going to come a point where everything's going to click, and we're going to see a great performance out of them.
Incremental improvement. Nice. And that is exactly right. That's how you do it. Big improvements aren't always going to work. You need these little bits at a time. Sam Crow does manage to get away as Flood tries to get that tire he was going for specifically. No issue there as Flood spins back around. Going to link up with Vinny. Zico making a nice rotation here to join up with Valiate.
Dude, look at the west side of this map. My lord. You have every team, and then you have QAD with a split.
That's
mind you,
wild.
not even possible to cover the other split, or give any sort of support. But because no one is there, they're literally controlling the entire circle right now, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's a little bit bold for me.
But there's no threat. There's no pressure on them. Why not?
I guess maybe.
Especially if they can carry this into the next circle. Like if the southern split just happens to be favored, that's an easy rotation. I do worry though, because Bestia's starting to rotate past them as we now look at Resmi and Zico running up behind Toyo here on the west side. Back to business is Resmi with an opportunity to get a kill here, but they're still going to opt not to shoot. Very wise.
Zico rocking that submachine gun again. It seems to be getting more and more popular as the games go on.
I feel like it's just this team, right? It's Valiate.
That's
right?
true,
They're all
we're doing
the
a
only
thing.
ones using that.
We're going to make it popular. I listened
We're
to vinyl.
bringing it back.
I listened to vinyl before it was cool. That's what they want. When submachine guns break out in the next patch, they're going to be like, we were doing it first.
I was going to say, technically, Steve, that makes sense because you're kind of old.
Did I listen to
Vinyl
vinyl?
was probably
I don't
new
actually
in
listen to vinyl. No, it wasn't. I grew up on the era of tapes, cassette tapes. That's
Oh
right.
yeah.
You haven't lived.
We had records. Vinyl was pretty banging.
I mean, vinyl's cool. I still have I've hit that particular age in my life where my friends have smokers, vinyl, and podcasts. Everyone I know has started a podcast because we all need to hear what the old white guy has to say.
That'd be something for old people to do,
right?
I'm getting there.
You gotta listen to something while you're using your Traeger. It's all the same market. All right, here we go.
Oh, and this was a hard west shift, though. Look at that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, but you know what? Not that you were pushed out to the left. Liquid in a pretty good spot here, as you can see him pushing. Me not going to pan out there, as we see DraftKings, Bestia head tucked in. It's going to make a play on them. QAD has managed to get to a new spot, despite their massive spread. Neither of them were in the circle.
Oh my goodness, Bestia's getting just shredded by QAD and Liquid here. That's DraftKings and Flood down, and Spectra will even steal it. And Bestia's just out of there.
Wow.
15. Actually, we've kept so many teams alive this game. They're the 15th. That's crazy.
And Rock just doing what Rock does, you know? It's like, where you guys been? Oh, here we are. Got a kill or two. They're going to try to backfill their way in by taking out Noyevo. And they will hold this edge for sure as Noyevo continues to push forward. The Storm is going to hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams right now. So that's how congested it is. Nope, let's make that 6, 7, 8 teams. Everyone's in the Storm.
Goodness, Shrimsy has a P90.
Yep, that's dirty.
That's not what you want to be up against if you are the team of Resmi. Technically, the P90 is an SMG, and it's, you know, it would be an SMG battle between him and Resmi.
Oh no!
I think we both know who we choose. The Snakers is gonna find Kickstart.
Nice shooting, Snakers.
Cheeky little angle.
Yeah. He couldn't get the res off. Haven steals it. Good point for Mira. Tiggleton going to get into the compound and hold his position. They're deep in the city, so they should be okay. They just got to get Shrimsy off that high ground. How do you get Shrimsy off that high ground?
You don't.
Yep. You live there now, Shrimsy. Be the bush.
You actually just don't right now. Yeah, he just... I mean, there is a window of opportunity here, but it's just not worth...
Nope.
Especially now with Resmi gone, but he doesn't know that, right? He has no idea. He has no idea if LG still have angles. You can see them peeking these windows. So yeah, he just hangs out. That is an AWM for Whim, though.
I'm gonna get behind that.
Hold on a second as we get another hard shift. This time to the east, favoring Liquid like a glove.
Liquid's like, where was this during EWC? They've got shifts to like. They're actually getting shifts. This is what it's like when you get a normal percentage. Liquid, isn't it nice? I felt so bad for them. The first day both times was so brutal. Anyway, Furia in a good spot as well. H-Win hasn't done anything yet with the but give it time.
Give him a second. He'll find something potentially dangerous now. Having to fight in front. They have to go through the team of No Way. Again, they were gatekeeping on the north side. They got a kill and I think even a knock, but it was recovered. Some damage out. And now they're going to have to run through... No Way, as you can see the nades and utility coming out from Gabriel, and the rest of the team kind of far back though on this. I mean, they don't need to push necessarily because they are an edge here, right? So they can slow it down.
Solid defensive position. I don't know about this.
But the thing is the more time they give, the more time they give, or the more time they take, the more time they give for Furia to set up.
That's true. Furia is definitely set up.
Furia has that high ground. Yeah.
So potentially Danger's going to go ahead and grab the card, try something a little bit different here this time. Meanwhile, we're looking at Rock as they've got 4 alive on the south side of the circle. They did manage to slip under Noyevo and are keeping an eye on them. However, if they draw the ire of AKA or 55, this fight will become significantly more difficult. Santastico is going to open fire. You can see just how congested this area actually is, though, as Santastico does get the knock on Martin.
Okay, so they've opted to come underneath Furia. I like this from potentially dangerous. They realize how big of a threat this is. Also, how good of a position this can be if they can take it over. This is a game-winning play if I've seen it.
It's a huge, yep.
As long as they can make that push up, though, we'll see.
It's a God V play.
Okay.
He likes the tunnel. He took his team down there twice at PGS.
Yeah, but they're not going in the tunnel. They're going on top of the tunnel.
Nah, man.
They're going on top of the ridge, PD at least. Who's in the tunnel? Oh, you're talking about 55.
Yeah, 55 and
these
NL.
Guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
The last ditch. Call it the Sarlacc pit.
Old Sarlacc Tig's gonna get out. And now this is actually an opportunity for Falcons and Shrimsy to push up this ridgeline and kind of get rid of the teams on the south, or at least on top of the mountain. Top of the tunnel. You can see now, here it is. It's going to be Furia finding out. Okay, wow, we are just everywhere. All right.
All right, so in the Sarlacc pit, a nice shot from the Panzerfaust to put Pippa up as they have traded, so we're going to see that fight. Meanwhile, up on the top, NL is going to go head-to-head with Furia. Furia's got that P90, but it is isolated, so you can see that happening on the right side of the screen. Noyego is eliminated by 55 down inside of the Sarlacc pit, so 55 will manage to get some players back up and running, probably stay 3 strong. Furia able to hold the top of the hill with 1 right now. He got a couple of knocks, but potentially Dangerous is still 3 strong against Gazera. Meanwhile, NW heard the fight, decided they wanted to get involved, so Gazera has to turn around and go the opposite direction. Manages to get 2, looking to make it a triple. If nothing else, these points will be big. DNL is going to lie down. Outs didn't get fired up, so he's going to hold that line, but here come the flashes. Gazera knows that he just needs to be very aggressive right now. Here's the movement on the left side. Goes up over the right, opens the spray, and does it nice and clean for a 3-piece.
That was actually incredibly clean and super well played from Gizera to get the immediate knock. And that was with a Scar, by the way.
Oh,
it's not like it was with a Groza or like a barrel or a P90. That was with a Scar, man. Old school. Go sneaking up P90.
Naughty boy. Yeah. That was, so we watched the 3-piece and then Shimsy said, hold on, I got a 4 for you. Rest of his team is eliminated, and he will go down as there was just too much fire coming in that direction. But what a final fight there for the Falcons to get a few extra points on the board before they leave. Literally saw a team come over to see if there was any cleanup options, and there wasn't. Fantastico transitions right past, also known as Dan Shin again is pinned down and can't get his peaks to work.
So AKA now with a quite literal mountain to climb. They have to get past the rest of Mira, and they're just a 2-man. Meanwhile, you do have RBN as well as Psycho sitting back on that ridge. And look at this. Oh, RBN might even get backstabbed. He's trying to backstab, but the backstabber might get backstabbed.
Too much backstabbing. It's like an episode of Traitors over here. Michael going to go ahead and get himself topped off as LG has their players in a decent spot. I think they should be just outside the circle and coming in. Psycho going to grab a few extra meds, maybe switch out to a second blue backpack as he needs to move farther through the Sarlacc pit. Art Rock trying to find some footing. Fantastico made the early transition, but RBN has not been able to catch back up at all. No chance.
Yeah, not looking good for that duo to actually reconsolidate, but at the very least, you do have, Fantastico in a good spot as well, kind of protected by some of the teams around him, so we'll see how long that is able to continue. RBN, meanwhile, is going to get melted. Nanu says, no, sir.
Noble
don't even think about it.
So what we're seeing from Fantastico is why he got the MVP, though. His ability to live when everyone else doesn't actually work to his advantage. Luminosity out of the cars, fakes in, waiting for him, opens up the first, doesn't get any knocks, but gets him low. Roth is going to get TNY elsewhere as Michael tries to push forward. Gas doesn't have time to heal. Fakes it, does get the knock on Snakers, goes for the speed heal. Snaker says he's right there. He's one hit. Gats finishes the job, but it's not over because there are more grenades coming in as there's no rest for the wicked.
Yeah, they should be able to recover Snakers here. That's going to be down to the wire. Gats still 1 HP, or I should say 2 HP. As you can see, Michael, though, providing good cover fire. Nicely done. Stops.
You're on the team, bro. You're on the team. That triple shot was hot.
It was nice.
It was.
And that knock was nice. It bought the time for them to actually recover, and they will get all 4 back up on their feet. 6 kills for LG.
Let's go.
But now they have a choice, and that choice is probably going to be a wrap to the east to get underneath the building that currently Liquid don't occupy once they get rid of Nanu.
Yep. It's a tough one to hold. Like, it's not a lot of ways to look out of that one, right?
Oh, Sparky!
Oh, no way!
Gets a double mortar on top of the mountain. Oh, man, he is dialed.
He really is. I mean, they've had so much time down there to just mess around and get those mortars lined up. Gazera, you can see him hiding, should be okay. Rock is eliminated. They did find Fantastico out in the open. Mortars for days, as PD will go ahead and get their reses.
I love that Gizera was trying to third-party that mortar, those 2 mortar knocks, though, from underneath. It's a great attempt by him. Cycle will go down, found by Michael. Now 7 kills.
Nice.
And you can see Purdy Curdy now occupying that southern building that was free. We'll have to see if LG wrap towards it.
Alcacia going to be on the opposite side of the circle in a pretty good spot. PD up on the hill. Remember, they got mortared there. It slowed down their ability to get out. And now Luminosity just has easy shots at them. And PD's got to move before Luminosity does. So you're going to see him start to jump off that hill and just see what they can come away with. Luminosity needs to try to work their way into that Purdy building. I mean, I don't know where else you go. Carfort maybe on the other side of the ridge.
There's a ridge on the south there that they can tentatively play at least for one circle, but yeah, they're gonna want to take some more real estate there.
This is QAD's Roth has been working hard to kill these guys.
Yeah, he really has. I mean,
far.
they took such a good position early, right? They had so much information as well as sight lines, but it looks like Luke's going to find one of those kills. Vox will go down, but the other 3 members, I think, make it onto the base. Yeah, they do. That's huge.
Yep.
That's a good trade. You take that all day if you're LG.
I think it was a nice play because they sent Vox solo to the other building, right? So like these 3 didn't get fired on.
Oh no!
Dirty Purdy, and he's got a Groza to back it up with. Oh my gosh! Nice flash.
Oh, he's never been more flashed in his life. Oh my goodness.
It's like spring break in the 90s. Nice push there as they finish the job. Luke comes in to help out. That was textbook hold. That was just beautifully usage of everything from third person to the new items in the game. Liquid killed that, man.
That was indeed very, very crisp. As we now move to potentially dangerous. Just 2 members now. They've been getting absolutely harassed up on this northwest ridge, on this mountaintop. As you can see, QAD, though, with a very, very good hold here. This is great as long as you don't have D or Cowboy go down and get knocked. You have Rello as well as Roth kind of being the tip of the spear as well, holding out the rest of the teams, including that road. So this really is QAD's game as long as there's no catastrophic mistakes that happen.
Right. I mean, Rello just 3'd up, too. So, like, they're in a really good spot. Picked up the FAMAS. So they have a lot of firepower waiting for Potentially Dangerous here. I'm surprised at how long Potentially Dangerous has been able to survive, for the record, under non-stop assault on top of this hill. That's how you juke
Those
grenades.
Those are sick nades, though. But again, Cowboy, he's there. He's watching over, and he was able to find the knock on Tavon. And you can see, at least for Gabriel, he has a level 3 helmet that's still healthy. Benny will go down. He has a vest that's halfway, but I'm very curious what the situation is for his teammate there. Tyvon, I think, is all but done with his armor and helmet.
I wonder what Rello brought over to DY. Oh, I bet it was an extra 3. He drove all the way over there, dropped something off, and then relocated himself to the spot with Cowboy.
Could have been that or ammo, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have the information that one of PD has fallen. Gabriel with that P90 still. Definitely a threat. Roth is going to fight him, though. Says doesn't even matter. And now it's just Tavon. He's going to be stuck up there. That's a headshot. Dunzo. QAD will clean it up. Nicely done.
I like how fast Liquid moved forward here, though. They saw the fight. They thought they'd make a move. Alo in a good spot. Good bounce on the grenade, but Roth hears it and gets out as fast as he possibly can. Going to go ahead and use that red box for cover. Alo and the rest of the team are now in the circle. Not in great spots, but it does buy them a little bit of space, and that's exclusively because Al Qadsia had to focus so much on getting PD out.
PD. Cowboy with a nice spray. That's going to be the first knock. And, you know, Liquid, for all intents and purposes, getting in is great, but they're still on the back foot. Their position is not great. QAD have held this and held the majority of control. Hold on a second, though. Alo. That changes things up quite a bit.
Yeah, especially because they just called in those emergency covers as well, so they'll get to use those for themselves. Sparking, putting out a good grenade, dodges the double blue. He's trying to juke as much as he can here, but there's not any cover in this third-person perspective. He does manage to get down, but they're going to push around the right side. Blue zones do finally disappear. Purdy Curdy coming to help with the Groza. They go trade 1 for 1. The nade hits as well, and that's going to put Cowboy very low as Purdy gets knocked. From the outside, Luke going to try to make the left side play. Pops up the molly, wants to finish the bird. It's accurate. It's spreading, but Cowboy has a whole lot of cover back there. Decides to totally relocate off the back of that one.
Yeah, he's staking legging his way out of there. As you can see, he's wrapping up the south, but Alo. And that was such a good trade from Kurt, honestly. Even though Sparky went down, even though he went down, that was beautifully timed. Now it's a 2v1 situation. D has no chance of getting his teammates up, and this is looking like a game that is going to favor Liquid, especially given the position they had to come in for. Very well played, back and forth.
Yep, that's the second in this game where we saw perfect execution at the right time, right? Whether it was Purdy sort of stopping that crash that we saw over by the compound, whether it was sliding in underneath the three-way, this is a really nice pickup, and they're going to go ahead and get at least one res off of this to make it a 3v1. DY, I like what his choices are, that he's sort of moving around here saying, well, I have to fight this as one. I got to try to force 1v1s, but they're not going to give it to him. The second that res happened, Luke flexes out to the left side to make sure that they have vision as they continue to res the rest of the team. No risks from Team Liquid whatsoever.
Playing it as they should.
Yep.
pretty textbook and something we expect from them. Is what really opened up this fight for me is Roth going down, because he had that north side spot. It was the nade. It was just he just ate a nade, went from 100 to 0, and that pretty much changed the dynamic. Even with the trades from Al Qudsiya, you can see the flashes, the nades. It's all but over. Liquid, they're starting to catch up now. In fact, they are within striking distance of first place.
You know, it's wild.
Second place.
It's wild that
we not get crazy. Second place.
You still jokingly call them nades to kill, right? Like, or throw to kill, or whatever you want to call it. But it is inevitably game after game. It is this meme that this team has been for a long time of like, we're the best at utility, but they really are. Like, it's wild how good they are, utility, how much time they train with that, and how effective they are. As much as we like kind of comment and joke about it, it's real. It came because of the hours they put into the training range to learn how to be good with utility, and we saw it pay off here again. Cameron Davis, welcome back. How'd you like that end game?
It was great. It was fantastic. I know we had a conversation around like the best phases of the game. If we can get end games like that where we can see full squads like kind of play around each other, I might, change my answer. It's not always the case. Sometimes it's just one team that just clears the rest of the solos. But when it happens, it's so gorgeous to watch. And I know QAD, it looked like a quick victory for Team Liquid because of just the way that the dominoes fell, but it's not like QAD were in a bad position themselves. They easily could have won that game. They still got 7 kills without the 4 from Team Liquid. So like it could have gone either way, and it was such a great one to watch, but really good to see Liquid come out of that. Yeah, they were gifted circles for that compound, but picking up 11 kills, and then of course, again, just securing the chicken dinner off the back of that was really well done.
Yeah, I mean, I think going into that final, for me, it was Al Qudsiya's game to win. They had so much space. I mean, literally to the point where Rello was driving around dropping off supplies for each of his defended positions, right? Like,
right.
That's not active battle. Like, that's a general going through his lines, checking on everybody before the fight breaks out.
That's logistics.
Right, exactly. The fact that they could do logistics in a fort, like, as the end game approached, meant Liquid just had a really tough place to play out of. That knock from Alo in the 1v1, the fact that we get to see a little bit of like a 1v1 between Roth and Alo, which is as old school as it gets to sort of determine who gets to play the anchor and control the end of the game, was fun to watch. That said, Alo in particular, yesterday too, we saw some really big moments from Alo. This is the Alo that I have come to love over the years, sort of a playmaking Alo. And he's shown up here the last 2 days and looked really good for me, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, the close range god himself, definitely having some great moments here to shine. Yeah, that was just a really good fight. Like I said, by Liquid, it did look like Al Qudsiya actually had the advantage there. In fact, they did when it came to the trade, but it was that big nade coming off to knock Roth. It was the trades back and forth that Purdy put himself in danger to make sure that he at least got that trade for sparking. And then, he trusted his teammates to finish that out, which they did. So, again, great play from both teams. We can see now the top of the leaderboard still is Furia controlled at 124, but... Man, Team Falcons, Al Qudsiya, and now Liquid in the conversation with Rock in 5th place at 98, just 3 behind Liquid. This is still very much in play for these top 5 teams, and it is getting close. I'd say even, Toyo's not far behind if they're shooting for 3rd place, right? So,
yeah.
Very possible here. Lots to play for.
It's also the way that it's shaking out at this point, Cameron's starting to feel a lot like it's a PAS preview. Like the teams that I expected to be regionally the strongest have, from not being strongest on day one, have all really surged up to hold their spot here, which again I think speaks to the value of an 18-game series.
Also speaks to the value of the experience that our top teams all have, right? It just shows, and you want to, not to sort of go back to the old storylines again, but compare it to Mirror, who's dropping off, and you have to imagine part of it's because of their inexperience and kind of crumbling under the pressure. Teams like Liquid, where they started off a pretty bad Friday, even Bestia as well were down there on Friday, but different factors of comeback here. They're back up in 4th now, so they know how to sort of recover from a poor start, whereas that takes time to learn and develop.
I do feel like Mira's dreams of getting to Masters West are fading quickly as they continue to slide down, not only farther down from first, Godspeed, but also Bestia has just been putting up numbers. While they are not blowing my mind expectationally, the fact that they're at 73, like, they can't I don't think they're going to slide below the luminosity, right? So, like, this is they're going to get these points.
You say that, but they just dropped 0 points in that last game.
That's true. But they'd have...
So...
that door's got to be
and
huge,
potentially dangerous. Potentially dangerous is closing the gap. In fact, they're now only 5 points behind Bestia.
Okay.
So I think Bestia... And yeah,
I think like 7 in the last game. Okay, is something. Or if we're comparing it to what they were
they're
before.
14 points behind. Yes, sure, but yeah, I don't know. Bestia dropping a donut in that again. They've been sliding since yesterday.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
for me, watching them continue to slide with me, I mean Mira sliding too. Fortunately for Bestia, but yeah, potentially Dangerous could come up and just steal that spot from the big B.
Also, the fact
see.
that Mira just wrapped up Miramar, which I think on the first 2 days they played significantly better on that map than they did on Erangel. Worries me in terms of how we progress towards them needing to get those top 3 positions. Even if Bestia continues to slide, they still have to get top 3 to make their bid, right? And so that's the downside is Mira falling farther and Bestia just maintaining their status quo is going to be troublesome for them. Down the bottom, Bandits and Noyego, no way, Resmi. I'm impressed they're still out there doing this thing, Cameron. Like, they're looking for fights. They're being aggressive. Bandits is causing some kerfuffles, but Resmi and No Way in particular, I feel like have been doing some third parties. They're still playing very good fundamental PUBG. Sorry.
God, what is going? I'm the one flashing now. Why
You just got flashed.
Oh my god!
This is the first. Listen, this is in my years of having this light rig. This is actually the first time it's happened where I've been on camera. Usually it's when we're off. So bad luck this time around, I suppose. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah. So it's good to see the teams at the bottom still trying through. They know that this is not the end of the line for them. They know that this is probably the best practice they ever could get going into the next steps of qualification into Masters West, and then of course, PAS. If I'm not mistaken, PAS qualifiers start tomorrow. So even though that's going to be in first person, not third person, there's still a lot of fundamentals of PUBG that they're going to have to maintain. And so just like taking this as practice is the best thing to do at this moment.
Wow, straight to qualifiers tomorrow. The end of the year is chaotic for PUBG. I think all these teams are in for a really, really gnarly grind over the next couple of weeks. And as you brought up, PS qualifiers start tomorrow. And for a lot of these teams, they learned the hard way that if you don't make PGS off of PAS, your year's pretty much canned up, right? Like, you need to make this PGS for most of these teams. So I do think the fact that Masters is the weekend leading into it is actually really exciting for them. The extra reps, the extra comfort level, the extra warm-up sets the stage for a really, really strong PAS, which, you know, we're excited. We'll be around for that as well, gentlemen, and we get to watch these teams sort of put into action what they learn here in Masters. Now we're going to head into our third map of the day. Let's go to Tego and see what the circle has for us. A good plane path, access to everywhere. The question is it going to be one of those crazy circles that makes you go, oh, yang? Yeah, I think it's going to be.
Have we had a shipyard circle in a while, or ever actually?
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
It's been a minute. Something interesting to note about Mira though is even though they, had some decent games today, overall, I mean, their best maps actually were the Rondos and the Erangels, which are still coming up, right? They did win a game. They did win a game on Rondo, and then the back-to-back was Rondo Erangels. So I think there's definitely some potential here for the boys to make a catch up there if they feel pretty good on the next couple maps as we're ending with them. So again, still very much in play for Mira, I think.
All right, I'm always big potential. I like you telling me there's potential for Mira because I want to cheer them on. The circle's going to go right to the middle. Good access for everyone. This is a fair circle.
Go for the crossbow. Go for the crossbow, Capitan. No, not the. Come on, crossbow.
He didn't even load it.
You're not going to get the knock either way. At least try for the greatest highlight reel clip of all time.
What was
which
the
would be
name
the crossbow?
There was a streamer for a while that played with double crossbows, and I hated when he killed me. But I wish I would show you. Do you chat? Do you remember that guy's name? He was a legend. Only crossbows and really, really good with them. It was years ago though, so no one will remember.
No one will. Yeah, no one remembers names of those who played 8 years ago. They're all dinosaurs and dead at this point, right?
Speaking of, let's check in on Team Liquid. There we go. How did I know?
Okay, here's the thing. Here's my beef with the Purdy 30 meme. H-Win is like just as old, but it's like a couple of months off, so all of the aggro goes towards Kurt. H-Win has been playing just as long, but receives none of the animosity of age.
Yeah, I think
ageism in this scene.
It's because Kurt's got that big. I don't know. He gives that grumpy energy. Even when he's happy doing an interview, he seems a little curmudgeonly. And so I think it's just, people like to make fun. But God bless him. Purdy's been around with us this entire time. Every team that he's played with has had nothing but nice things to say about him. I absolutely love having Purdy at events, and I think that was really the most frustrating part of being over there in China was that like guys like Purdy who have been traveling to these events, who are like elder statesmen who know the game, aren't there, and it was like tangibly like shocking to sort of experience.
Yeah, it is weird when someone who you don't even like recognize as a stable piece is no longer there, and like suddenly it's like, oh wait, that's what they were. Anyway, let's focus on the game. I'm seeing a lot of movement on the map, and I'm worried that a fight is going to start off soon, even though, as we said, that this is a very standard plane path into a very standard circle. Good setup that's relatively fair to a lot of different teams, but potentially dangerous in the dead center now. There's rotations coming from Furia, from Falcons, from 55, maybe even from Bestia in a few short moments. This super center position could start to get contested very early on in this game. It's only like 4 minutes now.
I'm glad they're shooting those barrels. I mean, I don't feel like I ever get anything good out of them, but I'm glad someone's doing it. Teggleton, gonna go. No, does he know that he has to know they're here? He's moving. He's quietly. All right. Well.
Yeah. Once again, teams rotating around each other and having to make very quick adjustments. Tickleton is going in as the front scout of Falcons, as the rest of the squad is finishing their loot. And when you hear a vehicle, you never know if someone's doing the same thing as you. I'm pretty sure. No, Furia actually have 2 out this time. We've seen Furia send out 1 before, but you can never really take that risk. Tickleton, as a confirmed solo, is not going to try and flip that coin, but is going to take an opportunity. Gets that nice knock and quickly confirms down to crack and knows that there's someone right above him as well, it seems, judging by the angle of that camera. But still, opportunity well
and
taken.
The crew arrives. That was awesome. So Tig was up that hill, heard Furia roll in, took cover in a bush, then fell back to the shack knowing that he had a safety spot, and then he opens up and gets that knock. So nicely done. Falcons immediately responds and says, cavalry has arrived. Tig, even if you hadn't gotten that kill or they had pushed you, we were here to have your back. And I love that. As Furia, on the other hand, goes, well, they outplayed us. Time to go somewhere else.
Yeah. Running away with their tails between their legs, pulling off. It's not the worst compound right here if this does end up being their plan B. It just sucks as we see that big hill. It's kind of the high side of the hill is between them and the center of the zone. So really they're gonna have control over the east, and they know that's where Mira is coming from, but that's basically it. Panzer play is gonna get missed by Vinny. Still one more potential target, a little bit behind, and Martin way behind the rest of Noriego is gonna be adjusting their rotation to the north to avoid this checkpoint.
Vinny, though, not afraid of them stopping to shoot back at him. As he runs out into the open, takes a few shots, and heads back with nothing to really show for it. A little bit of return fire, but not by much. I mean, honestly, the problem is, like, they let Noyevo pass, and now they have to play backfill for the rest of the game. Like, in doing so, NW is now last team to circle for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's still phase 1. If it's a hard shift down to the west or the southwest, it's not that big of a deal, but it is still going to be a consideration. They should be prepared to be playing from edge at the very least, but now Noriego running into yet another team. This time it's Liquid.
A little bit of bristling
to the top of the hill.
Yeah, I think he's just bristling, saying, this is not for us here. I'll take a couple shots if they hit. That's cool. But it is what it is. No one's going to push into sparking on this spot just yet. They have a great compound. Let's see. Who else is in here? Furia and Falcons both in a pretty good spot as well. Nuevo just cannot. Are they just driving in circles? They got nothing, man.
Yeah, it seems like the case now.
Weesh.
That's the problem with having like a set goal and assuming that it's free, even if you're just a couple of seconds late. Or, again, if you're unable to calculate adjustments based off of plane path and circle, it's very rough not knowing what to do. They are going to crash on in. Smarking has a couple of grenades waiting for them down to 56 HP. Intelligently falling away and then circling back.
They've got a Panzer. He knew there was a Panzer was coming. He tried to get that grenade down to at least get the flush. Here comes the backup from Alo. Kodiak, the last man standing. They get him on the jump over, but that is also going to cost the flush on Sparking. So Mira got 3 out of that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Very good third party. They arrived at just the right time.
Yeah, they did.
I don't even know if this was a planned arrival, if this was strategic or just pure circumstantial, but the fact that they were able to grab 3 is going to be a great start for them. They've cleared out quite a bit of space down here as well. They can just stay on this plateau if they would like.
Does Liquid have a
Liquid,
res
though,
beacon?
they should be able to get the revive. Yeah, that is a res beacon as well. They could be trying to camp that and stop Liquid from bringing Sparking back immediately.
Okay, because they did. Purdy went over and snagged that blue chip right away as soon as the spawn happened. So you can see him already deploying out to Buxan Sa. I think there might be a beacon over there somewhere to go ahead and get Sparking back. Because they're in the circle so comfortably that if they hold, Sparking can just land on his body and re-kit himself.
Yeah.
It's like the one time it's functional to do this.
Right, yeah. Bandito's here. We see them rotating around. Resmi as well. A couple of teams are still on the northern island. And we do have Rock Esports camping the western bridge. So it's not just going to be Bandits who are probably going to be the first team to cross. A couple more might be up for Rock to try and get a couple of kills on. Back to the center of the zone, or rather the south side of the center. Mira now approached by No Way. And yeah, so here, those are the kind of back and forth between the two different fights that look like they might be getting set up.
Okay, Toyo going to come on in. Ben on the chase for Emmy. It looks like Bandits is still debating if they want to cross that bridge or not. We'll keep you updated as that happens. Toyo going to gather the crew. They have a long rotation as well, as Rez is in front of them, but both of these teams still well outside the circle and probably far away from the shift, as I don't expect it to go north of the river. Valley, right?
Yeah, is this? No, I'm looking at this now. Is this a play for Resmi to try and camp Toyo?
I don't even
Might
know
be the
anymore,
case.
man.
Toyo, they sensed something. I don't know if they saw something, heard something, smelled something, but they're going to make the decision to go the other way. They go back into Phase 1 blue, even just for a little bit, and try and take one of the other bridges. The other bridges aren't totally clear, though. Luminosity is covering a couple of the others on the east side. And then back down into Vinny, spotting some members. No way, get tagged in the face almost immediately, though.
You know what I liked about that Toyo withdraw? Is so that they heard or saw something, and they went, why is someone camping here? This makes no sense. This is a weird move. And instead of trying to figure it out, they just leave. Like, they just go as far out the rotation as they can, knowing that if someone's there, whatever has been set up is problematic and it's not worth trying to fight through. I think that's great self-control by Toyo to just walk away from that.
Hard ship to the south.
Yep.
Mira looking great. Liquid looking good as well. There's a big gap, though, on the southwest side. AKA might be looking to take that. No Way as well could have the inside track to that area if they were to want to go there. But a lot of teams coming through the north going to be passing through potentially dangerous and Bestia territory. We'll see if any of them try and hit the city this early on.
Uh-oh. Here it is. Here's the camp. Bandits finally going to cross. They've been waiting for this all afternoon. They open up on the first car. That was cool.
Goes flying!
That was dope.
Hit the ejector seat, not in time, though, for BL to grab that knock and thus gets the kill from that. The rest of Resmi going to have to find a different way. Bandits did grab one of the earlier center, not earlier, but like one of the more central bridges. Interior is going on the east side now as we hop in onto Bestia, who actually, AKA, went to the city. They didn't go to that southern compound. They want to take this hard cover. I think we're going to assume that it's going to go towards Hosan continually just because it is so close to the center of the zone.
Falcons seeing a little bit of fire from PD as they drive past, looking for themselves to find a spot here. Worth noting, as they haven't been on screen yet, Liquid is back up to full strength. The Sparking made it back to the compound. QAD taking a few shots here from the high ground as they heard the crash from Falcons.
Yeah. Heavy Hosan priority by so many teams right now. It's difficult to push from these couple of warehouses just because the entryways can't really get grenades in the right spots that you want. You have kickstart jump scouting, jump spotting just to make sure the QAD don't try anything funny. Red zone might give them a bit of pause. And Cowboy catching Shrimsy out in the open. Follow-up shots look good. That grenade is not going to do enough just yet. But the blue zones, that's going to push QAD away.
Yep, we're going to lose Shrimsy here. I'm not sure they can do much to stop them. All they were trying to do was slow them down just a little bit so they could try to get a res up. H, we're going to throw some more grenades out into the barn. Good bounce there. Nice little sky burst. Cowboy going to go ahead and get himself topped back off. I don't think they can close that gap to Shrimsy to save him. It's going to be a 3... Oh, wait, Bestia's here?
Yeah, Bestia decided to flood from the north of Hosan down to the south because that is still closest to the center. And you want to give yourself the best position to whether to go in or out of the city when the time comes. It still is phase 2. It's not guaranteed it's going to be an urban finish. More BZ grenades go out. More actual grenades go out. Don't get the knocks onto Bestia just yet, but now QAD, they're probably sweating a bit more than they were just a few seconds before because originally it was just the Falcons and now there's Bestia in from the opposite side. You got to keep eyes on the back of your head so you don't get backstabbed.
I mean, Bestia saved Shrimsy. Shrimsy's back up and operational for the Falcons because they had to turn and face this new threat. Alcancia went from being dominators to the middle of the sandwich, and I don't think that they're going to enjoy this. The upside, though, is Falcons has not decided to counter push. They're letting Alcancia fight it out with Bestia, but you know that's not going to last long.
Bestia backing away. It's a bit too hot for them. Alcancia are able to recognize that. Maybe we can put more attention back onto the Falcons.
Yep. The problem is it was just long enough, and now Alcacia is going to have to somehow go 4v4 against the Falcons again with less utility and less support and less ammunition.
Well, same thing for the Falcons as well, right? Because they use a lot of counter utility in their attempt to save Shrimsy, so it's not like it's going to be that much of a imbalance in that 4 versus 4. Plus, it's Hosan, who knows how much more gear they're going to be able to find on the ground, too.
There's 100,000 more smokes for you as you need them. All right, nice shift here. It is going to be... Team Liquid thought it was going north. They were pre-sending that, and the second it popped, they all spun their cars around and drove back to where they were.
This is going to be an interesting finish, I think. It's quite open here.
Yeah.
If I recall, southeast of Hosan, no one's taken the center yet, and we'll see if anyone decides to go there. But I think that's just going to be a big plateau. Similar to the famous plateau between Jempty and Monkey around Milton Power area on Erangel. A lot of teams going to be coming in from the edge, coming in late. Furia as well. They're just trying to send it through potentially dangerous, through 55. But where is their end goal? Where is their end game? They're just going to stop up here on the hill?
Meanwhile, Bestia is still fighting QAD. You saw the knock out there to open that up. It might make the Falcons push in. 55 going to shoot at Bandits as they drive by. Bandits literally sending right through the middle of this team split. And so far, not paying any consequences for it. There it is.
There it is. Finally, Nox go against...
But,
And he's still alive?
How?
Angle of the Jeep. It hit the wall before it hit him. He sucked in his gut. He got as thin as he could to avoid that. A Twin is lucky to be standing, and I'm pretty sure that he knows it, but a good defense by the Falcons nonetheless.
I wish I had their comms right now, Cameron.
Like, it would just be a lot of screaming, I'm sure.
It'd be hilarious. Between like the knock on Shrimsy early, Bestia's backstab, that crash, the pan, like I guarantee they're having the time of their life.
Yeah, it really does have the energy of like a game later than just phase 3.
Yep, it definitely does. All right, here's that bounce up. We saw Furia at 55 closing down that sort of gap. They had a split here. They're trying to make a move forward. Furia is waiting, and PD is still peppering from the outside. So while Carrick did get the knock on Cows, Gabriel is going to get Carrick on the return. Aranzir trying to come up here, see if he can maybe make something happen for this rescue.
Right back on the approach. Furia struggling now. Looks like they are going to be able to get Kawazine back up.
They're going to keep moving forward.
I don't know if that frag grenade is going to be able to make it. Oh, no, actually it was... yeah, just a little bit to the left. Too far to the left.
Still cool, though.
And now here's the Uber pickup.
Dude, this is the third time Furia has fled in this game. And wisely so. Oh, wait, maybe not. Of course, it's
it was the right decision, but you can't stop bullets in a vehicle. Oh, now Post has dropped low as well. They hit the rock. They got to stop here. They've lost momentum, and this shows exactly why no one else has gone to the center yet. Furia are eliminated. There was just nowhere for them to comfortably play. Now Liquid eyes back on towards the east, on towards Toyo, one of the more later arrivals as far as squads. Hard shift down to the south. No way with a really good position.
I don't feel like Ayla was aiming with the Dragonov. It was like he was just lobbing, and it worked. She's like, man, listen, this thing's too slow anyway. I'm just going to lob out a bunch of paintballs, and one of them's going to hurt you real bad.
Yeah, the Dragonov, the SKS, the VSS, it's all the same. You almost, at least for me, it's helpful to imagine that you're throwing the bullet, not shooting.
Oh, no. All right, so Aranzir gets kickstart here as they try to push towards that compound. 55 has taken quite a few licks, I would say, as you say, coming into this circle, as they have just been getting hit by everybody. Falcons is going to get the res on themselves.
Yeah, they should be able to get the res, but the problem is now the utility concern really should be an even greater concern. They're losing vehicles as well. So getting out of this is going to be a very difficult fight, and it's not in the zone anymore. Lose about to start closing in just a few seconds' time. This is a lot of kills up for grabs for them if they're able to win the fights.
I think that's what it is. I think Falcons and everybody else in town is done trying to win this game right there. Now they're like, the placement points aren't going to be worth it. Now we got to try to clean each other out or jump in a car and just leave. Falcons chooses to just go. They got the res on, I think it was Kick that was knocked earlier. They're just going to head out of town. Meanwhile, Zico gets a nice little camp ambush.
Now Bestia crashing onto Mira. This is a big fight. So many different teams on here, and Haven's able to answer back. They win the Panzer War, and then Vinny even tries to jump spot in. It's all down to Mime. 1 Panzer, 1 Dream, 3 fallen teammates gonna opt for reses instead, which might just be the best decision. Well, called by Haven, swings back around the side, catches Mime in the back, and Bestia get eliminated. And what a good scalp for Mir to take as well, because again, that is their target for overtaking them in top 8 on the leaderboard.
Very, very nice. Michael doesn't care what kind of scope's on the gun. Yikers! Oh. Man.
Sick plays.
Right? And no recoil. He's using a 4X, and it looks like it's a red dot. That's beautiful.
Okay, so Mira also do take care of Zako. He landed in from a blue chip recall, was able to basically had to use what they found on their feet below them to get the damage that they were able to deal. But they do eventually go down. More kills go the way of Mira. Gats now goes down to LFP. Michael's still left standing though. Snaker's also off on a different angle, but separated from each other, not really able to support that effectively. And now Michael is going to go down. Cowboys should be able to get revived here. Now Falcons, they were able to move out of the city. But is this that much better of a position? This is an actual war zone here.
Halo's gonna get knocked. Sparking, trying to figure out what do I even do with this thing? Yeah, not park it next to an explosive vehicle. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Just got to survive, and that's honestly the best thing of the BRDM is more about the scouting ability that it gives you.
Oh my gosh.
Falcons getting bombarded, trying to bombard in return.
Mini red zones everywhere. They got They got 3 against PD, which is a nice open for the Falcons here.
How Mira are picking up so many kills during all of this. They have 10 kills right now.
Good
the Falcons
night.
now suddenly down to 1. It's all down to Tingleton. Rushing away from Liquid, rushing into Potentially Dangerous. Potentially Dangerous have been cleared, so that's just a lot of space for them, but Luke through the smoke secures Shrimzy. Tingleton hops in a vehicle, Grand Theft Auto, drives away.
This is nuts. Liquid is on fire, man. And Mira, 11 kills. And more coming. There's still a ton of people left alive.
Oh, that vehicle's out. There's a bit of a dip, bit of a defilade. If Tingleton doesn't get grabbed by Mira, that's going to be a big threat of... If that Snaker's just past him. Has to hide in the smoke. Alcacia do get eliminated. That is RBN and Solds all chiming in together for Rocky Sports. Grab a couple of kills there. That was down to the southwest.
I feel like we've had like 3 final circle showdowns already. And it's not even the final circle. We're not even close to it. But like the fact that we've seen these like sort of 4v4s with like pseudo third parties one after another in these compounds has been probably one of the more exciting Tagos I've seen in a long time. This has been nonstop entertainment.
It has. It absolutely has. The terrain is so open otherwise it forces teams to go for these Hail Mary fights. It's really the only option that a lot of them can see in front.
Okay. The Liquid BRDM. They used it to make some moves on the Falcons and it worked out. Tingleton still trying to defend his position, but they're like, it's all right. We're coming. We're going to run you over or do something. Not Mira would have ran that car over.
They're going to keep going. It's not like that's a great position. They know that Mira are right above them. So Tingleton's kind of a
honestly by
scout for getting the win.
Yeah, honestly, all that drive-through did was make it impossible for Tingleton to survive in that spot, right? They forced him to move. Right. They drew attention to the area. He had to look at them. And they said, all right, we'll let somebody else eliminate you. No big deal.
Yeah, eliminate them. Mira certainly did. Liquid now just slow rolling forward. Chug a chug chug.
Good spot.
Snaker's now last one up for LG. Good knock onto Haven. Hopping through the vehicle, getting behind some extra cover, but that's a crossfire that Mira have been setting up, not to mention a couple other shots coming in from no way. Snaker's just pushing through, gets a second knock, tries to turn around, unable to get the third. But still, the damage is going to put Mira on a major back foot as Rock Esports now looks to cover.
Yeah, Rock smelled blood. Mira went from like top of the pinnacle to really struggling to keep up. Right now, his Fakes is low. They're on the downhill, so they can just roll grenades down these rocks one after another. Mira down to 2 at this point, and Liquid's to back with the BRDMs. It's cruel, man.
Yeah, you live by the BRDM, you die by the BRDM. LFB had the right mind. You just got to start shooting the thing. You can't act like it's, you know, you gotta slowly start to, you know, make the health go down. That mortar up in the air. Wonder where that one goes. Okay, I think it was going for the rock that the BRDM was just by.
They were smart. They moved just as the explosion started to hit. I think the mortar would probably left some holes in the ground back there. Smartly conserving their gas, just slowly going up the hill. Fantastico hiding behind the rock. Yep. They guess too. You don't want to push up there. You know they're just going to slowly work you down here.
Shots come out from No Way. A couple of shots come out from Rock Esports. I think they're actually pulling the BRDM just to get it behind cover. And there's the Panzer.
Yep. They drove
the
it over.
The logistical machine on the side of Rock Esports this time around.
That's Rock, though. Like they are a logistical machine. They always have something in one of the trunks for whatever the scenario is. Valier going to use his MP crawl submachine guns into the late game. They might have seen the Panzer because they're moving as far away from it as they possibly can.
You'd be shocked how insightful these pro players can be. They see one little piece of information and they can kind of do the math and run the numbers. They might have seen that vehicle roll up and then roll away, and that kind of gives the message that was a drop off for someone behind that rock. But they're gonna arrive onto No Way's position. The BRDM down to 0 HP. They got here just in time, and now they can use the cover from the wall to at least make an isolated fight. It's a 2 versus 3. It's not very advantageous for Liquid in the moment. See if they can't break through this wall.
I like that, though. They tested the way the rock, and it didn't work, so they reset to somewhere else. They're going to go ahead and walk away with at least one kill off the back of that. Capitan does knock Luke, so now it's just Sparking trying to survive here, but they've already gotten one extra point from making that, as well as one placement point.
High ground now. Sparking could be able to get this res. The problem is Toyo watching this. Like Hawks just down to the south. They could be able to find an angle of their own. At the moment, though, Sparking is probably playing this right. It's more of a salvage situation for them at this point. Just, you know, keep Lopez and the rest of No Way. Like, keep their attention on him. Keep things chaotic.
A lot of smokes. I think he goes going for the res. Nope, he's there. He's got a nade cooked up. Blue zone closing.
Set the smokes for the eventual cross. But wants to keep them guessing on the timing, and Lopez hears the footsteps. Those bandages will be important soon, I'm sure.
I don't understand.
The smoke. Yeah?
He already had 8 of them.
It was a
3 first aids. Like, I don't know. Like,
I have no clue.
Weird pickup, man.
Dude,
I hope they win, and I hope he does it with 2 band-aids left.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Sparking is now going to jump on in. There's so much smoke here. Lopez, I don't know if he's really been able to track all of this, and you can see looking behind him, worried about a third-party angle, especially through those upper awning windows.
Shut the door. Nice. Sparking opens the door in a non-traditional way. Panzerfaust waiting. He doesn't want to show that he's got it. Yep, he saw him. Oh, Sparking just better.
Missed the Panzer.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happened, but it was a miss. That gave Sparking yet another kill, set it up into a 1 versus 1.
Wow, Sparking the survivor.
Sparking really is just him, and now Vinny's given his position away again. Sparking already had an idea, but this just confirms it. More stuns go out. Level 3 armor is certainly going to help him in this fight. Spots him with the stun. Door gets closed in his face, but he'll find another point of entry. It could be the window.
I love it when they play door games like this. Sparking, legend! Oh, dude. He's got an ING, but this man is the EST as he kills it. Absolute best. That was awesome.
Check back in real quick on the Valley 8 now. Solo player is able to get top 4. Tries to take it to RBN, but RBN turns around and even gets that kill before the blue could get rid of Valley 8. So 7 kills for Rock Esports. Only 1 solo left. It's a 4v4v1 for the top 3 here. Sparking could continue to cause some chaos, but it really is going to be between Toyo and Rock Esports, most likely for the chicken dinner in this round.
Whatever happens, Sparking won this game. Like, he's my MVP. He's... That fight alone was fun. And remember, he was dead earlier. They brought him back to make that play in the end game.
Most valuable blue chip respawn in the history of America's PUBG.
All right, let's get back to this. Rivo's got the AWM behind the BRDM in PUBG Masters 3. before PAS that leads to PGS and PGC. TTYL.
Oh, come on. This is PUBG Esports. We got so many more acronyms that you could force in there.
Like my brain burnt out with how many I was like, it
Just
started
start
as a
with
bit of a
P and you'll land on something that's PUBG related.
It started with a bit of a
promise
troll,
you.
and I was like, oh my gosh, is that really how many acronyms we have coming up the rest of the year?
Masters WEST.
Right? That's a good one. That's a solid acronym. All right, Sparking, though, 4 kills, 11 for Team Liquid, as they, no matter how this slices out, are going to be right back into that race for first with 3 games left to play after this one. I love how tight this is getting at the top.
Ooh, wait a second. So Rocky Sports, they're actually putting most of their effort right now onto Toyo. They're doing a wrap counterclockwise down towards the south. This means that if the fight breaks out here before Sparking gets activated, he can then come in and potentially clean up, maybe potentially for the chicken dinner. We have to see how this fight goes, but no one's in the center of the zone right now. Just, I assume, because it must be particularly open, and both these teams want to utilize the hillsides and kind of isolate the remaining, third parties to the north. It's only Sparking, but it's possible that Toyo and Rock think that it might be 2. That seems unlikely, but the way that they're playing right now, they just want to remove any, wild card from the equation.
I mean, Benha is just pinned on Sparking's spot. Like, they're letting this go 3v4. Benha is going to have to come and play anchor here. Sparking creeping out. Will they see him? Meanwhile, Rock opens fire. Benha already low thanks to Rock shooting at him, which means Sparking can actually use this time to slip in and try to cover down on a low ground spot. You can see the smokes out.
Yeah, they got Sparking has smokes of his own, so Toyo should be able to track that. Rock as well. Yeah, you can see Benyo still watching the exit of that smoke tunnel.
He's got 2 grenades and a molly to try to pin him out. Meanwhile, the fight at the Rock goes underway. That's a Panzerfaust in the hands of Syntastico. If Toyo pushes aggressively, this is bad news bears for them. That said, an opening knock with that I don't think Rock's ready for it if they get one.
PRTM in the late game, there's not a lot of HP, but it could be utilized for 1 extra play. Oh yeah, I thought it was going to be an attempt at taking Sparking out, but that would be a lot of resources for the solo, and that would, give Rock Esports an opportunity to go for the win themselves. It's all about balance here when there are still multiple teams alive.
Oh, balance.
Good grenade by Rebo.
That's huge. That might open the door for them to make a play here, especially because of Syntastico. That is knocked. Not a lot of smokes left. Toyo does have those dot, though, so they're going to hold their dot position. Benha has backup. They brought someone back to keep an eye on Sparking here with him. If Rock gets a counter knock, though, Benha has to fall back and help.
Sparking seems to be running out of smokes.
Yep.
But Rocky Sports, they're now answering back. Headshots and grenade. That's going to be Rebo down.
Capitan's got to
still
turn.
has yet to get revived. I don't know if they've had the time for it because the blue is closing right on top of them.
They haven't. They got that counter on Ribbo, so now it's down to 3, and Benha come up here and back up Capitan. Sparking had a deployable shield that he dropped down, so he's going to be able to hold there for another couple of seconds while Rock and Toyo battle this out. And Rock is out of resources. Souls size, okay, the blue.
Oh,
that
and
was
the
a
sniper
great
shot with the Panzer at that range. You don't often see those hit. But
look at this
Esports,
guy.
they're getting shut down by Capitan. Rebo gets confirmed, but it's a 1v2v1. Now Sparky's letting some shots. I can't track this at all. It's all chaos. How could they track it? Rocky Butcher eliminated,
2v1.
but now Sparky's in a 1 versus 2. Pushing forward, he has the center of the zone.
Flash them, and push. They're going to go ahead and throw the molly. That pushes them off the tree. Beautifully done. Nothing that Sparking can do to survive at this point. Noble, second place from Sparking, the hero, the survivor. But Toyo played that very well. And on top of the fact that Sparking being in that spot made it so much harder for Toyo to get this win, right? Like, Rock didn't have anyone peppering them from the back. Rock had a solid 4. Toyo had to split attention. They had to commit Benha to holding Sparking by himself. They dropped so much utility on that maintenance. Capitan had to give up on Benha's back, and they still managed to pull that out. So congratulations to Toyo, a team. And the reason I'm getting this excited is I have been very hard on them. Godspeed for a while, for last event or so, and to see them make really smart decisions and communicate in what was a very, it had to be clean comms for them to pull that off in the end game.
Yeah, that was very messy, and the opportunity was there. There was actually multiple opportunities for them to really kind of lose that game, but they came out on top. They did get the 17 points. We, again, saw Liquid fighting tooth and nail. Really, it was sparky at the end, as you stated, Steve. You liked that fight between the door. I forget who it was against, but that's another 11-point game. For me, the most important thing of this entire game, though, is the fact that Team Mira not only got 13 kills and a placement point, 14 points, but they wiped Bestia early, and they only got 1 point out of that game. That was the big story coming out of this one.
Yep, so that will help Mira as they continue to grind their way up, hoping, dreaming of Masters West at the detriment of Bestia. On top of that, Team Liquid, who we saw closing the gap to the top two, is going to continue to do that with his 16 points. Furia only gets 2. Falcons only, I say only, but that's still pretty good, come away with 7. But that does mean that when we get to the overall leaderboard here in a second, it should be very, very, very tight up at the top with only 3 games left to play. There it is. Furia 126, Falcons 123, and then Liquid right behind them at 117. Furia was way farther ahead than 9 points at 1 point. This has been a grind up by our teams.
Yeah, it's just Liquid especially. It's been such a great 180. And it's not like Falcons and Furia have been playing poorly. I think it's just the fact that with the placement point changes, even though it's, only a total of 7 points per round that's been removed from placements, like wins really do count for a lot.
Yep.
And I think when we go to the last 3 rounds of the day, it's not going to be full on most chickens format, but I really do think that being place finish is going to make a pretty big difference for where teams land.
Yes. You know what? I feel like the screen is telling us that we're about ready to take a break. Okay, we have another minute or two before we do take our break. I will say, again, great games at the end, but that has to have been one of the most valuable blue chip reses we've seen. Godspeed, you talked yesterday about the value of a compound that has a res beacon just outside of the circle while you maintain your position in it. We talked about how it has not been impactful up to this point. Sparking coming back and then able to salvage, I think that was at least 6 additional points if you look at placement plus kills by himself, is incredibly powerful. So yes, this is where the future, I think, of these sort of res beacons are going. That was a master's class in how to play that positioning out. In fact, I feel like Liquid the last 2 games has been really strong on their positioning.
Well, I hope so. Yeah. Again, they should be one of those teams that are there. But yeah, that was great positioning, as you said, using that area that had a res zone to get very high value target res in sparking up, obviously. No surprise that he was able to go on and then get them even more points. The 3rd place was kind of surprising, but more power to him, right? And then it just comes down to, can they maintain it? Sure, probably, but we got so many questions to ask about Liquid in future events. Regardless, a very, very big step up. As Cammy said, a nice 180, and now they're competing for first place. So this is great to see.
All right, so as you look at Road to Masters real quick, this is where if it ended right now, everyone would break out. Bestia is at 180 points. If we flip that over, Mira is going to be right behind them because they're higher up on this overall leaderboard. I'm curious to see how many more they need to pick up to go all the way there. So Mira is at 120, which means that Mira's really got to climb, I think, top 3 here in our tournament minimum, right? Maybe top 2. Yike, that's a hard climb.
I've still set them as 2nd place as like their main goal. I don't remember exactly where they ended on the overall leaderboard as of now.
They're like 7th. 6th or 7th. They're far
but
from,
like it's more like how far away, how out of bounds is 2nd place. But
we're only like 20 points behind, I think.
Yeah. So if they could build off of the previous round and going into Rondo and Erangel, it's certainly possible. But when we have the teams at the top that are, they're on their A game, which the majority of them seem to, though Furia, maybe they were slipping a little bit, but we haven't seen, red flags from them just yet. It's going to be difficult for Mira, I think.
I would also say keep an eye on Luminosity and their climb because they are also in a position where they're they have movement space on their bracket, as does Potentially Dangerous, and they don't have to move nearly as far if Bestia continues to slide. So we'll keep an eye on that as the day continues. When we come back, we're going to get out of our condos and head to Rondo to start off the last 3 games of the day. Before we leave, though, I want to remind you, send in your questions. Hashtag MastersMikeAM. Ah, the phone. Nice. I have phone hands. Send it in. If we pick your question, you get 10,000 G-Coin. That's like $100 worth of G-Coin. So send in the questions, even if they're bad. Get your name in that list because we will pick some winners at the end of the day. Don't go anywhere. 3 games left to play, a short break, and then we're back with more PUBG action.
Esports will be out. There is a world now. If VP can hold the line, they might claim themselves a huge leapfrog ahead of these teams. Our team should now leave in
Point delivery?
as they were.
Point
Maybe.
delivery? Is this a point
Maybe.
delivery? Oh,
They
no,
need
no, no.
it.
They're going to be playing the riches. Okay. So this is fine, actually. Oh, they're going around. They're going around.
No, they're not. They're
trying
gonna keep
to
going.
Yeah, they're going all the way, Mark, here. They're trying to put shots into versus pro. They need to deploy more smokes, need to defend. They're going around for the rich. This is
Navi
going to
as
be
well.
a burger onto VP. Look at
Oh my
this.
god! They've been sandwiched! Here comes Navi now. They get a huge nade EB bits for 2 though, but Navi's getting involved. Nixie's gonna fall though. They're gonna confirm 2 go down. They have to push forward. 10 kills as VP drive forward. Navi want to try and clutch it out. It's all down to VP. There's only 2 remain. 5 teams are left here in what I can only call an open terrain battleground. And another point will go in. That's huge. 5 kills for Ibby. 5 kills there for Beamy.
Relax. Don't worry about it. Don't stress about it. Don't let it get you down. No, no. Relax. Stop running around it. Take a second, slow down. Yeah. You will see it's all good in the hood.
We were fools to think the blue chip would save us. It was all a lie. Today, the lies end.
Apex, what's your status?
We're here. The crypt is armed. This place, they call it the crypt, and we're here to destroy it once and for all.
Apex, you just don't get it, do you? The blue chip protects us.
Protects us? You mean controls us?
Oh, don't be such a cynic. Come on, let's talk this out. You and me. No one has to die today.
Talk's over. We're coming in.
This is your final warning. Stand down.
Team, on my mark.
3,
2, 1.
Need backup. Drill cam up. Enemy spotted. Blue zone out.
Firing gas.
Sticky out. Sticky bomb deployed.
get you out of my mind.
Ooh, it's time. Woosa. Because with 3 games left to play and a race at the top, it could be a pretty wild last couple of matches. Even our bottom teams have been refusing to give up as they're mixing it up every single time, causing kerfuffles, if you will. Bestia has been sliding, Falcons have been climbing, and the race to the west continues. My name's Toffees. I got Godspeed, I got Cameron Davis here to call the last 3 games.
Ooh.
Now, you gentlemen will be closing this out, which I think is the perfect way to wrap it up on the grassy patches. But first, we got to go to Rondo. And this is, I think, that last moment for some of our teams when you talk about maybe Toyo and Mira to put up instead of shut up. If they're still trailing going to Erangel, I start to worry for them a little bit, Cameron.
Yeah. So the impact of a single chicken dinner on the leaderboard can be huge. So if for those teams, getting a chicken dinner there and getting into like where Rock Esports currently are standing, or maybe even Liquid, depending on how many kills that they're able to get, that sets them up. Because I agree, if we go into the last 2 Erangels, and it's really at that point we have to really like tightened the door on who's going to have a chance for first or second place here, and that's really going to be 4. Here it's still the top 6. Erangel is only going to be the top 4, so they want to put themselves in that position.
Also, in an update that I don't know that has that big of an impact, but is worth noting, Bandits will be playing with 3 players again, as we have had another player tech issue from that roster. So when you see 63, it's not someone missed the drop, it's just the way it's got to be. All right, into the game. Rondo time. Decent playing, going over test track Neox, but I'm pulling for a long hoe here. I'd like that, or maybe a. Have you seen much in the northeast of this map, Godspeed?
Not really. We've actually seen some Ryan, and like we've seen some of the north part, I should say, or the very southern part of like the quote unquote Miramar side of this. This map, but we really haven't seen much else, right? Like we really don't go that far east when it comes to that area. Looking at places like Hemitown. I don't think we've ever been. I don't think I've ever seen what that actually looks like in a fight. I don't even think a team is contested there.
I'm not even sure I've dropped there. It's like
so
fair enough.
We don't see that too far or too often. We also, I mean, like realistically, we don't see Long Ho ever either, all the way down in the southwest. So. This map, though, is kind of cool. A little two-ling.
Yeah. I mean, unless it yoinks back up north double time, I would love to see a little bit of a two-ling finish. Something down this area would be fun. Listen, I like the real estate as you get farther south of, like, test track down to where two-ling and stuff is. I think it's some interesting places
There's
to
sick terrain down there to play, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, so that is in play. Anything interesting on the map you see, Cameron? Anything we need to be aware of as we roll forward on this one?
Resmi are split on north and south of Tinlong Garden. Noriego kind of dropped in front of them. Zako and Valley 8, the two 9mm players for Resmi, they're on the south. I don't know how that's going to play into the early game, if it's going to affect them at all, because Noriego are actually on a very fast rotation. They drop super early and want to have that time advantage continue on for them, as they might be trying to find a more central place in the zone. But there's still Rock Esports and Bandits right around them, so it's not going to be the easiest cross unless they would just tunnel and crash directly onto Toyo.
This could be good news for Rock, though. I mean, Rock and Toyo were 2 teams that we say have to put up on this game to sort of put themselves in that hype race going into the last 2. Toyo dead center on the circle is great news for them. Rock moving very fast to a centralized position. And honestly, the teams south of them, Rez, NL, Ban, like if there's teams that you wanted to be moving through you in the next 15 minutes, it's those teams. In terms of like point potential, you know. That's
yeah. No, I know what you're getting at. You always want to have a more favorable position, no matter who you're fighting up against, right? You want to take like position over, I guess, gauge of threat.
Yes. Position over gauge of threat. I think this is a formula that you're gonna have to write out so I fully understand it one day.
I don't know if I understand it, but yeah, let's go for it.
I think I know what you're going for. All right, so Rock, though, is finally starting to close that collapse a little bit. PD moving in from the outside. 55 also got off to an early run, and they're going to bump up against Toyo here on this transition. Furia also moving in very, very quickly. Got that super silent stealth killer, the Pico bus, which I still think is hilarious because where I grew up, Pico means belly button.
We can make that happen here too.
Little belly button.
Language is malleable. Just start using it, force it to happen. It'll other people will follow suit. That's how memes work.
All right, Zico he gets away. He survives.
Oh, does he? It looks like Noriego are actually going for a full chase down.
Nah, man.
Scott with the bolt.
No one can catch a pug when a pug runs at full speed.
I don't know. Well, Martin gets out. It's only one bullet that's needed to make it and knock Zico.
Nope.
At the very least, Martin has then pushed.
Oh, no.
They go back up to the north, and the vehicle is up in flames. Yeah, Zico's going down.
There's just a shocking amount of Zico hate here. I don't even... So why? All right. Fair enough. I guess the pug couldn't get away. Sorry, Zico. Great logo, though.
Bandits playing as a 3-man, all 3 in one vehicle. That's always a scary sight to see, but they landed a compound.
Yep.
And even though it's not quite as bad as the area to the west of Test Track, this is one of the areas of Rondo that has some big open stretches of land between compounds. So if you can find a compound early, this is one of the maps that you definitely want to get the hard cover in and not have to rely so much on playing like hillsides and, you know, what we sometimes call soft cover in that sense. But Liquid, are they chasing Mira down? They're certainly looking for the opportunity there, but the bit of a T-bone, a T-bone does put Kurt in a vulnerable position, but they're going to keep pushing this. Nope, never mind. They're going to 180 away. They think better of it.
Dude, Alo said, that's my rock. I go there. Like, pushed him out of the cover. That was awesome. All right, so up to the high ground they go as they keep their rotation going away. Interesting situation we had talked about with Bandits in 55 a second ago. They collapsed together and have actually split Toyo. So Toyo is not going to be able to make their collapse they were planning on and are stuck in a pretty big 2-2 split. Valiant going to be able to get away as Noriego has been hunting no res. This time, though, I think, nope, they're still going hard on the hunt.
They're still, well, going hard into something. Don't get tricked. Oh, did they lose? Okay, they landed. They got it back. Everyone, lean to the left hard.
It's like, I went whitewater rafting earlier this year, and I was in that exact same situation.
Yep, exactly. Oh, now Bestia, they were just on the coastline, not too far away from Mira and Liquid just a few moments ago, but now they're also sending it towards the center.
There's too many people
quickly
here.
Becoming the center send map.
Yeah. Yep. Because these compounds are just too good.
Yeah.
Mime is going to come in. He wants to fight. Bandits kept it quiet. Oh, submachine guns for days. Just 9. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh! Wrapping around the side.
Wow.
Just make sure they get the knock.
Yep.
Mime swings back. Oh, sorry, Flood does. Mime got a knock of their own. So this isn't going to be a clean hole for the Bandits. It's all onto Andy. M249, great weapon, but not exactly the best situation for it in this moment.
Yeah, that was a huge hit by Bestia that just left them reeling. Remember, this Bandits only has 3 players. And that flush was just I know I'm going to die here. I need to try to get this point in the hopper.
Yeah. Yeah, so at least, you know, semi-permanent damage to Bestia. It's going to force them to make at least some effort to get their revive. I don't think there's any blue chip respawn beacon close to them. And with this position, it's just not worth it. Just, yeah, I know you want to play us 4, but make it 3. But Capitan with a knock onto Vinny. Andy sees that in the kill feed. You can see some adjustments being made based off of that new information.
Run away. Thanks, Toyo.
Wait, they're not my friend. That's not my teammate.
Yep.
We're actually multiple teams all fighting for the same goal.
Well, Toyo's actually on both sides of this compound, so... Oh, that is a huge BZ. Okay. Ooh. Toyo out here trying to get some points because they have the sandwich because that compound is between their split. So this is just... Toyo was annoyed when they made it here in the first place, but 55 was sort of chasing Bandits in. But the fact this has been a big fight that's resulted in them being able to pick off some kills, this is actually working really well in their favor. The question is, they're going to have to collapse through there eventually. If this fight doesn't get wrapped up soon, I think it could be detrimental to Toyo. We'll see what the next circle does.
Yeah, we'll see. There's a lot of movement still possible for the phases going forward. It is something they will need to be worried about, but for now, they seem to be holding on, and they've gotten a couple of kills out of it already.
What did these guys do to Noyevo?
Drop close to them.
Apparently, they've been literally following them across the map, hunting no res.
Wait, they shepherded them back to Tin Long Garden.
Yeah,
this is where Noriego looted from.
Yep. This is hilarious. All right, Liquid rotating in. I believe they're on the north side right now.
No, they went all the way east.
No, they didn't.
This is from Chidena City. Yeah, they just did not want any of the Team Mira heat. They found a better way in. They also got a couple more vehicles too, so that's going to make their rotations in the early and mid game.
You know, what would be super Liquid right now if they just got hit with an EMP zone.
Right.
Yep, and we just fell apart, and then Purdy would look so sad in the lobby.
Ooh, wait, Spectro. Finds Coda Kid. Press me, shoot him back. It's only been 1 kill on the side of Noriego for all of this effort. So it's not like they have a huge advantage in this fight. Otazaka Yu is swinging in. You can see from the north, bringing a vehicle in.
Yeah, this feels like 2 teams that know they're out of it and have a good chance to have like a really fun fight and are just committing to it.
And there's a blue chip respawn beacon as well. That could have been a factor of this, but great shots by Fisher. Knocking Spectro down. going to be going to secure that kill point as well, but a hard shift to the north.
Wow.
All roads lead to Nox Factory, and suddenly
poor
Furia
Liquid.
and Falcons in such a good spot.
Liquid worked so hard to get over to the south side of this circle, and now they're going back through Jadena. Ouch. All right. Falcons a great spot.
Yeah, they have some good shooting angles as well for teams crossing through. First, it's QAD. They weren't able to get to Nox there, but potentially Dangerous might be arriving. Still sticking on the fight to Mount Garden. Good trade with Otosaka Yu. Brings it back down to a 2 versus 2. Sands revives. Well, no revive possible anymore, so yeah, locked in the 2 versus 2.
Locking it in. Ooh, roof time. Ugh. Reminds me of Paradise.
Oh, spots Otosaka out in the open.
Oh, yeah,
Should
he
be an
sees
easy
him.
knock for Fisher, but I think it's going to be called. I think it's going to be challenged. No, out in the open. Second time's the charm.
Huge,
Valiant not in a
huge.
position to trade.
I did that. Submachine Gun doesn't have the range to make the play here. And he's got 2 pushing. He's got Fisher on the outside. Valiant's got a Panzerfaust, though. That roof doesn't seem as safe as it did a second ago.
Yeah, arcing it up and over and landing on the roof, though, is going to be a bit of a challenge.
So while you keep us updated on this fight, I'll let you guys at home know that Liquid is still making a long rotation. NW is following them around that east side. No one else really fighting as everybody's got some real estate and sort of waiting for the inevitable shift.
Yeah, a lot of the teams
There
are
they
still
are.
favoring the southeast side of the zone. Liquid cutting into the north, have to go all the way around this river that you could see on just barely on the west side of your screen. Also get pushed in by the blue as well.
They were like here a minute. They were here 8 minutes
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah.
They're driving back over their own tire marks. Avoiding the bridge, like they're being very careful. Meanwhile, I like this push here. You know, Jaego going to try to 2 in. It is abundantly clear that both of these teams have accepted the reality of their situation.
At this point,
Bestie.
it feels like they're just locked in. Even if it wasn't the plan to commit to this fight, they're here now.
Bestia
Hey,
is
you
reviving
got the
right
liquid
now, by the way.
EMP.
Yeah, there it is. My gosh. On both sides of them. The Teflon circle, the huge rotation, and then double EMPs to make sure that the rotation is as long as possible.
Oh, so that's another reason.
if
That's
they
another
had-
good thing coming out of this hardship for Bestia. We were just talking about their relationship with Toyo.
Yep.
Now that it's pulled away, they have an opportunity to go and get
Yep.
both of those players back up. The real challenge is where they're going to get their loot from, because as we've established, those compounds are going to all be taken by the time
Yeah.
they come back. They could go into Test Track and Nox Factory. It's probably
think
the
that's
best
what you
shot for them, but that's on the opposite side of the zone from where Bestia are going to be coming from. So unless they want to do a wide wrapping rotation following up behind potentially Dangerous, they might have to be separated for at least a little bit.
I think it's your best option is try to make that wide wrap or drop, somewhere near the water where no one's going to be. That said, we're
Right.
back to the Jaego fight as they continue to sort of lock him down. PD in a decent little spot. They got a compound uncontested. They're going to push out to the ridgeline so they can scout just a little bit. LG's in a good spot just north of them. The middle of the circle is congested, but nothing too crazy. Fisher does find Valiant as they make the push around that corner, and that will be the end of Rez. And the end of really just a very long-running fight between those two teams.
Yeah, I think Noriega was able to get at least one of the respawns there. We saw them use the blue chip respawn beacon. Another hard shift northeast. Hey, Liquid, they get the shift this time.
Let's
Listen,
go.
They lost the shift before. They get it this time around. They should be feeling happy about this, assuming that they're comfortable with their position. It is a 2-1-1 split, and they also do need to worry about Luminosity potentially spotting them from Nox Factory, but they're likely not going to have to fight too much, at least for now. Every other team is going to be continuing to push up from the south. We have not just Bestia moving, we have Toyo moving, we got Furia moving forward to the center, QAD moving towards the center.
NW's about
It's
to
going to be
crash
a
Liquid.
race to one of the few positions left in this zone because this is a wide open area to the south.
Nice. All right, we got an E pickup came out. NW is going to go ahead and turn left off the bridge because they got peppered by Liquid. Meanwhile, Shrimzy and the Falcons are not in circle. They need to clean out PD so that they can play this blue line. So if they can push potentially Dangerous into an opposite direction here, this opens up a lot of options for them. Bestia is coming back with their players. They're landing at Neox as we talked about, but it's going to be a tough one because they may just end up feeding LG.
Yep. Snaker's got one. Can Vinny land? Can Vinny make it to the ground? DraftKings very low. Snakers gets a second. 3 kills for LG. Now, again, this is a team that might be a bit of a long shot, but they do have an opportunity to put themselves in a better position in the West qualification leaderboard.
Unretired Snakers. Kickstart up on the high ground here. He's going to try to get these kills locked up. Boom. Never saw it coming.
Yeah, actually, it's really good that Vinny didn't fall prey to Snakers like all the other parachuters, because Vinny is the last one up for Bestia.
Kickstart only have 26 in the backup, 20 in the chamber. Got to be a little careful here. We see the tires getting shot out. Vinny,
getting chased out now. Good weaponry, though. At least the primary. Is that that's a bolty, okay, not a shotgun. But hearing AKA pitter-patter footsteps around them. Don't know if Zine knows that Vinny is here. I think they would imagine that
they're hunting him.
Yeah, that must be the case, but hunting in third person is difficult.
Oh, no.
Swing around the corner. Zine was able to come out on top as you go to Falcons. And no way, swinging all around the circle, just checking in with a couple of different teams elsewhere as well.
It's like the observers knew Vinny was never going to win that. They're like, this guy just dropped. He has no gear. It's done. And melted he was. Shrimsy. Oh, now they got Rock behind them, too. Yikers.
Yeah, Rock could be coming in and crashing onto Falcons right now. Shrimsy's playing out a little bit of a tower there and then just bumping forward. Going to take that buggy ahead.
Yep.
This is some good hilltops. This is some good hillsides to use. But here comes Rock. Smashing on in. Come out firing. Tickleton gets one. Instantly dropped by Solds. And this is such a great angle for Shrimsy to have, but the smoke blocks the vision. Still spots Solds' push ahead.
PD is going to be a problem.
Potentially dangerous, yeah. They're coming back in.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Now it's all Shrimsy. Able to get more damage onto Rock Esports. Gonna look to clean up as many kill points as possible. Last one left with so many teams around them. Panzer misses, swings up to the stop. Shrimsy's able to hold on, but it is still the entirety of potentially dangerous here. Another 1 versus 4 challenge for Shrimsy. But no, gets eliminated. It's gonna be Capitan from the backside taking the Falcons out. They get a couple of kill points, but this is a great opportunity for Furia to charge ahead because they're still alive.
You know, it's also fascinating, though, because Toyo came in here and got that last potentially dangerous also. They both pushed for third parties, and in doing so have put themselves into a healthy 4v4, essentially. As both teams didn't really take any damage. They each got 1 kill, and we're like, oh, I guess we're fighting where these other teams just finished. Which is still not a great spot.
Yeah, I'm actually really, really nervous about Toyo right now.
Yeah.
Potentially dangerous have a good hillside position with the high ground with the ridges. Oh, and now Liquid also getting a fight of their own up against No Way. They got a couple of knocks already.
Open. Go, 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 go,
and there's no one behind them this time. There's not going to be anyone potentially spoiling this fight. They're just bombing it with utility. DNL should be getting confirmed here. Vinny having to back away. Frag grenade in hand, maybe trying to catch the cross because it is an open road that Liquid need to make their way over.
Ooh. They're putting grenades in that man's pocket as they try to make this crossover down to 1. A nice blue zone again. Deployable covers, like everything. All the things, and no contest as nobody else is really around a third party this yet. Mira seems like they'd like to be involved, but it's going to be a minute or two before they get there. Purdy
using mortars in this situation. Hey, anything to confirm a kill, you know? Anything to find. Last few members. And just hunting for Sam Crow, who gets in a vehicle and drives away. Bandits do get eliminated. Snakers with a couple of extra kills. Actually, Snaker stole a kill from Liquid, coming from Nox Factory.
Potentially dangerous, still trying to make the moves here. Emmy right out in front of TNY. Tony. Dude,
oh, fakes in.
This is awesome. Liquid is not taking no for an answer in this game.
They're not, but I'm worried about fakes and sneaking up on them, catching them off guard. Back on the Nox Factory. Noriego making it all the way from the south, all the way to the north. It's just Fisher and Faravero left. No Way do get eliminated. Emmy takes Sam Crow out, and Faravero goes down to Nidavon. Martin gets confirmed by the blue.
Yo, but
and Snakers has had a really good round so far.
Fury is in a good spot with the lead on the board, like, in their grasp. And this could be the moment where they sort of lock this up and run away with it.
Grenades go out. Makes in, is able to deal some damage to Liquid. Out from the blue, is able to get a knock. Goes for the second, is able to win, finally gets shut down. But that's still some heavy damage. Team Mira could play off of that. They did put themselves in front of Liquid, but I think with the knocks, Fana is going to turn away from Furia and then try and clean this fight up.
He decides he's going to go for it. Alo is low, brings in the backup. Purdy on the outside, swings to the right. Sparking down low, Alo down to half. Purdy opens the spray. He's the last man standing. Here's down to 2.
I think it's a 1 versus 1. I don't know how many members of Mira are left standing because Kurt got at least another knock with a grenade.
Yep, there it is.
Fana closes loop 12 up. Could still go for a revive, but look how low of HP Fana is. Spotted out by Alo.
Nice!
Yep, that's an easy molly for Kurt. Information
Alo
game
scout, bro.
played to the maximum, but look at Carrick. Look at 55.
Vultures. Vultures. Love it. They come in right on the back of this. Purdy's the last man standing. The flushes come out. Purdy was hoping to get Alo picked back up, but all he can do is run as fast as his little tootsies will carry him.
Now potentially dangerous. They charge in on Toyo. They're the ones that have to make a move now because of the circle, because of the zone. They lose a couple of players. Toyo picking a lot of damage up here, but Glock with the angle gets the knock on to Benya. I don't know who's left. I think it's just one person left of Toyo.
Yeah.
Tony pulling on up. Grenade at the ready for Rybo. High ground gets mollied preemptively.
Panzerfaust prepared for this. Rybo gets the peek. Nice. Grenade
Great.
came out, though.
Easy, straightforward push up. 2 versus 1. Toyo get eliminated. 7 teams remain. Furia still alive. As you mentioned before, they're in a great position. They haven't been able to get that many kills because their position has been on the low ground, but they have 4 members left standing. The only other teams that could say that would be QAD and 55, and both of them are going to be playing in from the edge.
That said, though, if QAD can pull this off, if they can get Furia dug out and they can lock down the spot, pick up a couple of kills, this is a game that will put them back up in the race for first. If they can get a 10-point chicken dinner and add to the kill total that they're already sitting on, which is none. They need more.
But yeah, yes.
But it's doable.
Yes, everyone needs more, but especially ones with none. Was that too socialist for me? Was that too Democrat socialist for me to say? My bad, guys. I didn't mean to make this political.
LG actually probably doesn't need that much more. They've really come away with a lot out of this game so far. And now with that circle, I think even more salvage coming their way. 9 in their hopper so far. Furia.
Instantaneous response, yeah. Oh, they actually are going to be, I don't know if this is a direct response or not, but running through Pippa? Wait, Panther on the ready. Here's another vehicle. Gonna send this one. Goes through the legs. Hot 1-2 step over the top of that explosive device. Able to get the knock there, and Furia clean up half of 55. But QAD, are they following along? No, they're not fully backfilling. They're just testing the waters yet.
Yeah, Panzerfaust is only good if you know how to use it, I guess. Missed that shot. He's going to hate himself for that one. QAD making a play, though. They come around the outside. They heard the shooting going on. Calzin's going to get that first knock. QAD maybe a little too aggressive on that send. Now they got 2 coming in. Kraken doubles back. as he gets 1. Make it a double, and QAD done. That was it. The push petered out.
Yeah, they had a couple of Panzerfausts, but they just weren't able to really utilize them. Panzers are effective from the high ground down, not the low ground up. So they would have need to probably push those vehicles a little more if they wanted to have an opportunity to get some splash damage when it hits the ground. Because that's really the way that you want to use Panzerfaust. You don't aim for the body, you aim for the feet. But I don't blame QAD for going for the move, because looking at this zone, there really isn't anything else. Furia did leave Gizera, as you can see, anchored in the middle, but look at these mortars. This could be the way to clean Furia out of that far Overwatch position.
It's also, for QAD's perspective, that's a tournament winning push, theoretically, right? If you wipe Furia and then hold the winning position, you're now chasing them for a potential win. If you get wiped here and you die, it doesn't matter. With the total you had of 110, like, you're not going to catch them if they win this game. So I think that was also a big part of, like, the strategic play.
Oh god, the mortars are getting so close. We did lose 55. Luminosity did push in from the north. There was one more player from Nox Factory. A little bit of a snake up there. That's going to be Danji. You can see in the minimap. 11 kills for Luminosity right now. And Kurt is just going to be playing snake in the grass. Right in front of them.
Man,
see if LG spot him first.
Furia. Furia winning this is brutal to the lobby. But they played this incredibly well.
Yeah.
Oh.
Actually dangerous.
Tony Tony.
They're going for a center position now. That's going to be Gizera, I think, to properly challenge them. Gats takes out Danshin. Backstab not going to happen, and top 4 has been confirmed. But look at that, 4v3, v2, v1, a clean countdown from there. Will that end up being the scoreline at the end of the game? Can Furia use their man advantage and take the win? Or is, if Tony panzers that opening into Gizera,
Yep.
this could be the way to break Furia off of their seemingly dominant position. Just send it! Oh, and it misses!
Did he go through the window?
No, I think Gizera is just around the corner, around the side. Not quite sure, but still standing and now potentially dangerous, down to 1.
Very nice. Gizera watching for Glock. Nice. There's Tony's done for. There's nothing to do to go over there and get him. Great idea to go up there with that with the Panzerfaust. Just didn't pan out.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good Molly now too?
Yep. Glock should. Well, never mind. He could have healed that, but Poza was in a good spot to just burn him down.
Yeah. And running it down as well, understanding that advantage in HP. You just want to make that send. Now the real question is, can Kurt do what Sparking did before?
They don't see him. He's got time.
The chicken dinner might be a bit too much out of reach.
Nah, don't move.
But Kurt
Just
could maybe
stay
get
still.
second and pick up a couple of kills on the way there. Luminosity are seemingly completely unaware of Kurt hiding in the bush.
Don't move. Think like a bush. Think like a bush.
A minute left before phase 7 is closed and we get phase 8. And this might just be a waiting game, or rather a positioning game between Furia and Luminosity. There's no impetus for either of them to be forced into a fight right now. They're just setting up, line of scrimmage drawn through the center of the map. But Luminosity have to know that there's a solo left. They just don't know where. You see, they're even looking around, just making sure.
Fascinating. I love this nature survival stuff. He's checking the bushes. They know he's around somewhere. That's awesome.
They don't know. I don't think they know for sure that it's a player on the north, but you better check everything. Because
It's
once
funny.
the fight starts with Furia, you're not going to have that ability, that privilege anymore to check.
Well, I think it's funny that after 8 years, like, I forget how good the bushes are at hiding you sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, the fact that everyone plays this game so aggressively now, you don't really run into snakes who are just hunkered down in a bush in the end game like you used to.
Yeah.
But like, I forget when I see these moments that, like, yeah, spotting Purdy if he lies in the right direction is almost impossible.
Well, the other thing is that in third person, you get more information while you're in the bush.
Yes.
Like in first person, it feels weird because you don't know what's happening around you. You got all the grass in your face. Phase 8, though, it's going to be mostly center, just a bit of a nudge to the west. Furia in the better position, but it's not the center spot. And yeah, emergency cover flare is great to utilize here because look how open the big stretch of land between Luminosity and Furia is.
Gosh, look at this. Let's look at this. How big the stretch of score is between Furia and Liquid. They are feeling very good about this right now.
Kurt has no grenades because you know he'd be using it now on those two players.
I mean, he's got, this is like optimal though, that shift. The shift has put him on the edge. He can wait out whatever they decide to do, but he knows that he's far enough from the circle that someone's going to take a fight here. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
LG is going to make a play, and so he can for sure go for second.
Wait, they're going for Ascend?
Yeah.
They got
are.
some
They're gonna-
emergency
they
cover
want middle
flares, even to
position.
smoke it out. Vox is definitely the type of player to go for some sort of wide wrap like this, but it's going to be Snakers going first. Snakers going forward, get behind a rock and play in the smoke right now, baiting out grenades. Wait to see if any mini red zones follow the vehicle movement. Very smart play, having a little bit of protection from the vehicle and getting some information with the camera over the top of that smoke.
Box gonna go ahead
And
put a
there's the
C4.
C4.
It's a C4 play, and the smoke's gonna cover the approach almost all the way there. Don't hit the tree. It's
How's
just
the
I just
timing,
cannot
though?
hit the tree. Yeah, it's fine.
How's
It
the
doesn't
timing?
matter.
That's the
This
big
is
question. This
huge.
one looks good. The Panzer is there. Stop another vehicle. It's great. He's able to get a double with it. And now
Wow.
Snakers is there for the follow-up. The 1-2 punch of Vox and Snakers. Gat's not too far behind, and Kurt's already on the move.
Kurt's like, this is my moment. I've been training for this. They're down to 2. LG turns back around. He might actually hear Kurt closing. He's just outside the blue zone. Grenade back and forth. It's a 2v1v1 as Fury is knocked down to 2. Gat surviving for Luminosity. Purdy just sitting and watching at this point.
Kurt knows that he still has the element of surprise on his side. And the rock.
And the
eyesight
rock.
over the center of the zone. Wait to see. Waiting for the opportunity to confirm Gat. You need to secure this, though. Once the shots go out, you are now discovered. You secured second place, but set up in a 1 versus 2. This is still a big challenge ahead of him. But the position in the center of the zone does give Kurt something.
I don't think that deployable cover went as far as he would have liked, and he may be a little dangerous of a Dorito smash. But we're going to find out. He's got 3 smokes left. Nice little move here. No lethal on Gizera. Just flashes and smokes.
Huge adjustment there.
Yep. They've got a Panzer. Okay. More deployable shields. He's slow playing. He's got the dot. He knows they have to move first. That Panzerfaust is going to be a big old problem, though.
Ooh. I think that smoke gun might have given his position away.
I mean, they know. But they know. They don't know. Oh, crap.
He's gonna check on top. The stun.
Oh, good.
Oh, that was such a smart play.
Yep.
The timing favors Furia and that stun grenade, but Kurt really made them work for it, as did Luminosity.
Yes.
What a good performance for a team. They're actually put themselves up in top 8 now.
How sick was that Luminosity play, though? The smoke outs, the C4, they waited for the perfect time to have them compressed. And kudos to Purdy, who somehow, off the back of like some pretty tough rotations. I mean, they saw Jadena City not once, but twice, Godspeed, and they still got second place.
I mean, the fact that they went south initially off of Neox, right, and they had to go back up. I think, Steve, you were pointing that out even in the beginning of the game, and then, you know, that open field that is that ending was pretty crazy. The fact that Kurt was able to survive, and again, the play at the end on top of the Dorito was so sick, but that flash actually, I feel like saved Furia. But man, another win for Furia, and that's going to definitely extend their lead.
Yeah, the Cats have 9 lives, and they haven't had to use any of them, as they have been absolutely dominant on the top of this leaderboard. It was a sick play. Luminosity on the grind. Kurt with a great moment, but 23 points go the way of Furia, and they are going to just secure the top of that board with a massive chase for the Falcons and Liquid if they want to keep closing this out, despite they both having pretty good games on that one. For me, though, we look at potentially dangerous. They got 9 points on that game. Bestia only got 2. So that does, especially with Luminosity getting 18, mean that Bestia may be in a dangerous position when it comes to the race for West, Cameron.
Yeah, but it's not for Mira, it's for Luminosity, which is strange. That I would have been shocked if you told me that was the case at the end of Friday, the beginning of Saturday. But Luminosity off of 18 total points, like they are really coming into their own now. They're coming back to the Luminosity that we can expect. And one of the exciting things about this team, and it's really personified in Vox specifically, but just the team as a whole, is that they seem to be able to do wildcard plays more often than other people. They really push the BRTM play style more than anyone else did. They seem to be one of the best teams at these C4 plays that we saw at the end, which almost, it didn't, but it almost got the game away from Furia.
I think the other thing that gets me is that this roster, so when it came to PAS last time around, the rumors were that if Luminosity had qualified, Snakers would not be traveling internationally. The roster that they've put together with Luminosity at the moment with this tryout makes me wonder if Snakers is back on the willing to travel internationally train, because they look like a much more competitive, like how do you get Michael to join your team if you're not saying like this is the crew, you know what I'm saying? I like the look of what they're putting together off the back of the last couple of games. All right, overall leaderboard, Godspeed, Furia dominating.
Yeah, but still 20 points is doable in 2 games, right?
That's true.
Especially if Furia has a bad game, especially for a team like Falcons or Liquid, especially now that Liquid are kind of back onto what they're normally on, back onto their BS, so to speak. So it's good to see them bounce back. You also have Toyo, 114 tied with Rock Esports there. I mean, less likely for them to actually, I think, take the lead unless they have just unbelievably large games. But as you guys were talking about, it's Bestia and Luminosity. Look at that. The LG's slots into 8th.
Yep.
Bestia's in 10th now.
Let's pull the West race right now, because Luminosity shifting up to 8th with Bestia sort of sliding. May get us to a position where we can talk about that shakeup as well. So Luminosity does now move into that 8th place spot at 170 points. The more they climb, the more they're going to continue to get as they go up there. Flip it over to the second page so we can see where Bestia is sort of in their chase position as they slide, because that 225 is going to be hard to crest. 170 is where that chase is. And Bestia at 165, potentially dangerous, also still technically could pull something out if they were to shift up past Luminosity. But this is a very tight gate. This is a very tight race as we go into these last two.
Yeah, it's only a 5-point difference.
The caveat is, of course, that they're just qualifying to avoid one qualifier, right? So I feel like for these strong teams,
listen, guys,
I don't mean to undermine, but for these strong teams going to that, actual second to last chance qualifier is going to be it's going to be less detrimental. But it is nice knowing that you're just going straight to the top 8, right, for that opportunity to go to West. So would be definitely annoying for a team like Bestia to have to go through that, and even in those, there's a chance they don't qualify at all for West. So we'll have to see.
That's true. It's the last chance. Listen, man, you can say what you want to say. I'm just trying to give you guys something to be hyped about. In the last 2 games, Furia goes crazy again, because Furia has been incredibly consistent, and as they're positioned to take home the lion's share of the money, again, I haven't seen anybody really hold them by the throat long enough, right? Like every time that they have sort of been stepped on, they bounce back in the next game. And so I think unless they have just a horrible run on this one, it feels like it's really Furia's position. That said, though, Cameron, it's Falcons and it's Team Liquid, both with a chicken today, both the teams chasing. Those are hard pedigrees to stay ahead of.
It is, but that 21 and 23 point gap is huge. I think it would have to be, if not back-to-back chickens, 1 win, 1 second place, and both with high kills. And that's, again, assuming Furia don't get anything at all. If Furia have 2 less than average games, you would still have to expect Falcons and Liquids to have 2 wins. If Furia have even 1 good game, 1 where they get like 8 to 10 points, I think it's pretty much a lock-in.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I think if they do, the thing is Fury really hasn't had too many poor games. Like they've had like a couple 2 or 3 point games, but even then they're still getting a few points here, right? And with that lead, it's just going to cushion it even more. Like Cam said, if Furia drop a donut, fine. I think there's the window is open for our opportunity for Team Falcons and Liquid. Otherwise, they've been a hard nut to crack. So
I think that's the issue.
It's looking very good for them.
It is, and I think that's the problem. Is that we're no longer in a scenario where it's about Falcons and Liquid winning the tournament. It's about Furia letting go of the win of the tournament, right? And that's
basically,
that is a really frustrating position to find yourself in if you are one of these teams that know you're the best in the world, right? Falcons back-to-back EWCs, Team Liquid, one of the most pedigreed teams in history in terms of the brand, and you're sitting here and you're like, I hate that I am not in control of my own destiny. I have to play well, but I also need them to not play well. That said, though, we saw QAD try Godspeed in the last game. They saw that it was Furia. They went full send. They know that these fights, when you see them on the leaderboard, is how you stop them from being in first place. So is there a world where if Falcons or Liquid see Furia early on in this rotations or early on in a fight option, do you think they go for those kills? Or do you think they try to go and get the chicken and play a little more classically?
I think if the opportunity presents itself for them to third-party a fight between Furia or really anyone, I could definitely see them doing that. Also, for Alcancía, tied for 6th with Team Mura, they're only 5 points behind, 4th place. So still a lot for them to play for. Even if first place is locked up, right? Like there's still a lot to play for here, as you were saying, Steve. So, and money. Money. That's the difference between a couple grand if they're able to get those positions. So we can see here again, closing on a wrangle, but yeah.
None of our America's teams won EWC. Everyone here could use a little bit of extra cash. So these final standings, I think, going to matter to some of our teams as they go forward here. It's one of those things, like if you win EWC, if you win PGC, like, I don't know, you can be a little more casual for your year if you want. But if you miss those big purses, like, you got to win all the little guys.
I'm pretty sure Falcons still walked away with like $205,000, $8,000.
Yeah,
something
for
like that.
for them, that's a pittance, Godspeed. That's nothing for a
That's
Falcon.
true. That is far less than what they have come away with when it comes to EWC. So
I don't mean to break
a-
the, I don't mean to like stop the party here, but what?
no,
is
as
this?
Steve would say,
It's a
that's
fair
a fair play.
play.
Yeah, there it is.
I hate
It's
you
totally
guys.
fair.
No, if you roll back the
You're
tape,
the
you
one that said, "Why do you hate us?"
I love it. That was good.
if you roll back the tape, you can see the moment that I spot this on the feed. So I'm gonna make a prediction. I think Lakewood are gonna have a better round than Furia here because I knew that they're gonna alt drop the Sosnovka.
Yep.
I don't think this is going to be a milli circle.
Ooh, that's a hot take. If it's got to touch the line, that's like a very high percentage chance this is a milli circle. But I'm with you.
There is a very high percentage chance.
This
yes,
is
but
this is feeling kind of Primorse quarry, doesn't it? It feels a little quarry.
there is one thing I know that you guys don't know, Steve.
Yeah.
What's that?
And I will share that with you in right now.
You didn't know it either. You were stalling.
Of course not. I told you it wasn't a milli circle.
Yeah, you did. You know what?
Listens to me.
Oh god, I jinxed them. Fury gonna win this. Look at where they dropped. I know they're surrounded by Rock. I know they're surrounded by Luminosity. I know they're surrounded by 55. But they fought through worse before. This is
I can't believe you tried to sell that as a prediction.
Listen, we're all commentators. It's all smoke and mirrors at the end of the day.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, Smoke and Mirrors is going to be the name of the game as Rock, who loves camping bridges, is going to be in a position to do it again. Liquid, they were so happy for a little while, and now they are going to have a brutal transition.
Aye.
Looks like firefights breaking out. I'm out of here. Good luck, boys.
What? No, it's not even a firefight.
Bye.
Falcons are chasing down Toyo.
Technically, there was no fight. That's true. No, you're right. You're right. Well done,
guess-
Cammy. I'm proud of you. Just like I
Thank
was
you.
right about the circle, you know?
Yeah, you were totally right, 100%.
Well, I said it's not going milli. And I was,
It's true, you did say that, yeah. That is true, you did. Oh, hey, listen, we could still see where phase 2 goes. You never know.
I mean, that would be one of the wildest hardships to the south, but I'm for it. You know, I'm here for it. I'm down.
Listen,
I'm
this
down.
is 2025 is the year of the hard shift. We know this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also curious to see for Rock, right? Like, as we
Okay.
get a nice look here at Emmy as he chills after a very hard-fought chase of survival. You know, Rock did camp that bridge before, and this time it's in a much better position, much more central for them to do so. So I want to see if Rock opt once again to try to maybe pick off Bandits or another team trying to rotate off that
Right.
East Bridge.
Yeah. Ooh, who is currently leading the road to Masters West?
Is it A, Furia, B Team Falcons, C Liquid, or D55 Esports?
This. I assume this would be a more difficult question if we weren't also. Does this include the current standings or not? It's the same answer either way,
It is.
but it
And
really
that should
is
be
a runaway
more than
performance
enough of
by
a
one of the
hint.
teams. Yeah.
Yes. That happens to start with. You know what I mean?
No, actually.
Picking up what I'm putting down? Okay, that's
No.
fine.
No, I'm losing it. I think we're all losing it. I think my brain broke when I saw that plane path. It really is that brutal. I think the circle is going to kind of recover it a touch, but we'll see where the teams move. It's just so many teams are doing like alt drops, and we saw how many teams dropped around farm, and they're still here. They're still fighting. Rock Esports with a little bit of an angle onto Furia, looking to try and grab a knock or two, but is that a red dot on a Mark 12? Maybe they don't have the best of loot.
Yeah, definitely not the optic you want on that, I should say. But I mean, even for teams having to do alt drops and all that, as you did say, which you are correct, most of these teams find themselves in the circle on the right side of the island, right? So it could be a hell of a lot worse. We'll see if Rock are actually going to potentially convert anything off this. But speaking of potentially, PD is off to the west in a good position as well. They're going to be right under Bestia, and most of these teams have now centered up, and no real bridge camp. You do see RBN though setting up for something, as QAD are going to be taking shots at Sam Crow. That should be an easy kill for the QAD boys.
Ooh,
Could
broke
see
LOS.
There's no way Sam Crow gets away, surely.
Oh
he
no,
does.
then I think the vehicle to the north, Vinny arriving, Relo is suddenly a bit more nervous about this. There is backup for the leader of Alcatsia there. Still, don't want to overdo it. Don't want to throw this game away. They are in a reasonably good position in the zone themselves. They have the high ground, and unless the circle hard shifts away from them this early on, they should be good for at least a couple of zones now.
They rocked. Yeah, it looks like they do want to camp this, and great timing. As you can see, RBN has been scouting it the whole time. The bandits, finally making it across the bridge. Will they get picked off? RBN with the shots. There they come. A headshot will land. Varus will go down. And all of a sudden, Andrew is far away from home.
And that grenade is good. Only deals about half damage. The follow-up goes a bit too far. Problem is, and the reason why Rock Esports aren't being that aggressive is that Andy's in a kind of defensible position. Not to mention there are still, as we've mentioned before, all those other teams surrounding them. Zenetsko is able to get a knock on a Gabriel, so potentially dangerous. Taking a bit of taking some damage against Rock Esports here at the gas station. More grenades, hoping to flush that kill out.
Mm-hmm. As you say, stated, PD in an angle that they want to, I was going to say get some kills, but that knock really kind of slowing down the pace for them. Fortunately, no one else really there to actually capitalize on that, so you can see that now Bandits have been able to recover as well due to all of the scuffles happening around their area, but still Rock hold a commanding position over this bridge.
The problem
and Liquid,
is... Yeah.
Liquid are starting to come this way too.
I'm going to say Bandits have the other two members still on the south side of the bridge, and Liquid is approaching that angle, so Bandits are in a really rough situation right now, essentially two isolated 2 versus 4s. RBN now is pushed out under the cover of smoke to try and find more damage, find more knocks, re-knocks onto Bandits. Oh, potentially dangerous still, peppering in third-party shots of their own. Is that a boat play by Sparking?
It is.
Well, Bandits have arrived.
I was going to say... Oh, they're actually... Oh, hold on a second. Varus is going to get the knock. Sold's getting caught as well. Santasco taking some damage. This might be going south. Oh, Sold's saving them, though. That's going to be a knock. Santastico as well. Yeah, he goes down and starting to take control, but Rock have already lost one. You can see Sparking was looking for information. Varus is going to find a second Halo now, going to steal a kill, Cammy.
Now BL jumping over onto the catwalk. Sparking steals that away. Sold's down in the dirt. Varus is still left on an island, having to try and fall away from this one. Liquid's arrival and potentially dangerous. Varus is still in a awful position. BL in a bit of a cheeky spot. Still 0 kills for Rock Esports for all this effort. Gonna try and line this one up. Doesn't get the knock.
Oh,
1
no
HP.
way. This should be easy, though. That is a 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's 2 cooked, and he barely cooked it. That was a good nade, though. I mean, it would have landed right on top of his noggin.
I think so, too. Oh, okay, that's Sparking in the sky, not on the water.
I thought he
Different
was in a boat
element
as well, but yeah, he is. Yeah.
He must have been really
seat.
high up because there was no audio from that the first pass through, but now he's taking a second pass in.
Getting
A lot
shredded.
of damage. Wow, great shots from Santastico to deal that much. But now Luke 12 and the rest of Liquid following through.
Oh.
Thank you very much. I'll take that kill point nice and easy. I wonder who put this one here. Oh, well, I'll pick it up.
Oh, see, that was greed right there for Santastico. Should have realized that those boys had already crossed. In fact, he probably saw them, as that was good bait, again, by Sparking.
That was all into BL. Lone player. Knows where Varus is. So at the very least, could try and walk away from this game with 1 kill point. Liquid are able to find a nice, good spot for themselves. Trimsy drops Fana. And Emmy with a drive-by shot on another member of Team Mira. Vixen goes down too. This could be falling apart. We have no clue how any of these teams got here. We were so focused on the south side, and all these teams were adjusting further and further towards the north. And teams are just, they're rabid for kills this late into the event. This is usually what you can expect. But it's still so exciting to see every time it happens.
Yeah, we're getting that desperation from even the teams that are on the left side of the leaderboard, the good side. The positive side, they're still, there's so much to fight for. Again, we have 2 different ties essentially, between Falcons and Liquid, separated by a couple points, and then an actual tie at 114. Era, and it's also LG, so a lot to play for still.
Look what that finds Bandits.
55 found a good spot. Bandits finally out of there, right?
Yeah.
And now the bridge campers of Rock are currently the ones having to deal with the rest of Liquid who have crossed over. But and we talked about this earlier. Furia is just in such a good position currently.
Yeah.
Right. Like they're not in threat of losing anyone. Even if Circle shifts, they'll have a rotation. If it comes down to them, like even better. This is where it's going to be a problem for teams like Liquid, like Falcons, who want to contest for first place.
Yeah. But Liquid making a nice adjustment with this eastern hard shift, going around Milta and finding a pathway in from the east side that they know is going to be relatively clear and free. It is a bit difficult to kind of push up that western hillside that we see in front, but it's better than fighting through everyone that's going to be on the west side. Potentially dangerous have arrived right in front, and now 55. They're getting pushed by Resmi. A full-on swing in. Otasaka Yu comes out on top with that one.
Okay, so Karak will be taken care of. As you said, Otasaka will get that point, and it was actually almost three-way ties. You have Team Liquid and Falcons at 130. Team Liquid 131. You have 114 tied apiece, Toyo and Rocket Mirror, and QAD 110. So again, 1 point separates a position as well as a couple hundred to a couple $1,000. So we see Falcons now taking control of the northwest, and they've come in slow rolling. They're very healthy, a lot of gear, utility. It should be a big threat right now, and these teams should be looking to get away, and that's a good play from No Way.
Yeah. Mini vehicle, bit of a parting spray by Kickstart, doesn't find the damage needed to secure that knock, and backing into the hospital that's strangely shaped like a tunnel. Oh, wait a second, H-Win. Got to fall away from that. A lot of damage, down to 12 HP. Angle has to be given up at least for a quick moment.
Okay, so Resmi will get that pickup. They're going to be out of their cami, which I'm sure they're happy about, but only two.
Yeah, the other two are
already in the circle. Yeah, that's
I'm
crazy.
Surprised they're so separated. That's a shock for me.
They have to be careful coming down, though, because they are going to be dropping. If they are going to consolidate with their teammates, they are going to be coming down in an area that is very much occupied. There's a lot of players with line of sight that would be able to see them coming down off that E-pickup. So just because they got out of the blue doesn't mean they're home yet.
Ooh. Bit of a bolt not coming out of Liquid. And Luminosity as well. A great game just previously. Put themselves in 8th place right now. Can they carry this momentum further and climb even higher? It is a bit of a gap between them and 7th, but 2 good games in a row could do it. Bit of a medium shift down south. QAD still in a great position, but Liquid even better, you have to say. They were able to find such a good spot there in Lumberyard off of that rotation around Milta, and they are reaping the benefits of it.
They do have a lot of control, but we kind of talked about it yesterday, I believe. Lumber Mill is just hard to hold, right? So they're going to at least pull back on that split a bit. They will have 2 on the south side of the mill, but they're going to leave the rest of the north side open. It's just not conducive to play, especially to hold, even if you're a full 4-man up. So we're going to back up Furia. Meanwhile, again, great position for them. That's another point that goes their way.
Ooh. Wait, E-pickup from the Falcons. Coming in from shelter now, 3 of them landing. They left Tiggleton behind, perhaps as a plan B, but it was a great plan B to have because Sparking with a double knock, Liquid on the push. They saw 1/3 parachute drop. They know there's 1 member left. Trying to catch them on the rush up the hillside, but I think Kickstart's just gonna have to back away. And Toyo not too far beyond the north either. They could be trying to clear this same space.
Yeah, Falcons popped this as Circle was closing so that they could have, get there early, and they tried. Hold on, though. Capitan gets Purdy, and they could actually save Falcons here. They might give Kick enough. No, they're not going to even kick any time.
Oh.
This is sketchy for Liquid, though. They're getting pushed as they're trying to clean up the kills. The Kickstart's going to get Luke. He's going to get the flush. They've sandwiched themselves. That's the problem, Cammy.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great play by Liquid, but Toyo catching them off guard, just the way that they moved. You have to imagine there was no way they knew that Toyo was going to be there. And it just completely foiled all of their plans. Luke had no choice but to try and rush into cover that was being held by Kickstart. And then, wait, Tiggleton is here? Did they have a second
Tig got there
pickup?
so fast. No. I think he drove, dude. He just straight booked it. As soon as they got knocked, he was already in his vehicle driving, and I think he threaded in between LG and QAD.
Oh, yeah, he did.
He got there so fast.
Yeah, I just rewinded the tape of the map, and he absolutely did. He just booked it. What a great rotation.
I mean, that was a send, brother. He's like, if you guys... He's like, I don't feel like playing this game solo. I might as well try to make it to you. And he did. So at least 2 members alive. Toyo did stop the push, fortunately, though, for Falcons. Otherwise, it would just be Tig alone right now. But now they have to deal with Toyo coming in as a 4-man strong from the north side, pushing these buildings. These yellows can be a bit precarious. But with the man advantage, you would imagine that this should go the way of Toyo, especially with the utility. But I've seen crazy things in these yellows. Yeah. I've seen teams absolutely just get bonked by one person.
Yeah, the thing is, though, I believe that's a double BZ tossed in. Halo's able to find Tickleton trying to flee. And seeing that in the kill feed, they know they can just push in. Now Falcons do get eliminated. A 1-2 punch from Liquid and Toyo. They go out in 15th place. Liquid are still wounded from that, losing those couple of members earlier on. But we check back into the north side. Luminosity having to climb up this hill, pushing into No Way and QAD.
That is a devastating way to go. Double utility if you are the team of Falcons, but they still have 1 game left, 131 points. We're doing just fine. Liquid, I imagine, probably isn't going to have the craziest game with just a duo, but so far we've seen very impressive solo plays from both Sparking and Purdy, so I am going to shut my mouth. As we can see, 55 still holding on to that flat top, and Liquid's actually opting to go for a multiplay. They're just going to get off this hill, and this is probably the best bet for them as well.
Yeah.
That hillside without 4 is not easy, Cam.
Oh, yeah, it's not going to be easy even with 4. Snakers now they're pushing on in. Vox with the BRDM. They're going back to their roots. Snakers having to back away from QAD with an alternate angle. This is going to be a big, dare I say, battle royale here on the north side.
Oh my God.
Crashing into Lopez. Bumper car action. But the reason why Liquid and so many other teams went to Milta off of this Phase 4 shift is because nothing in the north is really playable. Certainly not with so many teams all trying to share space up here.
Yeah. It's just too early too, right? Like we see teams play in those upper hills when the circle... Oh, Mime, you are very much on fire, sir. As Gizera is going to find that knock. Furia once again holding their position and doing it effectively. That's the problem for everyone else in this lobby. A spray coming through. Vinny is going to be going to the backside. It was C4, but he didn't even... He got 1. He just got Posa. I don't know how.
Right.
Cow and Z didn't get knocked to that. Or Gizera. It was Gizera, actually.
Still, you would have imagined it was looking like it was going to be a lot more damage there, but Furia able to hold on. 3 kills already. They've lost Posa with a couple of extra kills, and that's Kraken out from the blue. What angle is that? Preemptively playing in late from farm. And it's still early enough in the game that you can survive out here, not easily, but straightforwardly.
Yeah, Phase 4 isn't the worst. Very interesting that he's that far in the blue, though.
Well, Kraken now goes down. Flood's not going down without a fight. And I don't think Kraken's going to be salvaged.
No, there's no chance.
Backstab worked, but was answered. And Flood now in a 1 versus 2. Stun at the ready, but the 2 members of Furia, they're not playing together. It does not matter. Gizera comes out on top in the 1 versus 1. 5 kills for them. Playing in as a duo with Falcons eliminated and Liquid also down to 2. We're still in a good position to hold on to the lead.
Circle posts, and that is a hard... Again, it's... What is with these shifts, man? It's crazy. The Mira's going to benefit from that, or I should say the one member of Mira who still happens to be alive. Nope, it's 2. It's Haven and LFP, so they're going to be the beneficiaries of this shift. AKA, we're trying to make a drive for their monkey compound, but...
Wait, Furia have a blue chip revival tower. I don't know where they're going to get loot. It's going to have to be in Milta,
it's
right?
Southwest Milta. Yeah, I mean, that's the only place.
Off the good spray, follow-up grenade, but still wasn't able to get the knock on the Emmy. QAD have been trying to regain control of this area. It hasn't been the easiest from them. They still have 4, though. They still have the high ground now. Molly goes out to try and clear Rello up from the high ground position as another C4 play in the kill feed. Michael trades his life for Harden, Zera, and Psycho. You can see that action happening in the picture-in-picture as the blue envelops Benya. Leo still has 4, but they're playing in a very risky situation right now. But let's chime in with a more exciting fight. There's so many players on the ground. Michael goes down. It's all to 5 for the 1-versus-1. Peeks up. Suddenly can see again after the stun. And he's able to survive and win that. But now AKA come. Where did AKA come from? Suddenly Toyo are down. And then Osaka U with a C4.
Oh, the C4 is devastating here, Vox. You got to get out of there, man. And he's got to hear that.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is that res is actually going to give them an extra point.
They're running.
Or maybe not. Snickers is going to get out. No, he doesn't get out in time. Well, he does, but he's met with the gun. Vox behind that tree, just barely getting out of LOS of the Spectro. So a cheeky C4 play. I like it. You love to see it. They even stole the BRDM.
Yeah, but that BRDM.
But that thing is out of gas.
And HP. Yep. They got to plant it where they want to. Where they want to use it as cover, because it's not going to be drivable anymore. It's not even in the zone right now. Just trying to use it to scout out information from the teams in the north.
But that's just me. Or, I mean, the perfect thing is it's out of gas. You can coast it downhill. And those ridges up to the, like, north of Milta are actually really good in this circle. So that would be a great opportunity for them. But looks like they're gonna opt to stay up here, and Vox is gonna pick one off. Okay.
Played in the blue even in phase 5. Vox took that C4 personally. Is able to get another kill on top of.
Actually, what are they doing? Like, Val's still in the blue. What is going on with Resmi? Nice from Souls. He's gonna get. I mean, again, they could have just coasted, taken one of those ridge lines. I understand QAD is going to be the team now to contest, especially with the angles coming off that hill, but...
So, Furia are now eliminated. This is an opportunity for Liquid. It's going to be difficult with 2 members. But they don't have to deal with the nonsense of this hillside or even trying to get out of Milta. Let's see what they can do, Alo and Sparking. Now BRDM is about to go up in flames.
Their best play is literally blowing up in front of them. Yeah, that's a head scratcher for me. I don't know. This was misplayed all over the place, but that's okay. Mistakes happen.
Elliot now having to run, trying to get out of the blue. Finds a tree. Another first aid kit going to be used. UMP this time around. Usually it's an MP5.
Yep. So opting for the 45 round this time. Good old 45 ACP. Solds actually made it into this little crevice here, this little dip defilade.
I had to call it up.
I had to open my big.
They heard you, man.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. QAD though in a good position here, actually one of the better positions. I think they have a good ridge to play in front of them once this is all said and done. Here come PD to play these ridges. Oh, they're actually just going for the duo. They're going straight for Sparking. And Alo, you can see Sparking is one shot. Somehow still alive. Is he going to get the heal off? The nade from Alo is huge.
It's all in the Nidavon. Sparking still hasn't been able to heal. And potentially Dangerous do get eliminated. Roth with the final shot there, but here comes Noriega. They're going to try and follow on up. Sparking is able to heal up, though.
More importantly, I'm sure they can hear.
Another grenade!
Oh, Alo gets another sick double.
Liquid cannot be beat right now. They cannot be stopped. They get eliminated. 10 kills for them. It's a killing spree for Liquid. Furia are now starting to get very, very worried. Oh god,
yeah, this is that was crazy play from them. And wow, look at this. Probably gonna get another 2, basically ruins AKA's game before he goes down. So good salvage from him. I mean, he's still alive though. Actually, as I should say, as AKA go down, it's just Nanu left. Vox stuck in the blue, and this is phase 6, folks. It's about to be phase 7. You cannot tank this.
Right now, it's all about maybe dealing some extra damage to QAD. One more frag grenade, seeing what can happen. Out of first aid kits, just got to run in front of it. able to break out and just in time. The grenade gets the knock, gets the second on the spray. 1 versus 1 against Rello. Doesn't win that fight, but QAD's game might have just been ruined. Luckily, no one's there to backstab them. No one is there to third party this. They can maybe get the reses, but this is going to allow Mira and Liquid to make some responses. But with a shift like that, the only response that I expect Mira to have is some cheering. Oh, they're going to send it!
And this is their best play. I mean, that nade hit the tree, but they know they're 2-man. They know they can't actively push into this new circle, especially with the way it posted. So nades are going to come out. They're going to force QAD to step out. You can see Sparking looking for the angle. He's going to get the shot. Headshot lands, but he's not going to find the knock. Alo, meanwhile, will get the trade with a nade. It's just down to Roth versus Alo.
Oh, man, that was such a great play, but that first grenade missing. Bit of a heartbreaker, and then, of course, Team Mira third-partying it, playing out of the smoke. Pushing forward, trying to eliminate the Team Mira third party, swinging around the side, swinging a bit too far, able to catch one. At least secures the kill point, then push around from the opposite side. Roth is able to come out on top, secure a second place for QAD. Liquid get eliminated, but still a huge number of points for them. And now Mira are rushing for it. They don't want to give Roth the opportunity to deny, because from where QAD and Mira are on the leaderboard, that might be a consideration.
Possibly here, but QAD really in the worst position. You can see now this is a good setup for Mira when you have a 2v1. The problem is, though, again, if a knock comes out, if LFP gives himself up, or if Roth can potentially grab, Haven, puts him in a one-on-one situation. But again, the way they have it set up, the fact that he's outside the circle, you can see LFP1 even creeping outside. Yeah, that's a good setup. That was foolproof for the most part. Mira's gonna take it. That's their third game win, I think, of the event.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken. So good on them, as we now have a 13 kill game from Liquid, though. That was huge. Alcancy as well, getting a lot of damage, but not as many kills as they would have liked, I'm sure.
Not quite, but this... Listen, Toffees, I know Furia are still going to be in the lead. This puts Liquid's chances significantly higher of stealing the win from them in the final. There we go. Buddy,
yes.
after all the grief you gave me yesterday.
Mixed. Okay. I gave you a lot of crap yesterday. So, what I was going to say... Yeah, I earned that. After Liquid lost 2 and Furia had such a good compound, I was like, oh, that's it. These poor guys. Like, it's not going to be anything to talk about. I went upstairs. I made some soup. I came back. I started relaxing. And then Liquid, Alo in particular, says, guys, apparently this is how, like, we're back to last year. It's 2024 Liquid, and made incredible plays. The wherewithal to push QAD off the back of those knocks was so sexy. I loved it. I loved every amount. The end game was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, that was their best play, but I'm glad to see they went for it. And they were almost basically rewarded for it, right? They got one more kill, almost got rid of LG, but LG sticking on, holding on. I mean, they have had a definite glow up today, played much better than the previous 2 days, and the consistency for them has been what's doing it for me.
Yep, doing it real. Like Mira also getting some good points off of there. Alcacia, Luminosity, all of the teams that we expected to sort of show up here. Falcons does let off the gas. That means they're probably out of the race for that first place finish here. But again, Bestia only puts up 2 points, so the climb continues as Luminosity continues to say, you know what, we want that spot at West.
Yeah, it's got to be close. I want to wait to see both leaderboards, not just the overall leaderboard, but then if we can get the leaderboard for the West qualifier, see where everything stands, because I think it's going to get quite tight.
The West qualifier.
The last chance qualifier.
Total
leaderboard right now. 154 for Furia as they hold the lead, but it's not a runaway because Team Liquid, off the back of a salvage game, as they got pushed over and over again. Yeah, they make some big points. So they are still in the race. Falcons in a much longer shot. As Mira, they'd have to have some crazy game to take that first place win. But still, Mira moving up into third place with the chance to get, or fourth with the chance to get third is actually pretty big news for them. As well as the fact that Luminosity is now in 8th. So keep in mind, Cameron, the jump from 8th to 7th for Luminosity is significant for them to sort of get those extra points, whereas Bestia only has to pick up 2 points to get ahead of Potentially Dangerous. When we talk about that race, I believe we can take a look at the West leaderboard I think that could very much come into play here. So West Leaderboard queued up. Cameron, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about it a little bit.
Oh, let's see what we can find here. Because, Luminosity Gaming, they're still going to be at 170.
Yep.
I think that the problem is, though, for Team Mira at the very least, with Luminosity Gaming now up here, I don't know if it's going to be possible, even if they were to somehow get second place off of the final game, which they could with a win. I would say for them that they're still going to want to have to go for it. They still want to try and go for that steal away, but it's going to have to, it's going to leave a lot up to chance on if Liquid falter and if Luminosity also doesn't go for a big move themselves. But the majority of the top 7 here is going to be locked in. It's the next side that I want to see. How far away are Luminosity from Bestia, from Mira, even from potentially Dangerous, because that's going to be their real challengers.
If we go to the second half of this leaderboard, because I think that's what you need to see right here is, go ahead, Godspeed. There.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's 5 points. Separate Bestia from that now 8th place spot that's held by LG. And again, Bestia continues to slide with 15 points behind. If Mira can overtake and get 3rd and Bestia, I guess, slips up and take... I mean, I don't think they're actually going to get 8th place yet.
I said if Bestia...
I don't know. This is so close. I think if Mira gets 3rd, I think they slip into 8th.
They slip into 8th. Here's the other one. If Bestia goes up one more spot to where potentially Dangerous is, they pick up that 5 points they need and they tie up with our current 8th place position too. So there's definitely all 3 of these teams still very much in the mix.
Yeah.
This is going to be so close. There's so many things on the cards here. Because, if Luminosity is the team in 8th, not Bestia, then a 3rd place finish would give Team Mira the victory into that 8th place spot. But then there's what is potentially Dangerous going to be doing here? We haven't talked about them a lot. They've kind of just been more of the... they're not the heroes of the show. They're more like the mini bosses that the teams have to fight through in order to stay the heroes again.
I think the issue with them right now is where that cutoff is. So Bestia is right behind them, right? And then the jump to the next spot is something like 18 to 20 points. So their ability to make that climb is almost impossible. Yeah,
PD is going to be playing in the second to last chance qualifier.
The second to last
I don't think they're actually gonna. I don't think they're actually gonna make it to that. Which is okay. They're very close and they've had a hell of a tournament. But I think most likely for them they're gonna finish outside the top 8.
Now that is to say they Bestia not making it and it's possibly some of the other teams scratching past is dependent on potentially Dangerous holding on to those couple of points that they have right now ahead of Bestia. So while they are going to the last chance qualifier, they will also have a chance to make Bestia go to the same qualifiers with them if they maintain their position, and Bestia doesn't capitalize on that. So again, very interesting. I think a lot of this race on the final match for you guys watching at home is keep an eye on Bestia. If Bestia has another struggle game that sort of blows the doors out and lets Mira with a huge game go through, or lets Luminosity just barely hold on. If Luminosity and Bestia drop the ball, Mira could still make that pass. And then on top of that, you've got Liquid fighting with Furia for the championship and to get the big win here at Masters 3. So a couple things on the stage, couple things to watch. It's not a done deal as I thought it might be by the time we got to the last game, Godspeed. This is a little more exciting.
No. I mean, even the fight for first place is very possible for Liquid. They can catch them. They're only 11 points behind. Again, Falcons would have to get like a 15-point or 15 kill win, which is really not that far-fetched, but then Fury would also have to drop it. So I really think it's Liquid that are just competing with that, but then there's the chance that Falcons could just overtake Liquid for second. They have a bad game. Mira, again, can hop into that 3rd spot. We talked about them maybe just getting that final spot in the top 8 for the qualifier for the last chance. There's a lot of things that can still happen for sure. It's not a done deal like it was looking initially when we thought coming into today.
All right, so it looks like we are waiting for our last players to get in the lobby with the final game of the night to play. Maybe they need a little extra time to get their heads in the right space. Trying to think of other things to keep an eye on for the final match, but I do feel like we sort of summed up who's in the race and who is worth keeping an eye on. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, what about Bandits, Steve? We can talk about them.
No,
I mean, it's not about winning or anything, but maybe they can squeeze in a 14th.
I mean, here's the deal. I'll give this to Bandits. At the end of day 1, they had 4 points, 4 kills. All right, they're at 26 now. So regardless of the fact they're finishing in bottom, Am I a fan of the Bandits? No, I'm not going to ask for signed autographs yet. However, 26 kills coming off of what they did the first day, still pretty awesome. Other one big for me that I want to point out is Rock Esports. I asked at the start of the day, will they continue to show that Rock doesn't close, that Rock can't do last days? And I do feel like Rock is showing us again. On the last day, they just don't have the same level of consistency, Godspeed.
Well, and they've been slipping. I don't know. Cam, what do you think about Rock?
I think it is.
And their performance overall.
It's the same thing. Like, I think they're still a very good, solid team. Their floor is very high, but their ceiling, they don't have the ability to sort of make the magic moments happen. And they're falling prey to what we kind of talked about at the beginning of the show, where on final days, things get more chaotic, things get more hectic. And that gas station hold felt very, very odd. I know potentially dangerous had like the third party angle onto them, but it looked like Rock Esports might have gotten too greedy with that bridge camp. And maybe they were just intimidated by, if we can't get kills here, pushing up through Milta is going to be difficult because there were so many other teams around that area. But it was almost like they tried to force the moment against Bandits too much, and then Liquid's arrival caught them off guard.
They just got baited by Liquid hard. That glider sparking, they almost knocked sparking, but then they forgot about the other two members that did cross over, and then, they just had free open angles. That was just... I would agree. I think that was pretty greedy.
It was greedy, but the other thing that got me is, so after they lost at that camp and they moved down to South Milta, there were still 3 alive after all was said and done. And I feel like Rock in day 1 or day 2 would have stayed together. They would have made a kind of a weird push to like the Harry Potter Tower. They would have played out of it as a group. Instead, they just spread out through the entire south of Milta and moved almost like by themselves through, hoping maybe one person goes a little bit deeper. And everybody died individually. Like, it didn't seem like the hopeful, the optimists that has been Rock in the early days, where they're like, you know what, that didn't work, but I got an idea for Ascend, and they make a cut through a bunch of people that always seems to work out. This time, it didn't feel like they were playing that way. They were playing like, I hope one of us survives, which I just don't think works for Rock.
They're definitely stronger when they do play together. On top of the fact that, again, their bridge camp was fine. It's not that I thought the bridge camp was greedy. Right. It's just how they ended up playing it after... we saw Bandits come through, and then there was that weird situation where 2 of them were on the South Rocks, and then, PD was shooting at them from Shark Fin, and then, Liquid came across. So there was a lot of opportunities for them to just be like, okay, this camp is actually kind of trash. Like, it's not working out. We're getting surrounded. Maybe we should back up, and they ended up, getting punished for it. But like you said, they still made it out with 3, and then they all just kind of languished and died individually. So, yeah, very confusing, but... Still a very good team. It
does feel like some of our teams, as we've gotten the last couple of games, have said to themselves, I guess I'm playing in the last chance qualifier, and aren't making the same sound level of decisions. Like, I think maybe if Rock still felt like they were in the hunt, might have done that a little bit differently, because there's got to be a reality to that.
That's also true. Yeah, maybe. They're still, they can jump into 4th, though. Like, that's no joke when it comes to money and points. They don't really need, right? They're going, but it's money still. And it's just pride. Like, hey, we finished top 4. Like, we finished top 3 after a great EWC. So, I don't know. That's just my take.
And I don't know if it's Rock that's suffering from that. I do think I've seen other teams also do that, Cameron, which I think has created some sticky fights for people, some pushes that were challenging. Like, you talk about... Vox and the boys, when they got pushed with the C4 debacle and then the backstab, like, it just felt like there was a lot of people saying, you know what, it's all right, we can just throw some bodies at this, which has been fun and exciting.
I don't think that has to do with the leaderboard or to do with any sort of qualification. I think it's more to do with just the state of the game at that point was so off the rails that, like, I honestly want to give Vox a huge thumbs up for staying in the blue and basically out-res me to get that.
Yeah, but it's like how'd they forget that he was there? Like, that also
they
blew
did.
My
They
mind.
needed to run away from the C4.
Right, but remember, so Vox got away from the C4 explosion and hid behind the gas tank.
Oh, how did Fresme forget that Vox was there?
Yeah, they just completely forgot about him.
Yeah.
I think they just didn't expect him to stay, because that was like phase 5 blue, right? Like, the blue does a lot of damage at that point. I actually don't blame them for having to run from the blue yourself and just assuming that someone booked it ahead, and maybe even assuming that you might have lost them in the kill feed at some point or another, because there was other stuff happening at that time. There was just so much chaos, and that's the reason, again, as we said before, why so many teams went into Milta once it pulled down to the south, because trying to stay alive on that open hill face essentially is so very difficult that like things get real panicky real fast.
Now, I do want to say this. This is something that might make me panicky later is if you ask some difficult questions. So if you ask a good enough question, our producer's going to pick it and make us talk about it during the podcast, and you will be the recipient of 10,000 G-Coin. So if you go over to X right now, use hashtag MastersMikeAM to send in your question.
Yes.
Make it good, make it interesting, and make sure that you follow me at Toffee's TV when you're doing it for higher chances of being selected. Also, make sure your DMs are open.
Whoa, we're buying follows now?
No, we're not. But I think you should send it to me anyway because it's fun. That said, though, this is serious. Make sure your DMs are open, okay? Because if they are not open, you're going to win 10,000 G-Coin, and it's not going to be given to you, and you're going to be so sad, and then you're going to come to chat for the next 6 weeks, and you're going to complain in every event we do about how you got robbed of your G-Coin, but the reality is your DM was close. So just open those DMs just for the night and win your free G-Coin.
Deliciously robbed by us.
Right?
We split that, baby.
Listen, I know it's hard.
In fact, keep your DMs closed.
I want the new Chiron limited edition, man. That is a hard card to get.
And some of us are fortunate to already have it.
Lucky.
You know, some less. But, you know,
Godspeed's the kind of guy that opens up a 10-pack and gets double schematic packages. That's the kind of guy.
I have been very fortunate over the last year. Let's just say that,
dude. Last time we hung out, it was like we were all talking, and James and I were complaining about the issue is we just don't have any of the currency left to upgrade. And you're like, oh, I've got schematics for days.
I have the.
Like, did you?
Well, I have polymers for days. I'm out of schematics, and I think James and you said it was the opposite, where he has all the schematics but no polymers. I'd rather have the schematics.
Yeah, 100% of the time I'd rather have
That's
schematics.
fair.
Cameron, do you have schematics?
I probably do. I'm not super rabid on all of the upgradable things. I picked like the one or two that I like because I know how expensive and how much work that they take. I just pick like the ones. Listen, I have to be one that I really, really want to commit to it. But I will say with some of these other like good skins, especially the vehicles, I've gotten so lucky in previous sport car crate openings. I'm just gonna skip this one because I know that it's not gonna work out in my favor.
Oh,
it's crazy that of all the ones you skip, it's the Chiron. But
I don't know cars. It's all Greek to me.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna be so mad when we play later, and we're singing about
the
our
Bugatti
Chironas.
Chiron.
We'll be like, that's my Chiron. The Bugatti.
The Bugatti Chiron, baby. That's the car we're working with right now.
Excellent. So we are waiting. A couple of players are having trouble getting into the lobby. We are getting them in, but we want to make sure everybody is in the right spot for the final game. So as you can see, a couple of seconds left. Why don't you do this? Why, chat? We asked what the favorite guns are. Why don't you tell us what your favorite progressive or vehicle skin is? Because I am curious to hear it. Cameron, what is your favorite gun skin? The one that you love using more than anything else?
Oh man, what is it even called? Listen, I don't know if I'm going to be using it anymore, but I really, really love from the Chinese New Year Journey to the West, the Mini 14 skin from that. That is one that I upgraded almost immediately with the purple demon-y smoke. I forget what the character's name is called.
That's a solid one.
Yeah, I got that one maxed out too. That's good. All right, well, guys, what's your favorite skin?
I also, it is a mini, but it is not that one. It is the Christmas Jingle All the Way mini. That and I just love Christmas skins. Christmas is my favorite time of year. So the Christmas mini and the Christmas AK. And then, of course, the Medusa bear hole is actually just so clean. So, yeah, those were my top three. But Christmas Mini, number one.
I like that. It's outside the box. No pun intended. All right. So, guys, tell us what your favorites are. Mine's the Neon AUG. No surprises there. And the M24.
Solid.
The red M24.
The gamer LGBTQ colors.
Yeah. Dude, the unicorn M24 is actually sick.
Yeah, that thing is wild,
but
too.
The Chinese New Year one as well with the kill effect is also dope.
The kill effect is why I like
that
it. Like, I don't really want to be a sniper player, but the kill effect is too cool not to become a sniper
That
player.
is not true, Steve. You
What?
picked up
That's
bolts
why I
every
sniped.
single time we play before skins even existed.
Put his business out there.
There
you go.
I'm a sniper. I'll admit it. I'm a rat. Nothing I love like killing a Chad as he runs past. Literally, Purdy laying in the bush on Rondo was pinnacle for me. I was so happy. I was like, they play like I do.
Maybe I have a chance.
Maybe I could go pro.
Oh my goodness.
All right, a nice fair circle played for the most part.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is it?
It's fair.
I love this circle.
Is it?
This is a military circle, though, which my heart goes out to these
Nope.
guys.
No,
It's a Lipovka circle.
it's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Lipovka's been militarized recently, so it's a military.
That's
two
true.
circle. Yep.
I like that. That's a hell of a way to
You're not
To
wrong
get
if
your
you
point
pivot hard enough.
to
So this is
Yep.
where the problem starts, though, because with a circle like this, the teams that are all flying to the west, including Liquid, including Falcons, they're going to have a really rough go of things. But then when you're looking at AKA, Noriego on the north, looking at Resmi and Bandits on the south, it's very likely that they're just going to get into fights with each other, knowing that they're going to be on the back foot going into phase 1. And that just means that for the teams that are having like break points that they're trying to chase, looking at Luminosity, looking at Liquid, there are potentially fewer kills on the board for them this round because of that.
Pay attention, by the way, to Liquid. They started rotating early. They saw the circle, and then they backed up to go loot.
Varus, nice.
That was a naked AK spray with iron sights. My lord. First shot right to the Dome of Zico. But again, I imagine with that play, Liquid's probably like, you know what, let's just go look for an E pickup. Like, there's no reason to rotate this far in. And just get more utility, right? Like, maybe find like a 3 vest hanging around. You get lucky, who knows? Maybe find a 3 helmet. I'm just kidding. Those items.
Maybe. You never know.
You need the crate.
What if they?
But
what
my
if they
point
put,
is
like,
they can get.
Yeah.
No, please, by all means.
I was gonna say maybe. What if Krafton puts in like a 0.0001% chance of a level 3 helmet?
Yeah, definitely not possible. But either way, they're going to get looted up, schlooted, and hopefully finding that pickup to get into the circle. Meanwhile, someone getting or trying to get into the circle away from the nonsense here is going to be Fakesin, being chased down by the duo of Fisher and Farivero.
Not even just the duo. It's actually 3 members. Where's the
Actually,
fourth?
yeah, I didn't see Martin.
I'm trying to look at the minimap. The fourth is in a vehicle somewhere.
Kodak
It might actually
a
be
little
all
further
4.
behind. Yep, Kodak Kid or Kodak Kid, I should say. But slick driving there from Fakesin.
Yeah. Yeah. No, this is what I'm talking about though. Like teams on the 18th game, especially this being the grand final of the entire event, they usually go for some wild maneuvers, some wild moves. You can't guarantee anything, not in this round. Even with a, is it even that straightforward of a circle? There's still a lot of water in this first phase.
Not really, no, actually. This still very much is up in the air, especially if this does do a hard shift to the east, which, again, given circles this year, would not be surprising at the least. Or in the least, so we'll see what this does. Meanwhile, Furia, again, comfortable position early. It's hard to think that these guys are going to drop the lead, but again, I think it all comes down to how this thing's going to shift out.
55 going for some vehicle shots. Might have been trying to race Furia for Alamo. Furia seemed to have intimidated them away. He's actually just honking around, challenging them for a fight. Furia should still be feeling good. Even with Liquid having such a great round previously, Furia should still know that they're in such a solid lead, that as long as they don't just completely bottle this game, then it should be fine for them. But now 55, they pulled away. They're going into no way spot.
This is a incredibly advantageous compound to be in control of currently. I like that 55 says, you know what, we're just going to go for the game-winning position, even this early in this circle. It pretty much opens up any rotation they want. They got to be careful, though. They're getting peppered. This Fakesit is going to find Lopes on that roof, and now Carrick's going to get the flush.
Wait, we were already here. Didn't we just see them run away around Stalber from Noriego? They just booked it immediately down into the zone. And they might be pushing in onto this.
They should. They should push on this. I like this. This is great recognition that 55 has lost a player as long as they don't. I was going to say, easy there, fellas.
Okay. We're going to stop a little short. LFP's still pushing forward. Yeah.
It's just a red zone. The secret to the red zone is you have to respect it, but you can't fear it. Just run out in the open. It works every time, I promise. Try it in your games.
Every time? 60% of the time.
Every time? Yeah.
Falcons now pulling away from Pachinki. bit of a late rotate for them than usual, but again, that's just due to the plane path in the circle. They want to get as geared up as possible before they fight their way through. So empty space in front of them now. Rocky Sports and Bestia both coming in from the south a touch. Running into each other, and BL could be looking to take this fight depending on what they spot, but I think Bestia might be trying to pull away from this.
Maybe. I mean, Rock. Yeah, I don't think anything is going to happen here unless Bessie takes a knock, which I doubt. They're probably just going to get out. This should be just a close call for these two teams. You can see Falcons approaching on the west side of this and potentially dangerous just off to the south. So quite a big bunch of teams. We've seen most of them taking center. QAD as well. One of those teams on center just at prison. I should say above prison. And the only teams really not set it are a very late team. Oh, hold on a second. I said only if they got knocked. And now PD are coming down. Bestia's game about to be ruined. 10th place.
Vinny!
Possibly worse. That's a huge start, though. Oh, he's not going to get the second.
Here's Mime, though. Following on up. Should know that it's about one shot. The great spray on the vehicle arriving in. Trying to spot Glock is able to get the second knock there. Vinny's shots did not go to waste, but here comes the Falcons. Now they've arrived, too. Mime's rushing forward. Wants to secure the kill points on the potentially dangerous, so that's not going to be the case. It's all of the DraftKings right now. And Falcons shuts it all down. Rocky Sports, they heard all of the commotion. They have the high ground. Surely they're going to be looking to get a part of the action.
I think they're too slow. I don't think they're going to actually get there. Biel really the only one started moving forward, but they're still just sitting back. It looks like they're trying to get the flush onto at least Tiggleton, and they will. Biel will find it through the smoke. Last shot, last second. Oh, he's going to find kick through the smoke as well. Hold on.
They got to push here. They have the man advantage.
Picture.
Yep, and they are going to send one down. Back here on the top, though. Benya with a double knock onto Noriego. Turning right around, and they can see the other members of that squad trying to fall away. The tire pop is going to be huge when it's on the side of the wall like that. And then, Dodge getting crushed by hopping into the driver's seat. It's not going to save Kodakid, though. Benya's still able to get a third.
I love the way Benya is just on a swivel right now, looking back and forth, not getting too stuck on his angles. Very well played. Great knock from him as well. Still, Biel back on the south side is attempting to finish off the Falcons. It looks like Kickstart will get a heal or a res, I should say. So he's going to get picked up. Bandits, meanwhile, once again, just rotting here on this East Bridge. And what team is it? Of course, it's Resmi in the blue to camp this one out. It's just Yai now. It wasn't enough that they already started with 3 players, but now they're also getting camped by Resmi. So that's going to be an unfortunate finish for them in last place. But hey, there's definitely some takeaways for them. And more importantly, this was experience. So hoping to see them back stronger.
Yeah, definitely don't.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, definitely can't cut them out in the future. Psycho, been some more parting shots over towards Team Mira back on the north. Rocky Sports able to get the revive on their fallen player. Only end up getting 1 kill against the Falcons, and now Liquid also rolling in. Unable to find an E-pickup, it looks like, but still the drive, the road trip is fine, especially with a shift like this. Still inside, and we get rid of the water very, very early on.
Good news for the teams involved. Bad news if you enjoy chaos. Even still, though, this is not a very fun circle to play. You have Death Road in there just to the west where Team Liquid are rotating in. Then you have Shelter, which, again, can be a mess. A lot of open area here still, including Pie Road and the dips that do accompany it, including Tempo Dips. So you can see Falcons there sending it to one of those dips right now. Hwin taking that early spot. Actually, where is Hwin going? Is he going for the forest here? Or he's going for res. They want to get up Tig, but that's a sketchy res, man.
Oh, yeah, especially with Liquid and AKA having arrived. I think H1 needs to back away from that and just group up and play at S3. I appreciate the attempt, but better plan just to give that one up. And oh, no. Awful result right now out in the open, spotted by Liquid.
Dead. Oh, man. Of all the places to flip, why there?
Kraken's going to be looking for this too, I think, off in the north.
Yeah, Huynh is... I mean, fortunately for him, I don't think Huynh has an angle on that. Or, Huynh. I don't think that Furia has an angle on that, but yeah, Sparking definitely will. So, what was an attempt to save and play as 4 will now be the consequence of having to play as 2.
Yeah, and even Kickstart was about to pull on up for the emergency Uber pickup.
You know, Huynh was like, "Don't just let me die."
Yeah, probably. But hey, still 5 kills. Not the worst game, but when the goal is to try and overtake Liquid at the very least, and maybe Furia, it's gonna be. I'm not gonna say impossible. But very difficult.
Not happening
now.
with 2. I mean, yeah. Those 2 players are amazing as well, but I don't care any 2 players with only 5 kills and needing to get a win on top of at least, at least 15, 16 kills. I'm going to count them out. I'm sorry, I have to do it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay, because the other issue is Furia is very healthy, and they're in a good position, so...
They are. With the shift
A
like
team
that.
that can do it, though, is Liquid. They only have 1 kill currently, but much closer, and again... With 4 members alive and a good position in the circle currently, they are poised to be the only ones really to challenge Furia for their throne. As we now head to Mira, who also are fighting for their spot in the top 8 for the last chance qualifier.
Looked for kills, weren't able to find any. And despite being very aggressive multiple times that we've seen just so far this season, they're also really adept at knowing when to pull away. And this is one of those times they rotate all the way around you as now I come in from the northwest rather than the northeast. But Emmy is here in Volcano. Catches Fakeson out. Fakeson too far ahead of the rest. No trade immediately available. And that's going to be a downed player. But Emmy realizes how hot Volcano now suddenly is. Wait, we going away or are we going back in? Okay, I think they're still deciding. They're still discussing it. But with a shift like this, a hard shift to the northeast, that's a lot of open space. South of Mansion available. If you count that as space that is available, it is so wide open.
I mean, it is technically space. There's a Kingwin dip in that area, but it's not great. So you can see all these teams now rotating, most of them coming off the north. You can see AKA Toyo now, LG as well, looking for that spot at Heaven. Mira rotating on that north side as well after losing 1. So a lot of teams still need to make it in, as Team Liquid as well going to be taking that spot just to the east edge of Death Road, sending it right into Shelter potentially, and they're going to be right on top of 55 potentially dangerous and Falcons.
Oh, they're actually clearing through Shelter. I don't hate this play.
Yeah, I like it.
It gives them, the opportunity for isolated fights without getting tagged third party. They know that Furia is going to be a potential third party just to the north of them. Rocky Sports down to the south. And Mira now catching Noriego. I mean, Noriego coming in very late from the blue. They wanted to go for a res. You can see the blue chip beam off in the distance from that.
So, Sure. Noriego is just as confused as Mira is currently. As you can see them trying to recover here and pull you out. The other issue, though, for Liquid is they keep going and push that way, they might lose their vehicles, which they did only have, I think, 1 or 2. So we'll see if they're able to recover those after that fight. But yeah, it is going to be no way Sam Crow is going to get brought back. And he's going to at least get, better than nothing. He's got an MP5K, he's got a bolt.
Yeah, not bad.
Could be a lot worse.
Turn out the open, caught by Night Avant, but the rest of Liquid are going in. Oh, he got a second. Okay, should be able to go for the res, and the fact that it was an instant gives Liquid the freedom to go for the reses. I do see Falcons moving around above them, but I don't know if that's a position to go for the send. And what is that? Roth with the mortar and then the run over onto AKA?
What? Yeah, what? Did he fire a mortar and then immediately get on his car and just start driving?
He pre-mortared someone. Okay, oh my god. Roth, send me the clip. I know you have it.
Yeah, actually, I'm very curious what happened there, exactly how that went down. It is Sparking, though, holding the line. Pretty went down, Luke went down. This is the issue now. It was Falcons, as you stated, Camp, who came in and went for the third party, and they have now cut Team Liquid in half.
Yeah, suddenly Fury are feeling very, very good with their chances now. Still 0 kills for them, but they're hanging out in Alamo, and they know that the biggest challengers are locked into shelter here. Oh no, Pippa with one more 55 suddenly coming in. Checking with Luminosity. They also have a breakpoint that they're going to try and meet. They still are going to try and secure their position in the top 8 of the West leaderboards, or rather the Americas half of the West leaderboards.
Octo, again, still just now starting to be the gatekeepers of shelter. So even though Falcons may win this here, or win this fight, I should say, still probably going to get held out. You also still have 55 who've been quiet in this area. Shift will come. It's going to be centered on absolutely nothing, Cameron. So, oh, nice shots from Emmy.
Honestly, just get the kills where you can, because as you say, it's a really disastrous ending circle. It's only phase 4, and the amount of really playable positions, well, it really feels like we're missing a few. Fury are a bit wounded. They've lost a player, at least one of them's down, but they're able to ambulance them into the tower there.
Yeet. Moving on up. Shaking a stanky leg. There we go. It should be 2 easy confirms for D and his team. Sure enough, they are. 7 kills. I could see it climbing yet again in 4th place now. I mean, they might even pass the Falcons.
2v1 right now. Stun's coming in. Kickstart with an SMG in hand. Stopping just for a brief second, and then they hear the click-clack-clatter of the frag grenade, though. It was cooked. Expecting the push, and so now it's gone. More stuns, more pushes. The Sparking have this. 1 versus 2, playing third-person camera, pre-firing as they swing around the side. Loop-de-loop snakes and ladders. I don't know where the curves are going to stop. It's never-ending tunnel. It's a liminal space. But then Sparking tried to throw the stun out. Good damage, but goes down in the end.
You can see how just rough it is pushing that in a third-person situation, because Sparking could have been behind any one of those.
Right.
But it was well cleared. It was well cleared by the Falcons. They too were using that TPP to their advantage, and that fight was concluded. As now Falcons, their consolation win is to now deal with getting out of shelter, which good luck to you for that. Fakeson, meanwhile, is going to find Gats, so LG, although they're healthy for the most part with Gats, I mean, the only one down, they only have 1 kill in this game.
So far. We have Mira in front of them.
So far.
1 member of Resmi as well. Snakers gets a knock onto Haven. So, confirming, or at least doing their best to, make sure that Mira cannot overtake their position in the top 8 of the seasonal leaderboard. Capitan, some shots on the Falcons. They were able to get out. But where can they send it to now? That's the next big question. Yeah, sure, we've gotten away. We've gotten out of the underground. Where to next? Oh, great shots from Fakeson and Fanta, knocking 2 of them down. Actually, Vinny's getting another one from No Way. That is all the way to the southwest of them. But Snakers and Fox still up, still able to go for the res.
Snakers even going to get a confirmed kill off that. And there should be a full recovery here for the boys. Nicely done. They still do need to make their way in, though. As you can see, that northern edge, there's really not much to play. Especially with the Falcons kind of posturing over in that direction.
Ooh. Big fort created by Rock? Kraken's gone down. Wait.
It's a lot of Doritos.
Yeah. This is good for Rock to take over, though. There still are a couple members of Fury in the tower. That's going to be an issue. The BRDM is there trying to give the information. And that's a flaming vehicle. That's going to be dangerous, but they've arrived below them. And then back onto the north, back onto Luminosity. Jump spotting, jump scouting. The entire breadth of open space in front of them.
Falcons holding on a foothold again in that northeast spot, which is going to make it difficult for this team to rotate in. Now we'll see what LG decides to do. Again, there's space to play, but it's not good space. In fact, it's flat, it's open, and I think they're just going to go for a crash. They're just going to go straight onto No Way. This duo about to have one of the best holds of their career. That nade is going to start things off. Staker's going to go down. DNL now coming out, going for the flush. It's a point his way. He's going to get a second. Hold on. But he doesn't get them all, as Vox is going to save them.
Almost got the 1 versus 4
fortunately,
hold.
Yeah, fortunately for LG, no one is really in a position to third party. Kickstart, meanwhile, has gone down in this northeastern position on the edge. It's going to be against QAD. And it's just down to the Shrimsy.
Watch the C4. Doesn't go far enough. I like the idea, trying to send it in, but it didn't have the speed. And now Kickstart is rezzed up and then immediately re-knocked. More grenades coming out of QAD. 8 kills for Falcons. How many more can Shrimsy get? It's going to be a difficult road to the end game. And Fana is arriving. Last member up of Team Mira. Falcons out in 6th place, but still got a placement point on top. So there's some consolidation. No, Luminosity. They got the res, but Alamo wasn't in the zone.
So Toyo will be the reaping the benefits of this circle just being absolutely brutal and them having not really to move much. And again, choosing to their credit, the timing that they've chosen coming here and then, you know, flexing out from trophy or museum, whatever you want to call it, has been really solid.
Are trying to use the BRDM. Man, it gets a knock on a Roth as Cowboy drops BL. So this just shows that the terrain is so open. No team is able to really isolate one from another. It is just kind of an open free-for-all. It's a shooting gallery.
Yeah. This is chaos, Cameron. Absolute chaos. And I'm here for it. Souls will go down as stated. That BRDM, worse for wear. And now Toyo with an opportunity here to jump even ahead of Mira, possibly even in front of QAD. But QAD is also, well, should be a 4-man. Yep, they get Roth up. They have 10 kills as well. So the battle for 4th, very much alive.
Oh, yeah. You're already on the inside track with that one, but you never know how things are going to fall. Rock now down to 2. They could still pull out something magical. They're going to have to cross the road, though. That's one of the biggest challenges to ever see in competitive PUBG. And you're holding a great angle behind the rock as well.
Benya not taking any shots yet, though. He is the anchor. And the good news for him is I don't think anyone knew of his position, but yep, he's just going to play it a little safer, pull up a bit into the zone. He might still get that off-angle position, but Toyo not with the only ones really having a good position in the circle should be able to dominate and close this one out. We'll see what happens, though, between QAD and Rock.
I think that is the name of the game. I think QAD likely know that the win condition for them is securing 2nd by taking out Rock Esports because Toyo have such a strong position with the circle shift going their way. They're making the plays
I mean,
above Rock.
Sorry, I was just going to say, at the very least, Cammy, as long as they can just get rid of Rock, then they can actually focus on fighting Toyo. Right. Otherwise, there's just no chance. But yeah, that's about all I got.
Ooh, RBN dropped low, but oh, that vehicle could do it. Trying to fall away from that, but this could be an angle. And dodges the Goomba Stomp as well. Capitan with a knock on a rail is going to slow QAD down. And look at that rotate. Rybo going all the way out to the east side, knowing that the space is suddenly clear with QAD pushing down to the south. So Toyo with an even more stranglehold over this zone, over this end game.
Rebo getting very active here all the way on the east. Setting up smokes for himself to cut off those angles. Make sure he can get as much information as possible without revealing himself. And he will be feeding this back to his team. You can see QAD now getting in vehicles. Panzer in hand for D. But they're getting really low. And D's left behind. That's just a 2-seater as we know. And yeah, Capitan's just going to melt Rello and Roth right out of that thing. No chance.
2-seater, 0-seater.
Yeah. The seats are open now, boys, if you want to try to get in.
Guys, open seats, come on. Oh, yeah, QAD. I don't know if it feels bad to deny him round 18, and actually D might not. Going to try and secure that, but goes down to the blue, so it is a deny at the end. Could still be holding on to the 4th place. But if Toad...
I don't think so.
Yeah, if either of these... I'm trying to do the math right now. I think if Rock are able to win, then they stay as 4th. But Toyo, 2 versus 2, with a chance of a revive on at least one of them.
That's the problem with when you're Rebo, though. Again, like we talk about all the time, if you're going to take that position, RBN is going to turn it right around on Toyo. And this, to me, just is not it. Especially if you're Rebo, you know you can't go down. You are literally the anchor position.
Right.
And so that is a huge mistake, which basically opened the door now for Rock to upset Toyo in a game that Toyo probably should have won.
It's not over for them yet. Rock are rushing forward. They know the advantage that they have as Emmy is trying to crawl back. But even so, the bleed out timer is way too fast. Gonna go down. Benya's just playing behind the Rock. At the very least, Benya does have a better position over what is likely going to be closer to the center of the zone. We still have to see where Phase 8 goes. There's still a long time to play. Maybe Benya could find some angle to get this one back on their side.
And I will say Toyo basically saved QAD with that one. Because if Rock wins, I don't think they're going to have enough points. I think they'll be at 135.
Yeah. So that knock by D
Actually,
onto Rybo was the best play they could have done at the time. A great grenade by Benya, though.
Oh, hold on.
It's a 1 versus 1 now.
Hold on.
Make sure to secure the kill point, too. Every single point counts.
All of a sudden, things just got a whole lot more interesting.
Falling away. Waiting for a...
He needs to drop his backpack. Also, that blue helmet is not helping him at all.
Yeah. Shiny skins are great until you're in a situation just like this. And you realize, wait a second, is this worth it? I don't know.
Thing is, Santastico, I wonder if he saw him at all? Surely he had to. He's looking right in his direction. But this is going to be a phase 9 circle heal off. Or not heal off, excuse me, but center off. The one thing I will say is to Santastico's benefit, he has to move after Benya. So,
right.
What do you want to talk about for 45 seconds? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, this is a situation where Benya has to basically find the knock, or not necessarily, what am I talking about? Not the knock. He needs to find the damage in order to push off Santastico from the angle, because he is the one that does have to move first. You can see Santastico knows that. He is closer to center, on top of the fact that he has hard cover, whereas Benya does not.
Yeah. I would say that Benya has a stretch of a ridge to play around, whereas Santastico
does technically have more space, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if Benya is 100% certain that Santastico is behind that rock. You can see the Benya's angle, direction, just vision moving around. That could just be, you know, clearing out the low possibility that that Santastico is elsewhere. But Santastico is not moving at all. You saw their camera position just holding that whole wide stretch, knowing more or less Benya would have to go out in the open on the west side, I think, to get out of Santastico's line of sight.
Something to note, though, Santastico's vest is basically zeroed out, which means that, you know, just a couple body shots from a spray from Benya, he doesn't even really need to hit any headies. Should melt Santastico fairly quickly. I didn't get to see Benya's armor, but I think it was in better shape than Santastico's. That's the thing. In these final fights, especially if you just have a good spray, you don't even hit any headshots.
Yeah.
You know, Santastico's going down, even with a full level 2 helmet.
Yeah. And Santastico has been patient. I can tell you, in a situation like this, you feel like you need to be doing something, but Santastico understands the game, understands the 1v1 that he's in right now. Moving would be potentially throwing. And so just waiting for Benya to make the move. But unfortunately, Benya has gotten closer to the center of the zone. Benya now can maybe even crawl up to that vehicle?
I think that's what he's going for. And that's going to be closer to center that you see Santastico, so I believe, yep, backpack's off as well. He is going to be as close as you can get to that center, and now, all of a sudden, how the turntables.
Gonna be sketchy.
Squat. Great manager.
Okay, getting behind
he's
the
actually
actual...
just made it, Cam.
Yeah, getting behind the vehicle. This is huge. there's seemingly no way for Benya to lose this right now. The position is way too strong.
You say that, and I would normally agree, but we have seen some pretty wild stuff.
Yeah. A stun and a
I
volley
would
on
put
the
my
side of
money
Benya.
on
Okay,
Benya here.
spotted.
I like that. I like how Benya didn't go for it. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna make sure he thinks he's safe. And then as soon, he's got the molly. He's gonna molly the tree.
Backing
It's
away
not
from
gonna
it.
hit. The flash, okay.
It does give the position away. Sadesco is playing for it, but the stun could be the winning play. The spray comes out. Tap, stun,
Nice. That
tap
was so
again. Even the deployable shield isn't going to be enough, and Toyo do get the final chicken dinner of Masters 3 America and take 4th place from QAD.
Not bad at all. 12 kills, almost 2,000 damage, and a win in the final game, Steve. Oh no. Oh no, he's done it again.
No, it was just I was building tension is what I was doing.
What is he saying?
Oh no.
No, I was unmuted here. I was building tension for you guys. Tension. Cameron taught me this trick yesterday. It's important to do when you're on off the last 2 games. That's it. Really, I was trying to draw it out just like those last 2 players did, making us really wait to see the end of that match. But understandable. No one rushed it. Gotta respect that. Toyo comes away with another big win. Good day for them. Good implications going forward to PAS as the time moves forward. But at the end of the day, let's just tear through this leaderboard and see where everyone stands as far as the award money goes, as well as the tickets to Masters West. Why don't you walk me through this real quick, Canberra?
So yeah, with the win, they got 22 total points. A great game for them, and as I said, they're going to be in 4th place. But Furia, despite having 0 points, we know the lead that they have. We know that they are going to be still in 1st place at the end of all of this because Liquid only got 2. Falcons, they got 9, which is a lot, but in the context of the overall leaderboard, not going to be enough. So Furia are still going to be your Masters winners, the 2-peat, the back-to-back, the 2 and 3 victors. Let's see what they can do in West, but for now, Liquid in 2nd. That is honestly an even bigger story, potentially, because they had such a rough start. They were double digits for so far into this series. The fact that they can come up to 2nd place shows their persistence.
So a big congratulations to Furia for being our Masters 3 America's champion and taking home the $7,000 out of the $20K prize pool. It goes on down from there, a pretty significant drop-off as you get lower. So I'm going to be very happy to be taking home that victory and doing it in a way that nobody can argue it was undeserved. Let's take a look at Road to Masters West. Furia will lock up that 1st place spot with 555, and Luminosity Gaming climbs into 8 and holds it strong with that 170. So these are the 8 teams that will get the automatic bid to the last chance qualifier, while the rest of our teams will have to go through the open qualifiers. Now, if we look at the 2nd page, you'll see just how close it was for Bestia, only 5 points away from being in that tied position, and that just comes down to a couple of points here or there throughout the entire weekend. Would have made a big change for them, Godspeed.
It would have, but Cameron, you were unfortunately right about Team Mira. That being said,
Yeah.
I think Bestia. I think potentially dangerous, Cameron. I think Team Mira. I think they're going to be fine in the 2nd to last chance qualifier. So I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, they may struggle in they might struggle in the last chance qualifier, but I think they'll be fine in the open qualifier when it comes to that. All right. That is it for Masters 3. We've crowned our champions once again. Congratulations to Furia. You dominated. You didn't need all 9 lives. You took everyone. You held them to the floor. You put the foot to throat, and you got the win. I can't wait to see what you do going forward. All right, now let's talk about giving away G-Coin, because it's time, my friends, for our last episode of the Masters Mike Americas. My name's Toffees, that's Godspeed, that's Cameron Davis, and it's time to settle in and get yourself a big old cup and start drinking because we got to talk about the good questions. All right, let's talk about our actual question. Oh, you have a question? What question do you have, Cameron?
Point, I just want to let the audience know that it is significantly less suave for Toffees to be drinking soup out of the mug.
It's potato soup and it's delicious.
I mean, it's a nice soup mug, but yeah, it's you know what? I'm just gonna stay out of this.
Sip
this is between you and Steve.
It's custom made. My wife orders me custom made soup mugs because she knows how much I love them. Anyway, what has been your favorite event to cast? Brought to us by Deep Tones. Cameron, what's your favorite event to cast?
Man, I don't know. So last year's EWC was really, really fun. That with all the tools that we're able to do on the desk. But also something about PGC 2022 was also really, really enjoyable. One of the first big LANs outside of the lockdown. And it was such a long event as well, seeing so many teams and other just PUBG fans there. I think over the course of the multi-weekend event was, they both had their own upsides to it.
I thought you would say PGI. All right, Godspeed. What was yours?
PGI was good, but it was online, right? Like that's the thing for me. Over what I've been casting, I think for 5 years now, is the most recent. It was PNC. That crowd, the crowd that came through to support, not even just like Team Korea, but just like all the players, and then having Aespa there, and then having Wing open ceremony, like that was easily the coolest thing. And then like casting with a crowd is bar none the best feeling ever you can have in this industry as a caster. Like when you have a huge crowd like that. PUBG doesn't really get those too often, but that was amazing. So PNC 2025 for me for sure.
Nice. And for a guy like you who loves filling, it was an awesome, very exciting event.
Oh,
the fills,
God, it's great,
epic. I think mine's simple. I know it's not a popular opinion, but I think EWC across the board, particularly last year, as Cameron brought up, has been some of my favorite. The fact that there's it's not even the PUBG aspect. That's awesome, but the fact that there are so many other games going on around it, and there's so many talent from across the industry hanging out, and that they had a lounge for us to play games together. The fact that I was sitting there with talent from 8 other titles discussing the industry and all of that stuff just makes it feel like a gaming festival, and that's why I got into esports in the first place. That's what I enjoy the most. All right, next question. Congratulations, Deep Tones, on your 10,000 G coin. Very, very cool. Let's get another question. I think a little more maybe serious this time. Here we go. Biaza Moran. I'm going to open it up and read the whole question here. When it comes to late game circles, do you think success to winning the game is more about perfect rotations early on, or micro-level decision-making in the moment? Godspeed?
Easy. Micro-level decisions, because no matter how good your rotations are, if your micro-decisions are poor and your team fight is poor, which happens to be, again, those micro-decisions and individual plays, it doesn't really matter how good you are or how good of a position you're in. We've seen time and time again teams in great positions lose because they just had poor comms or just crumbled in a team fight. So for me, it's going to be micro-decisions.
Cam?
Yeah, it has to be the same thing. The name of the game is killing the enemy. And the whole point of stuff like macro and overall rotational strategy over the course of the game is to get yourself in the best position to do that. But if you can't pull the trigger, if you can't land the headshot, if you can't win the 1v1, then it doesn't matter. You don't get extra points for rotating clean.
My only caveat.
That being said, I think it's a combination of both.
Yes, I would say my only caveat to this, and the only reason I might argue it's not micro decisions in the end game, is especially when I started out, I asked a lot of IGLs and a lot of pro teams, what's more important to you when you get to the end game? To have 4 alive, or to have an optimal position with defense, better weaponry? Like, what is the thing that sets you up for a win? And still to this day, a ton of them tell me 4 alive in phase 7 is, we will take that all day over just about anything else. And so I do think if you're looking at early rotations as, say, not getting shot out of a car like Roth does and having all 4 people there for that final game, I think that is maybe an argument, if you're talking about rotations in that way, that is maybe more important than the micro decision. But I think you're right. I think it's how you play that final fight. You can have 4 members of band there. It doesn't mean you're going to win the fight. All right, let's go on to the next one. Last question for the day. It is, what do we got? Throw it on the bottom.
What is it?
Yes.
This is going well.
So
Labak.
Yeah, pretty basic. I think Labak Labak Jacob. What is the mindset you have to maintain when games are simply not going your way in order to continue trying your best when victory seems out of reach? Cameron, I know you have this. You're familiar with this feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, listen, not a pro player. Never been a pro player. I just watch a lot.
Throwing Roth under the bus, now talking Canada, throwing Canada under the bus.
It's my, just from what I've learned talking and listening to so many stories over the years, not just in PUBG, but just esports in general, it sounds basic, but it's about playing what's immediately in front of you. You can't worry about, we have to then do something to win the game. If there's a team fight, you need to win first and foremost. And then even psychologically, I know this to be a fact, once you get the small victories, your internal confidence in yourself does pick back up pretty quickly. The same reason why saying like affirmations in the morning in the mirror genuinely does good things to your mental health. In game, the equivalent of that is you win a team fight, you get a kill. Even stealing a kill can give you that bump of like, oh, wait a second, I actually can do something. Let's get this rolling.
Like that, Godspeed.
Yeah, I wish the morning affirmations in the mirror helped me. You're not gonna eat like shit today. You're not. Nope, too late. I already did. But as I'm scarfing down a burrito. But I mean, that's a really good answer from Cammy. You just have to know, again, what's in front of you and know that some of those games are just out of reach. You get what you can. My favorite example of that for me personally is a long time ago in MPL, there was that crazy Miramar shift circle all the way to the East Islands. As soon as we saw that shift, we were like, all right, boys, game's over. Just get some kills. And then the most important thing to that is the mental reset. Yes. If you can just go into the next game, mentally reset off of whatever horrendous situation or bad position you put yourself in the previous game, that's going to be the key to success. Not tilting and just being able to reset every single game after, whatever poor performance you had in the previous one. So that would be my answer.
I think that nails it exactly. Every major leader I've talked to in the pro scene has told me the biggest challenge is when you're having a bad day and you're sitting in Discord with no cell phones, no one to talk to except the 3 other guys who just dropped the ball with you for 45 minutes. It can get bad. And most of those guys will tell you the best thing you can do, take responsibility, own your mistake, and do not call each other out. You can talk about it later when you get back to the hotel or when the games are over. But everything needs to be copacetic. You say, yeah, man, that was on me. I could have made a better decision, because you could always have made a better decision, and just keep the comms going. I think that's the big one. Don't point fingers. Guys, I'm not going to point fingers at these guys other than to say they have been awesome. You have been awesome. This event has been awesome. A big shout out again to Furia, your champions here at Masters 3. Last chance to say something before you guys head off to Masters West. Godspeed, final thoughts?
It was a fun one. It was very close to the very end, and congratulations to Furia on the back-to-back.
Cameron Davis.
Listen, they didn't make it all the way to the moon, but do not count Team Mira out. I think they're going to do some massive damage, and there's a real shot of them qualifying to Masters West.
Now, make sure you guys follow all of us on social media. Get behind PUBG Esports West, because down the line, these two knuckleheads are headed to Masters West to cover all the action. We got PAS qualifiers coming up starting tomorrow. PAS down the line.
Oh, yeah.
PGC in the future. It is going to be a crazy amount of PUBG as we get to the end of the year. So make sure you're following us on social so you know when the action is kicking off. Thank you so much for spending your evening with us. It means the world on behalf of myself, Godspeed, Cameron Davis, the entire production team, Krafton, and all of our players. Without you, none of this would matter. Thank you for spending your time with us. And until we see you next time, play more PUBG.